Oh, you heard that. Yeah, but guess what flavor it was? Oh, what is up, one and all? Welcome back. Happy Friday. Look at that. You survived another week of existence in the realm of corporate or whatever it is you do. I don't know if I have some freeloading hippies who plant seeds or... I don't know what you guys do, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's like a bit weird, really, when you think about it. You know everything about me. Well, no. You know a lot about me. But it is time to kick off another week of Midweek Muster. Yeah, I think we keep the Sonic vibes. That vibes. So, we're going to be checking in on the beginning of the brackets, the early points, and we're going to be opening up with a fun one, actually. Give You Anxiety versus Avali. We're also going to be checking on some things like Dumu, probably a little bit later. There is also Alantam versus Lemonos. Lash versus Hung ADC is one that I want to check in on because Hung ADC is a name that has not been present in 1v1 tournaments for quite some time. But it seems like Mia Micah rubbed his shoulders and convinced him to come on back. Love to see that. And then, of course, we've got things like Scatterbrained and Ezra. So, some matchups that should be actually quite tight. This is a fun one, though. I love this, guys. Does anyone know what the default map is this week? I'll give you a clue. This series is relevant. This series is actually very relevant for guessing the default map this week. It's Coastal Cliffs. So, I kind of love that. We bring Coastal Cliffs back in, and immediately Avali's like, sold. I'll play. I mean, it's kind of like, it's rigged, right? Rigged. Must be. But yeah, we'll look to cover some of the series today. We might add in a few pub games from the ladder, and we might sprinkle in a mixture of them being high rank and low rank. I didn't really have much time to glance through people's low rank profiles. There was like one person I had a quick glance at, and I was like, maybe. It's tough, man. I think it's like very tough to find the interesting low-ranking games, which is why really I do kind of rely on you guys to a certain extent. Word of mouth type thing. So like, there's two things that come to mind. So not everyone's going to be able to help out with the low rank ones because I'm sure we have a few bronzes. Don't be shy, but not everyone is bronze rank. But even if you're gold rank or whatever, and there's some interesting games, let me know. But the other thing that I definitely would love for you guys to start being vocal on is if you see like plays of the week, whether it's like on this channel or others, like I'm probably going to set up a Discord channel for it. There's a new series I want to try to bring together, which I may have just given it away there, plays of the week. But it's very challenging to do as a one-man army. So if you see moments here that you think are worthy of existing there, clip it and ship it. I'm sure we'll look to give like credit to anyone whose clips get selected at the end of the video, something like that. But it's a new series I want to start up. It's something near and dear to my heart because like I basically I want to start with plays of the week and then I want to expand into like fails of the week. It's something I absolutely love to this day from Dota 2. Fails of the week is one of my favorite pieces of content that's created around that game. So I'd love to be elo to actually start doing something like that. So just be mindful whether it's your own gameplay or you see something or whatever. Like for all these series, I think if you guys did enjoy when we done like the low elo cast the other day, there is an onus like on the community to help direct us because how many players? So I would have to find the games myself, go through over 21,000 accounts, and I'd have to then punt it, I guess, anyway. So like if you guys do have a little tip off of someone, let me know. But without further ado, I think we should get this show on the road. Let's hop into game number 1. Putting your Malian count, another Malian player ranch earns the spot. Wait, what? Oh my god, yeah, I need to see that. That sounds so cursed. Why does that work? Oh my god. What? One day you'll play in this league. Yes, one day you'll play in this league. Here's a little tip, folks, if you really want to. Step 1 is create the maps and then sign up on the weeks where they get used. That's right. We're at the beginning of another midweek muster. And folks, it's the return of Coastal Cliffs, Avali's creation. And ironically, he returns to the format. What a convenient coincidence. I could never imagine why. Yes, going up against Give You Anxiety, though, is going to be an interesting one. French versus Sushi for G1. So this map was pretty Pro Scout centric, but obviously Pro Scouts got nerfed a little. I don't think it really changed much about the way Sushi want to play this matchup, but there's a possibility that the French actually just play more aggressive. What I'm not expecting to see is greed of a TC type. Honestly, someone I really love that Avali done to this day with this map is the fact that you just don't have the easy access to stone. Like most civs are not going to go for it. I also think, by the way, Byzantines is dead on this map. Like, maybe I'm wrong about that, and I'd love someone to prove me wrong, but that is a very long walk distance for 1 to 2 villagers to stay out here, and very risky. And on top of that, like, with the way you buff your systems, you're not really going to want to connect that quickly. So unless you get, like, a crazy good spawn like this for a system buff, you're probably not setting it up. But we'll see. Maybe someone will surprise me. It's interesting because, like, historically on this map, Byzantines, I want to say, was like a top 4, top 5. But Sushi and French, I think, have been staple picks. French, a little bit less so, but that's more due to the fact that they are good everywhere. Give You Anxiety. I think we should just be having a standard, School of Cavalry, one night opening beginning here. It forces the Sushi to play Spim and opener. Whereas, like, normally when you're playing Sushi, you're thinking, hey, I want to go into my Pro Scouts as quickly as possible. French kind of handicap you on that. Pro Scouts should be able to replant berry bushes? Nah, dude, they should just be able to, like, uproot them and drag them along. Oh my god, could you imagine just vibing in your own base, gathering your berries, and then all of a sudden 3 of them disappear? Oh, I don't know why, that just made me think, actually, of the ability in Age of Mythology that makes trees come to life, Walking Woods. Okay, I don't think anyone ever in the history of ever has made the comment, guys, don't time me out today, and then not been timed out. Like, call me crazy, but... And now I got people yelling caca at me at the YouTube chat. Tookie. Yo, anyone seen that movie? Like, okay, this is the nice thing about being an Age of Empires 4 creator. I can say caca, tookie, and I feel like there is at least going to be 20% of the audience that gets that reference. If they don't, I will retire right now. If you have not seen that movie, you have robbed yourself of a joy in life. You should go watch it now. So, meditation got incredibly safe, by the way, from Avali. Zero risk at all. By the way, the movie you guys are looking for is Evolution, if you didn't realize. Seriously, go watch it. It's, to this day, incredible. Oh, nice. I like this from GOA. So we kind of guessed he probably wouldn't want to place Pro Scouts, and this pretty much guarantees it. And there's the timeouts. Yeah, did you guys know that they actually tried to turn Evolution into a cartoon? There's a pilot episode out there. It wasn't very good, sadly. Yeah. That's, I swear to God, like, most people just think of Stifler for American Pie, but I feel like that one is his best performance, just for that one scene in the shopping mall. When a man loves a woman. Anyway, Avali should be dropping, what, racks here? Yeah, there we go. So he's going to get the opening protection. What you can try to do is shove deer in, but I don't think that's usually a good idea against French. The problem, guys, is if you're shoving in deer, like you're basically just microing them around, they're not going to brace when they get backstabbed by a knight. So, like, normally spearmen, you send 2 spearmen out, and they're doing that. They get lanced in the back. They're both going to lose. So you basically have to keep your spears at home until you've got enough. And usually by then, you're going Pro Scouts anyway. Especially with Shushi that are able to rush the tech in record time. Wow, 30 seconds. What a reasonable tech. So nice being able to just immediately see how many Imperial officials someone has now. It's the small details, really. How do we do on sheep? So, oh, GOA does not have much. Ooh. He has 7 sheep, even though he went deer? Oh, dear. There's only 2 villagers on the deer. But I think this is because he didn't do well in the sheep rotation more than he wanted to do this. And wow. Avali's like, this is my map. Master of it all. I can't have you beating me here. So instead of staying at home, like most standard Shushi players would against French Knights, he runs across and catches the mill gatherers. Doesn't wait around before stabbing, though. So it does force them away. He can now try to torch the mill. It won't be quick enough to stop Wheelbarrow, though. Yeah, unfortunately not. I think if you start burning it straight away, it would have been tight, but still unlikely. So, like, in some ways, Gio doesn't really care about this. He got what he wanted out of the mill. He got the Wheelbarrow. It's going to feel a little bit sucky about survival techniques. You brought 2 villagers out here, you researched survival techniques, and you got 150 resources off of the play. That's pretty bad. Gio, wow. Avali already 1 step ahead. He's got the Horseman switch coming in. I mean, this is impressive the way he's playing this, because the problem now for GOA is there's implied logic behind the dynamics of build orders here. So for those wondering what I'm talking about, like the expectation is Avali's gone Pro Scouts already. The expectation isn't that he's going to blob Spearman, blob Horseman. But with the sheep superiority, he could do exactly that. And then just give you anxiety stuck as a result. Like what Give Me Anxiety needs right now is vision. If he wants to stand a chance against what's coming, he kind of just needs to see what he's up against here. Crafty Mother Ducker. Avali is going to sidestep into it now, but he's already got the pump going, man. I love the way he's doing this. He's not just overextending the scout count like a lot of people would still do a Shushi, going up to 6 or 7. Probably going to keep it 3 to 4 maximum. Oh, well, no, okay, apparently he's going up to 5. That is getting a little bit greedy. But he did reveal the Horseman, correct? So with that in mind, I think Give You Anxiety is going to probably slow down, not rush out. Careful. You can, of course, replace the scout easily as French. It's just annoying, considering how expensive knights already are. So what's Gio's game plan? Probably just scale into knights, keep your opponent pinned in this age as long as possible. Then you both mirror attacks at like 15 knights. That's really good for French if you can achieve something around there. You're probably not going to achieve it without winning some fights, though. Because Avali, like with Shushi, they're just rapidly quicker. They have great build-up speed. They have the supervision for the extra gathering. It's very, very hard to beat them into castle. And even if you just mirror castle, like the technology difference it's a bit rough. You at least do get the French upgrade onto cavalry quickly, but things like archers takes a long, long time. Avali, he's fishing for those archers. A lot of patience actually being shown here. Avali's essentially just folded on the map to allow GUA to use the space. He wants him to come out, because if you come out, you overextend, and then ponies can backstab like this. Goes in the stab. Great reaction by GUA. Minimizes the losses. Has control of the deer. I'm a little bit worried about the number swell here, though. Look at Avali's speed count. What? Like, bro, chill. It's 4 knights. Like, yeah, but I read a whole book about musketeers. They're dangerous. 15 spearmen for 4 knights. I tell you what, I think I know how Avali began this game. Probably by experiencing a lot of French players just rushing cavalry to his base. All those years ago. It still deeply scars him to this day. To the point that even his ponies have long sticks to counter cavalry. That's not quite how it works. Although, you'd think it would be. Oh, nice hit here, though. GUA doesn't get the outpost up. It just feels so annoying when you have to chase cavalry infinitely like this. The problem is, with Giving Anxiety going knights, he doesn't have quantity to block. And now, we have a problem. Villagers scrambling to keep the outpost alive, but that's going to allow a dive in here. The horsemen are making their way back. The villagers have to escape. The torch is out. And the horseman... Oh, he gets free access! GUA's been running around in circles after that, and the spearmen and the horsemen are so close together. Wow. Okay, that was beautifully executed. The way that flowed for Avali, what happened here was an overwhelm in the most beautiful ways. So the archers get baited to come forward as the horsemen rotating around the back. What you essentially have is a situation where you force your opponent to run towards you with both components and gets him shut down, and even more so now with the body blocks. Yeah, this is just raw mass logic. Enough bodies to guarantee anything gets grabbed. Avali, an absolute shark on his own map. All right, well, this is clearly what we call create to win. You know, you make the map, you win the map. Because this, I think, is over. GUA, yeah, he's got no food at home, and he knows it. Game number 1, and Avali reminds you why map creators should be feared. What? Oh, that was sick. That was absolutely sick. I don't know if that's odd. Like, that felt like a teachable moment. The perfect way to engage a 2-unit army. That was pretty crazy. Okay, so G number 2 is going to be in Dry Arabia. So let me add in the civs. We'll get ready to go. GUA on his Abbas. Wait, really? Oh no. This could very easily be a 2-0. All right, let's get into game 2. Oh, and do that. I'm very tilted that I have to keep remembering to flip the UI every single game right now. Even though it's a bad matchup, something tells me this guy doesn't care. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Master Series. We're here in Dry Arabia for a showdown that historically has not ended well for the Middle East. No, it is the Delhi going up against GUA's Abbasids, but Give You Anxiety is a different beast on this Civ. I'm sure anyone who's followed the history of Age of Empires 4 knows why. This man made this Civ synonymous with ram rushes. Not sure if you can really do it against this Civ, though. Delhi, not exactly the easiest to all in, so curious to see how GUA wants to try and approach this on a fairly balanced map. Dry Arabia, this matchup, like Delhi have to be favored here, so curious to see how GUA wants to begin the game. Eco Wing has to be tempting here. A Trade Wing isn't really doable with this spawn, but also against this Civ. I have seen people do Military Wing against Delhi. And it does make sense. So the idea is that if you go military wing, your opponent technically shouldn't be rushing Ghazi. You can force him to go archers first. And if he goes archers first, then you can do things like the horseman follow-up, or you can sneak 2 TC. So curious to see which way GUA wants to cook with this. GUA favored, not Abbasid favored. I mean, like, is it even GUA favored? I don't know. I think there's a lot of historical credit put on the GUA name. I'm sure he won't mind me saying it hasn't exactly been a great time for him more recently. Right? We haven't had him posting decent performances like he used to years ago. But Avali's kind of the same, but in that regards, I'd say they're even. It's not a case of, hey, yeah, like this guy's much better than this one. I'd say this matchup should feel very close and very back and forth. So, Dome of Faith to begin with, and it is going to be the military wing. So, usually, guys, the way that you play this as Abbasids, as we said, is you'll either go for your greed, which is 2 TC, or you go with the ponies. Against Delhi, 2 TC is usually very difficult to pull off, because they realize what you're doing and all in, you just get killed. Like, for example, if you do this tech up, and Avali comes across and he sees that you're going 2 TC, he doesn't actually need to open archers. He could just flood Ghazi, because you'll only have 2 spearmen. And that means he can then rush the second TC. So yeah, this is a very important detail at the beginning, where the scout's going to be. Check their seeding, 16 and 17. There you go, guys. Literally, this is, by seeding logic, the closest matchup of the first round. Cheap haul, yeah, as expected. Pretty even. Remember, it's double berry sieve, so no one should be pulling super far ahead of the other. Looking at the actual spawn itself, if he does go 2 TC, there's a really good spot up here, but it feels so far out against Delhi. The berries and the deer is kind of crazy in this area. For Avali, he got double deer back, which is insane for Delhi, because you don't need to rush towards that pro scouts. It's organically going to happen, and when it does, you have the ability to pull all that food back with just 1 or 2 scouts. And let's be real, like, how's an Abbasid player going to really stop you doing that? And don't get me started on the boar, because no one in this matchup cares about the boar. I don't know, man. I think we need to give these halal civs something to look forward to. If they can't eat the piggy, like maybe, I don't know, you can tame it and then use it as a war animal. Like, give them a role, man. Poor things just don't do anything in these matchups. This is where I'm going to get the full, like, animal cruelty on my ass of, like, but KP, why do you want them to kill the animals? Look, if a kajillion humans have to die on this one map, I think we can accept a few piggies doing so too. My question is, we've got the wolf dens. When are we getting the boar dens? That's actually an interesting idea. I kind of like that. But obviously, like, each sequential boar that spawns is much stronger than the last one. Oh. I actually like that idea. And there it is. It is going to be the horseman follow-up. Love the fact he's adding in the spears. Yeah, because Avali is being greedy. Ahaha! This is a sick read by GUA. He didn't even check. He's just assuming, which is, like, a bit risky, but it's going to work out. So, guys, what Avali's doing conceptually makes sense. You know, the idea for a while was that you see this play from Abbasids and you go, oh god, I need to go archers. But you know not going Ghazi is bad. So you go Ghazi anyway. Because the logic is it's only 2 Dark Age spearmen. How could they possibly slay 4 Ghazi? They can't. So you'd just be able to kill them one by one and then kill the injured Ghazi. Unfortunately for Avali, that's not the way this is going to pan out. No. GUA already adding in additional spears. Hardened status is on the way. Now, he will get an early warning about what's coming, because he will see the spearmen get upgraded. I hope. I say I hope because sometimes, I gotta say, Abbasid upgrades for spearmen feel very subtle. And if you're not looking and you're zoomed out, you actually might not notice at a glance. Yeah, I think Abbasid spearmen upgrades might be the most hard to read out of all the spear upgrades, from dark to feudal. So that's pretty important, because if he doesn't realize it, I mean, he'll realize if there's more than 2 spears, right? That's the important thing. Oh, Avali. He's being super greedy about this. He went for the blacksmith, double blacksmith at that. Okay, so this is, I think this is a stylistic element. Avali's doing double beastsmith because of the players against. GUA is renowned for his all-ins. He's kind of relentless. He's, you know, NA's discount vortex, if you will. But he takes it to the extreme sometimes, especially with Abbasids. Something about this Civ he saw and thought, that's a Ram Rush Civ. So this play by Avali is reactionary to the player more so than the Civ. And we are at least going to get the archers. So he does realize what's up. Ooh, but that's expensive. Will he lose any? Yep, one goes down. So first blood drawn, and it will be GUA, the one swinging. Oh, you can tell he got upgraded because he got a hat? Well, yeah, because like when I'm zoomed out, I'm definitely noticing this slightly different hat. He has a hat in Dark Age as well. What do you mean? It's just like a square circular. I don't know what they're called. It's like flat on top and then circular. A cap of some kind. Well, this would be technically a cap. You ever realize they look like they basically just stole an acorn from the world's largest squirrel? Anyway. This is where I'm going to discover I've deeply offended some tradition in the Middle East that I didn't realize existed. Right in here with the horseman. We'll get the kill on the villager. Nice start. Okay, so Avali, a bit tricky here. Also, what happened with his economy? He didn't get textiles. He's like, what, half a villager behind? Almost 2 villages behind, even though he's only lost 1. So not a great start here for Avali. He also hasn't approached the sacred sites yet. Small leads can make the difference, folks, especially when you're up against a player who knows this build like the back of his hand. The last boar is the farm boss, 2,000 HP, but 5,000 food. Dog, that is not a good deal. Like that, that is such a... You need to go touch your account. You're getting scammed. A boar usually has 150 HP, and you want to give the final one 2,000 HP for 5,000 food? I'll refund that. I'll pass. Okay, so GUA's actually being quite well-tempered about this. Yeah, this is actually really well played by him. Reformed give you anxiety? Usually by now, his ass is so deep in the base, he might as well be the Delhi. But this is a tempered form. He will A-click in a little bit. Does get the poke. Another kill. Worth it. He doesn't get the final strike. Oh, that's unfortunate. I think GUA could have got away with killing 1 horseman for the kill. 2 horseman deaths to get 1 villager, I think, is okay. Needs to be careful of reinforcements being intercepted like this, though. Let's actually keep the spear alive. But notice what he was doing. GUA, that was very ballsy the way he played that. That widespread was blocking any sort of maneuver by the Delhi onto the sacred sites. Navli. Oh, the greatest of stare downs here. 2 villagers just not moving. I think Avali... Is he aware they're AFK now? This is rough for Avali, actually. Like, the gold harass is pretty annoying because in this game, he hasn't touched a sacred site. So although he's got 7 scholars, that's been due to the mining camp activities. I think, yeah, he just pulled them away now. So confident he can take a sacred site. No surprise either. 10 Ghazi makes you feel pretty strong. That's a dirty little wall. I love that. Avali's trying to be big brain about this because he's up against mass melee. So he's stopping him from swarming him. Oh, that is sick. And also, yeah, this is crazy. The archers now, if you run full with the spearman, he can go around the other side. So Give You Anxiety cannot actually chase him. It's impossible to chase him because of this wall. That's a sick play by Avali. The more gruesome is what's coming out of GUA. Goes in again. Gets another worker kill. And although that was a really cool play by Avali, did you guys notice something that's problematic at the tail end of the fight? Where is SS? Avali doesn't have a sacred site. We're now approaching 12 minutes in the game. This is unordinary for Delhi. He has at least got Pro Scouts complete, so enough food to work with. But like right now, you're playing Delhi with 0 upside. The only thing you got going for you is Ghazi are pretty cool. Ghazi. Why do we not have wheelbarrow? The creed. I love the confidence as well. All right, reinforcements are coming. Back to the berries. Horseman may jump the gun here. Bit of a rough fight for GUA, Avali. Didn't get too much out of this. And Avali. Okay, that was going to be a good trade. Oh my god, I don't think he expected this many spears, even though he saw them last time. Giving anxiety. Now the 4 worker kills in total, so he struck another 2 on the gold. Yeah, there they are. This is crazy. You know how you watch most people play Abbasids and you think the Civ is kind of trash and boring and why would anyone pick it? And then you watch Give You Anxiety play it. He may not always win when he does this, but it really makes you rethink how you categorize the Civ when you watch him. Nicely micro by Avli. He does at least target the injured. Even actually claims an extra against the outcropping. But I'm getting a little bit concerned now. Because it looks like he's full hunkering down. Walls are going up. GUA is getting everything he needs. He's probably going to be able to get both the deer stacks before any threat comes his way. And also, like, here's the craziest part, guys. He's winning these engagements with 0 blacksmith upgrades. The first one's now coming in at 13 minutes. This is usually the thing that gets Abbasids killed. It's why they lose so often this matchup. They just can't match the tech timings. In this game, GUA, he doesn't care about him. Brute forces his way in. Handful of spearmen here from Avali, but not a lot. Undermesh is about to complete. The horseman wave has been cleared up. It's just spearmen hitting into the archers now. GUA, could this be the first mistake of the game? I mean, this is a hard fight to win. Spear count is still good enough, though. The Ghazi are gone. Oh my god, what? Boot camp for what? Like, this is ridiculous. The extra 14 HP, 10 on the archers seems to be the difference here. Because without that, this would have been a complete wipe. Crazy. I mean, Undermesh only came in halfway through that fight, so most of the horsemen been cleared. Spearmen were dying too fast. GUA, he does have a reasonable villager lead, I think it's fair to say, to a way that you can afford to not outright win these battles now. The crazy part to me is how that felt more like a draw than a dominant victory for Avali. I think he came out ahead, but nowhere near as much as you'd expect someone with 4 blacksmith tech's advantages worth to do so. Finally, now, with that victory, for the first time in this game, Avali is able to claim a sacred site. It took long enough. Tire sure makes you work for it. And also, we do have now adding in the Camel Archer, so a debuff onto the Ghazi means your horsemen are just as good now. Archer quantity is bulking. This is a little bit scary because if you start to trend towards castle on both sides, then GUA is immediately going to be able to rush some important techs here to make his army very good. And rush him even quicker if he gets the Golden Age 2, which is likely to happen before he hits castle at this rate. GUA had a Camel Archer in that fight. He would have had it. I'm not entirely convinced. His horseman count going to that fight wasn't insane. And they died very quickly at the start to the spearmen, the small group of spearmen, and the Ghazi trade out with the archers. Like, I'd say, actually, like, the archer's done as much damage as the Ghazi to the horseman. So, I don't think a Camel Archer in that fight would have dramatically changed things, per se. Like, I think the thing in hindsight for GUA is blacksmith timings. I've seen this type of build from him before, and sometimes it costs him the game, because when you blob this quickly, you are going to be missing key damage techs and damage reduction techs. Like, it's crazy, he still hasn't queued up the other ones. He's queuing up archers, but doesn't have steeled arrow. It's got a lot of melee, but no melee tech. Looks like he does at least deny the scholar on the south side. And wow, gets a triple scholar, triple Ghazi kill after the scholar. That's a lot of value. Central Sacred Site at least has the walls up, but GUA already knocking on the door. Yeah, he's got no one being captured. Avali, it feels like he's not going to be able to maintain more than one Sacred Site on average. Horseman stabbing at it again, but at this stage, Avali has enough scholars. He would like to produce more, but I think he's just accepted he might not be able to. Because, guys, like, if you want to go castle, great, have loads of scholars. But if you don't, there's something important to keep in mind here. There's nothing else for Avali to get. All these boys can be is healers. So I think he's just kind of accepting that his castle is probably going to have a weaker tech timing. He doesn't want to have to risk the gold. The fact that he's going farms already tells you how awkward things have gotten in this game. GA now scaling camel archers. How interesting. 1 or 2 makes sense to the debuff, but going up to 3? I guess he's thinking raid. GA definitely has a funky macro, I'll say that much as well. The amount of food he's got, but the gold just not being touched is crazy. He's got a back gold. It's not like it's risky or anything. But he's basically flowing enough food to get into Castle Age, but the gold is now completely devoid. Yeah, I'm scratching my head a little bit with this build order. If he wants to just blob, then build more production blob quicker, right? Just put the food and wood to work. It feels like he is at the cusp of making the castle choice, but isn't committing. Oh my god, Avali no. Avali just keeps losing track, man. This is, what, the 3rd time this has happened? We had one in the south just a second ago, and then one earlier, I think, in the north. I'll tell you what, if someone approached me with a salary to be in Avali's Delhi army as a Ghazi, I think I'd decline it and ask if I could become a spear, because I'd probably have a longer life expectation. I'd have a lot of blisters on my feet, but at least I'd be living. Poor Ghazi just not getting a chance to, and now GUA, look at the military. Are we really not going to see Castle Age in this game? I mean, with the way that GUA is zerging, he might not have a choice at this rate. He might run out of population. And that's another skull intercept. Avali has started to bulk them again with the limited gold access he had. I.e. the Sacred Sites. Avali also, you know, if he was thinking Castle Age, if being forced off that, looks like we're probably going to have a farm transition. I know he's got Siege Engineering coming, but I don't really see a ram all-in timing here. But the fact he's going to be able to build farms instead actually might be a blessing in disguise. He just doesn't actually have much food left. Okay, there we go. Giving Zai is 500 gold. So we finally have the gathering, but he just spent all the food. What? What? Okay, at least he's getting blacksmith tech, so it's fine. Like, I'm glad of that, because it's crazy that we are going to be 20 minutes in this game with almost a quarter of his population into archers, and he doesn't have steel arrow. That is wild. GUA. It's equal archer count to Avali. He's going to bait the Ghazi in. Okay, GUA, it's kind of like he waited to pull them back, hoping that Avali wasn't going to be looking. Sacred Sites have been decapped. There is no gold gen right now. He's got one coming on the south side, but what I'm seeing is a trend of GUA moving towards Castle Age and Avali looking more and more stuck here. Yeah, with this active gathering, it feels like no doubt. We've got farms coming in as well. You're probably going to be looking at... Well, I think Culture Wing can make a lot of sense here, just for the efficiency. He might want to go Eco Wing just to expand his play in the later phase, but I think Culture Wing just makes a lot of sense here. Nice fight. Actually finds a group of Spearmen out on their own. Avali just seeming immobile right now, which is crazy for someone who has 22 Ghazi. I guess the fact he's got archers is leaving him a bit scared. We do have Culture Wing now coming in as predicted. Ghazi are going to go for the raid, but the Camel Archer aura there. It's not a lot of space, but it should be good enough because of that camel. Yeah, and Avali hesitates. The problem is sometimes having this many horsemen is bad, because now you've got this many, like, you freak out about the idea of committing into anything that has just a small counter against you, if that makes sense. Because it feels like you could just lose a lot. You have to keep in mind when you have this many units, you get clumsy. You trip over each other in a fight. So it's almost like Avali would benefit from having 2 groups of 10 Ghazi instead. That's a lot more micro. How's the Abbasid eco so strong? He killed a few workers early on, and then you've got to remember the Golden Age gives 15%. Actually, a pretty big booster. And then there's the military trades. Like, I think GUA, for the most in this game, especially early on, done better trades. While blocking out Delhi's economy win condition. Now, Delhi are finally going to be getting those sacred sites, but I think at this stage, Avali probably is all too aware of why. Horsemen, in the meantime, have dove into the back. He's idling... Oh my god, that's a lot of farms not working right now. So many ponies. There's a few spearmen starting to arrive, so that will be enough to scare GUA away. And I think this is the point where Avali knows what's about to happen. It's too obvious. Your opponent backed away and let you have sacred sites. His horsemen went raiding instead. Considering how big Giving Anxiety's army is, there's only one reason he wouldn't want to fight you. Avali's going to have to rush, by the way. If he goes for a tech up instead, I think he's dead. It's too big of a disadvantage now. Because composite bows and veterancy could both be on the way. GUA, hilariously enough, instead goes for fitted leather works, the melee armor. Wait, what? And he chooses double mango. Oh, yes. Okay, this makes sense, though. He wants POC first, preservation of knowledge, to then discount composite bows. Plus veterancy. Actually, I guess the veterancy you can't really wait on, but you're kind of fine to wait on composite bows. Yeah, because if you have to wait on both those techs, your opponent gets a really big window to attack. GUA is playing a dangerous game with his gold on the back. No. Avali just doesn't know. He doesn't realize how gold hungry GUA's got because he kind of skewed the maths going for the mangoes. Does reveal it now. Bad news for Avali, who has committed to the all-in. Spears, Ghazi, archers, climbing in numbers, not in quality. No, when it comes to quality, there is only one beast in this cage. He's about to reveal himself. Goes on the approach. Veterancy just kicked in. This is it. This is the moment where I think Avali knows. He's up Craps Creek without the paddle. Horseman jump straight in. Better than the Ghazi now. And the Spearman's so far behind. It doesn't even matter. The counter unit isn't even here, and yet the Ghazi are melting. Give you anxiety. Possibly the only person I trust to just run Abbasids at Delhi like this and out aggro them. And when you look back at this early game, I think people are going to be taking notes because it's not an easy thing to do against the Delhi. Done it so well here. So it feels like we are heading towards a deciding game here, folks. GUA able to strike back in the second with a bloody impressive execution. Archers don't even care about the Ghazi. They're like, let me by. Needs to chill pill a little bit. It's the creeper mangoes as well. Horseman just went back. No. Wait, just go for the farms. I mean, you go for the farms, he loses everything. Mango Wallops are starting to connect. Even if they weren't, the archers alone win this fight. It's like Tower of Victory times 3. That'll be a best of 3 going the full way. Well played by GUA. How do you counter a full Spearman Archer combo? MMA? What? Men at Arms? MAA, I don't think you can get out quick enough there. Like, I think you're just so far behind. Like, in a more equal game, yes, Men at Arms would be a solid way to go. It's a reliable front line. And you could even add in Springles, actually, to a certain degree once you have the Men at Arms to hold back the Archer spam. Damn, that was impressive. I like that game. Okay. So, deciding game, folks, is going to be on Enlightened Horizon. And we are getting the Ottomans. Okay, I'm excited. Rus, I'm a bit skeptical about. I'm not so sure about the Rus pick. Curious to see how he's going to cook with it on this map. Let me just choose Enlightened Horizon here, and we'll hop into the deciding game. Drafts. Oh wait, did I have the drafts the wrong way around? No, no, I don't. Oh yeah, yeah, I see what happened. The names got mixed up. Sorry about that. There we go. Boom. One and all, this actually might be the funnest Civ to watch in Age of Empires 4 right now. Ottomans. A Civ that has actually found a way to be aggressive in 2025, and it's being manned by a true aggressor. Give you anxiety in control of them here in deciding game up against Avali, who's on the Rus. Map is going to be Enlightened Horizon. Enlightened Horizon that has had a drastic amount of changes made to it in a recent hot patch. Now got the abandoned outpost between the two bases for vision. You've also now got the wolf dens added that are very desirable due to how easy they are to burn down early and receive 150 gold in doing so. Outside that, there's now trade posts, big golds in the corner. Enlightened Horizon, as you know it, is about to be very different in this day and age. Also, I think we are more consistently getting the little peak here, which it's probably never going to matter for anything except one thing, guys. Just imagine how epic the shots of Jean would look on this hill. I'm curious to see how Avali is going to make the Rus feel epic here, though. One thing that is cool is the idea of multi-scout spam into merchant camps. Remember, any Civ that can get extra units out early benefits greatly from this detail on the map. Generates 45 resources per minute. Now, later on in the game, that's kind of a little shrug, but at this point in the game, 45 resources per minute is like a 10% increase to your economy. GUA will be reacting with the slow approach. It could be the Spearman, which is fine. If this was active Spearman production, you'd be in trouble, but your opponent is building 1 damage units, which your spears counter. So as long as he doesn't let Avali get the second merchant camp, I think he's quite happy to delay his own cap. One issue he's going to have here, likely we're looking at pro scouts, but if Give You Anxiety is playing the aggressive build, which, judging by the way he just played a Bastards in game 2, he's probably going to be playing aggressively, I actually think Otto's a favorite here. You can pin the Rus into their base very easily with this type of spawn. And love this. GUA just laming on the deer to guarantee they don't get shoved in. Complicating things. Because the other deer stacks are in the middle of the map. Wait, is Give You Anxiety sacking the merchant camp? Yeah, he is. He's gone for the deer. Okay, interesting. Like this, though, we have got Minaret Madrasa, so looks like we're going to be guaranteed some aggro from Give You Anxiety. Alright, 1's if you think Rus are going to win this game. 2's if you think Ottomans are. And I do notice you YouTube plebs. You did have a lot of chatter in that game. There's a lot going on. Also, don't be silly. If you think you're not a pleb, we're all plebs. That's how it works. We're the plebeians, mate. None of us were born with a silver spoon in the mouth. You know how I know? I have 0 tier 3 subs. Actually, I guess Archer is a tier 2, which is kind of crazy. Okay, so a balance between who thinks who's going to win. Curious to see if GUA cooks something different. I really want to see a Kinji work, but it's just such a meme right now, unfortunately. The problem with the Kinji, guys, that's the Cav Archer that shoots twice. The problem is it's in tier 2 instead of tier 1. I think if it was in tier 1, it would be more viable. Like, genuinely at this point, considering how rare meta drums are, I think you could swap meta drums and improve it in some way with a Kinji. And then you might occasionally see Cav Archer builds. What happened with this? Like, what? Oh, this is a poor man's deer shove. Are you? Oh my god. So you got 2 of the 7 deer. Avali is now going to probably lame the others. I don't think you want to give your opponent a chance to shove these back. I'm a little bit surprised by Avli, though. He didn't burn the wolf dens, and I'm wondering why. Yeah, actually, like this is a big mistrick by Avli, because if he burned the wolf dens, he could have had pro scouts coming in probably like 30 seconds sooner. He would have been up to, what, 4 scouts at that point? And I think 4 scouts is enough to torch down. It's a little bit tricky because your Dark Age torch damage is worse. But even if you have to wait until you're feudal, you do it right at the start, you know, you're going to save yourself probably 20, 30 seconds at least. Wolves come out the den? Yeah, but you can kite them. Like, they're a meme. They don't really feel as threatening as you'd think. Watch. Okay. wait. Why are we killing the wolf? Avali, this is not old Roos. Brother, please, just burn. Avali. I can't help but feel at this point he could have actually killed the wolf den, almost. But it's fine. I mean, it's not like when you almost kill it, it's going to spawn more wolves. It does spawn more wolves. Avali, this is not... This is new Roos. You don't get bounty for this anymore. Is he really that threatened? Because, like, look at the torch damage. You see what I mean? The wolves would definitely not kill him in time. So here you go, guys. Avali, he just got cha-chinged. 150 gold. So now you run over. I think you genuinely just ignore the wolves. Killing them is just not worth it. And he's going for the... Wait, is this a Ronin? No, it can't be a Ronin strat, guys. You only start spawning Ronins at 5 minutes in, and it takes 2 minutes each. So a Ronin strat would require a lot of time to pay off. But while this has been happening, Jiwei has been a nuisance back at home. We do have archers coming in. Okay, let's see if he does it this time. Please don't kill the wolves. Wolves' lives matter, okay? Who's going to raise that kid in the wild in a Disney story, if not these wolves? Okay, it's definitely not going to be these wolves. By the way, don't know if you guys are aware of this, but he did get pro scouts, and he has had pro scouts for a long time now. And we have 0 deer coming home. Like, this is such a weird game. I mean this in the nicest way, but it's kind of like watching an AI play. Like, you know what I mean? Where a unit that threatens you appears, you attack it. So there we go. He gets the gold. Why did we go pro scouts? This might be the most worthless pro scouts. Okay, we finally have deer. Okay, that's good then. He has got a few coming home. Oh my god. I'm a bit shocked they actually got in, considering there's archer spear play here from GUA. But did he go to military schools? There you go. That's why. I had a feeling. That's the only reason it would make sense that you couldn't block the pro scouts, is if he went for a second school. But get your numbers in, folks. High trade house on the way. It's... I mean, it's okay. And we do finally have value for pro scouts. If they get home, that might be a big if. I mean, the army can easily intercept. The good news is you are scouts, so you should see. And yeah, I think he got a glimpse of it, so he's going to go wider now. It's still difficult to get in here, because something else UA is doing. Is he capturing this? This would be great, because then your opponent can't sneak by, and you just camp at the west side, and... Oh, he finds him building up. Yeah, the scout revealed it. Archer count is weak for Avali. He can't defend this. He's got an outpost garrison, but you can just bypass. This high trade house is unguarded. Oh, no. Okay, so now you just camp here. Because here's the funny thing about Enlightened Horizon, guys. You just rally new troops in here. It never got walled, so it actually doesn't take you very long to get new troopers to reinforce this area. He's already got the metro as well, which means he has got the extra protection, and villagers are going to commit. Okay, so he's going to force the trade on the archers. Spearmen are going to be diving in. Archers all dead. Villagers now in trouble. Avali, oh, not like this. He might get it up. But at what cost? We won't have much of an economy, that's for sure. Now 7 eco units behind. 6 worker kills down. And... oh my god. Daddy, when will you be back? When the ice has thawed and the mountains are no longer snowy, the clan shall return with the food for the summers. They've taken so long to come back. So long, they're gonna get discovered. Oh god, and we do at least have horse archers coming out, so I don't think GA can stay here. Men at arms as well. Giving Zai, I mean, it's kind of crazy he hasn't just default won this game yet. But he does need to solve the age issue. Yeah, was there actually like a better target? Maybe harassing the tree. Oh, I forgot. I'm watching GA play, so it had to be a ram. Oh my god. What a wacky game. By the way, I love points of interest. Like, am I alone in that? And what is up, Failgame? I love that as well. Get those subs rolling in. Be like Failgame1. First of his name. Support the channel. Appreciate it, buddy. But like, I enjoy point of interest. I love these new Wolf ones. I like that they actually have some cool builds you can cook. I don't know if I like this. Actually, no, it's fine. There's no steeled arrows, so the men at arms are no threat. Ram gets cleared up. But legit, I think the devs introduced these point of interest as an experiment to see if people like them and want more. And I, for one, want more. I want new types of point of interest. The merchant camps are like variable, but are very intriguing on this map. The wolf camps are very cool, in theory. Outpost vision's lame. I think the abandoned outpost should just like probably have a way of giving them more, but having a trade-off of having to keep something here. These are very good on stealth forest maps. And the relic one is implemented, but it's not been implemented on any competitive maps. So the relic one, where you have to dig it up, the excavation site one, exists on a meme map that's a bit like Black Forest. Well, apparently when you're GOA, you literally have a quota of rams required, and if you don't do it, you lose your license as an American. We have another ram coming in against mass men at arms. That achieved something. But he has at least got tech coming behind. So we'll be aging up. Having archers in this situation is not bad, by the way, because your opponent did want to go horse archers. That kept him away from them. And now you've got archery rangers to switch into crossbows with. Great map control, by the way, from Avali. He's been capturing the merchant camps whenever his opponent moves away. Nice interception by GUA. Does snipe the Warrior Monk, so first attempt is going to be a fail. I wonder, would it have been worth going for the Imam points here? I guess at this stage, especially not. He's too far away. He already committed into the extra military campus, so looking to scale into the mid-game more than rush the relics, which is surprising here. Make a villager control it, make it cost something free vision is dumb. I think you should require a unit to stay there, which is literally, if I remember correctly, how StarCraft does it. Because StarCraft has these vision-type tower things. But the whole idea is that you only get the vision when you're near it. Are you kidding me? Avali, please don't. Did we not learn from the last monk's death, please? This is a lot of men at arms there. The crossbow count not really there, so we're finally going to see the warrior monks picking up the goodies. But Giving Anxiety does have a research timing here with the first expos arriving. They went the long way round. Wait, what? Okay, so I'd be curious what GUA's thought process is as to why he can't take that fight. Because with the crossbows coming from the side, I think you probably could kind of kite them out. I guess it's awkward. If you came through the gate, as I think was the original plan, then it's easy. Because you just tank with archers and kill with crossbows. But the issue is he had like, what, 5 crossbows there that would have been jumped straight away. You don't like the watchtowers in SC2? Faye, you don't like a lot, do you? Alright, Captain Negative. Faye's just so toxic. Wait, did one of the monks not pick up the... I think one of the monks didn't pick up a relic. Oops. Men-at-Arms are now committing. I mean, this is fine for Avali. His opponent's going to go crossbows anyway, so you don't really want Men-at-Arms anymore, but they've created the space necessary for you to pick relics, so it's worth. It's free vision is lame? I mean, shouldn't you be moaning about manners more if you hate free things? Avali, is Horse Archer really the play here? I don't know. I'm a bit weirded out by Horse Archers into Ottoman range blob. Also mangoes on a map like this. So the problem with Horse Archers, guys, is they are really meant to be able to raid. And Enlightened Horizon's not really a great raiding map. It's why I'm a little bit dubious when I see night comps. It's not easy to get into your opponent in this corner. It only works if your opponent is rushing out for things like the golds, which in theory they should be. But because the tiny cave veins, right? Because it's 1600, 1600. But Ottomans with this comp aren't really going to drain gold quickly. And also they have free units added in as well. We do have Sacred Sites locked in. I like this. Okay, so one change I make here, by the way, little tip to the map creators. This should spawn up here. That's much more epic, and there's a cool strategy on walling this in then. Please, devs, make change. You were so close. So close. I can almost guarantee there was a version of this map at one stage that had a high ground high enough to drop a keep. And then they probably saw King of the Hill in a tournament and went, oh, no. Okay, so a 5-relic game. Avali, the high trade house in the end, by the way, is 170 gold on tier 2 bounty. Pretty bloody good. Military schools is definitely adding a lot of extra production in for GUA. And, pause that thought. We talked about them needing to raid, but unfortunately the wall went up just in time to stop him. He looked to break in, but that would take way too long. 3 Sacred Sites locked in, though, and I gotta say, guys, things are not looking great for GUA. And I never thought I'd say that after Avali's wacky opening here onto the Wolf Dens. Villagers, whoa, hold that fort. Might be worth GUA just getting an outpost out here to be safe. And yeah, there we go. Straight away, sets it up. I did go straight into the Advanced Academy. Okay, so we've got to switch into Janissaries. Interesting matchup now, guys, between Horse Archers and Janissaries. Because Horse Archers, they used to be able to trade reasonably well into Janissaries due to the fact they were doing 50% more damage. But remember, nowadays, Janissaries only take bonus damage from Archers specifically with the light gunpowder infantry tag. So that's very different. All of a sudden, actually, Jannies can trade out straight up quite well against Horse Archers. Because they've got the better attack speed, similar health, and a lot more damage. Always thought to is going to offset some of that concern. Wait, what? Why? Why? We have a castle. Is he going for a landmark snipe? All right, Avali's a monster. Also, that is a monstrous lumber camp. Can you please? What? I would have never expected him to do this. This is sick. Landmarks. The whole logic is you can actually siege them all down. Unfortunately for him, the Mehmed Imperial Armory got pushed pretty far away. But you can still siege a lot of this base down. I think, yeah, Trebs would actually be able to reach... I don't think they've reached the military school. It'd be tight. They can take out the TC safely. Meanwhile, GUA is on a collision course for the back of Avali's main. And he's about to find that out the hard way. Not just that, he built a siege workshop back here. Oh. Blow the candles out, sweet prince? Man goes, oh no! Avali caught sleeping on the deer! And that villager leader is getting out of control. What just happened? One smush! A strike from heaven here. Rocks from the skies to rock Avali's world. Now the siege down the siege workshop. I mean, even if the mango came out, what would it do other than just die? In fact, wait, is he allowing it? Uh-oh. I mean, that's just a waste. That is such a waste. Jiu doesn't realize, though. backstab Mango, maybe? What is going on here? Avali doesn't realize he's got the Mango after that. Jiwei didn't notice the Mango. He's now pressing back towards his base. He's underneath the primary TC. And that is a Mango down. He's going to go after the relics. Jiwei, I don't understand. Like, you've brought Siege, but it's not your normal one, my friend. This is not a Ram. And it's about to get worse. He finally realized Avali, he comes in. Mango now approaching, needs to react to that quickly. Takes a heavy hit. Warrior Monks are going to get the blessing just in time. Men at Arms tanking up a lot more now. And a Mango with another hit. I think that's broken. Are you actually for real in this game? Jiwei, he has an insane eco lead, but may have just thrown the game away with this dive. I can't believe it. I genuinely cannot believe what I'm watching here. Give you anxiety. That dive was good enough. Yeah, your opponent has 5 relics, but come on. An 18 villager lead with military schools? I think he got freaked out by the keep drop, the siege timing, and felt like he had to go right now, but now he's going to get to go back to the lobby because all of a sudden Avali is in control. Rough situation for sure, losing so many villagers, but a lot of the damage can be offset by the relics and the sacred sites. Not to mention things like the merchant camps and the fact that now, if you just run across the map, Jiwei won't be able to gather any of this. He'll be back in a hidey hole. Meantime, Madrissa has already addressed one of the landmarks. TC now being targeted. I think Avali's done it. Okay, this map is fun, man. This is such a cool map. I really do enjoy the idea of this map. I think this is like kind of proof, like it's partially due to the design of the map where you spawn, etc. It's like a good version of Forts, but also it's the point of interest. I think it's deceptive, the relevance they had early on in the game. You don't really realize it, but they did matter. Definitely feels like a map that rewards aggression and punishes lack of presence. Because obviously this corner is not very rich in resources, so you can't stay here for long. Ooh. And what have we got? Okay, so he actually went for the Janissary Company. Yeah, you can tell that Jiwei's in kind of dire straits here because he built a good eco lead, but now at risk. A few villager kills back the other way means it's only a 10 eco lead now for Jiwei. We do have a defensive castle on the way. Avali has not recaptured all sacred sites, so this has been pretty slow. We've got Triple Trebuchet about to delete the TC. He should be able to hit military schools as well. Did he get the vision? Ah, he's got it coming. Smart lad. This is good, guys. So Castle Watch just kicked in. Look at what this outpost sees. What makes it worse is, where does Jiwei build now? Oh, we're about to see that Janissary versus Horse Archer fight. It is not a good fight for ponies anymore. Yeah, meet ponies, Antichrist. Don't get anywhere near these bad boys. We actually have Sipahi as a priority now for Jiwei. Probably because he's worried about the siege. Okay, that's a crafty little wall, by the way. Speaking of walls. Hey, I noticed like someone broke in the door, so I replaced your door, and I have the key to the lock. Okay, but you're gonna be safe in there. Don't be weirded out if I come into your house at night. Oh, is it nighttime already? Uh-oh. Can he just rush it? He actually might be able to just rush it right now. No! Why are we out here? You could genuinely just rush the landmark. Yeah, and he knows it. He's moving. This is it. Avali's finest moment. Now, he may not be winning this series on his map, but it's a pretty cool map to win it on nonetheless for Avali. The reaction force is coming in, but it's small fries right now, especially the Mango reinforcements. Avali, Does he not realize? He just saw the army out there. Instead, he's going to try to flank raid, but good reactions. I'm a bit flummoxed, man. I thought that was his kind of go point. Maybe he's just freaked out that he doesn't have enough units to protect the mangoes. Instead, he gives more time over to give you anxiety. A dangerous thing to do against Ottomans. You know those vizier points add up over time. Yeah, GOA basically is only building Janissaries passively. He has 0 gold income. He's just secured this one, so that's going to be a big influx of cash. More outposts on the way, but this is the problem. He has to keep everything at home to defend because he's down to 1 landmark. So you can't really split your army, but like your opponent can now just raid again with the horse archers. And, oh no. Yeah, I think the Janissaries are going to die, guys. Like, that to me screams Janissary counter. It sounds weird to say, but like, Jannies are low HP and Springald's are pretty damn good at clearing bulk. This is going to be a wacky fight. The castle from Avali? That might be a bit ambitious, but he obviously doesn't know that Jue's squaring up yet. Not to think twice about it. He does delete the wall, smartly done. That choke point was actually going to grief him more. Because his troops would clump. Here we go. Charge on in. Springald's getting ready to reload. He's actually, wait, what? Oh my god, the villagers! What? Emily, no! 18 villages sunk down just like that. If Give Young Zai survives this assault, he'll be back in the driving seat. I cannot believe this. Villager pull now coming in from GUA. He's got the torches out. He's rushing for it, but there's still Springles. This is a death trap. No way. No way. They line up. Pen shots coming through. Everyone is just hurling their economy into a death pool here. Give you anxiety. All of a sudden, that entire eco lead is gone. It doesn't exist anymore. This is ridiculous. Avali still confident he'll eventually get the castle up. And the Springalds have carried him through. Sick clutch read on the switch up. Forces Give you anxiety into the weirdest and wackiest of positions. I'd expect nothing less from these two. Incredible game on Enlightened Horizon. This actually, after I thought it was going to be Relic River, might be my favorite map of the expansion. What the hell? Oh my god, that's incredible. I was speechless at that game. I don't even know what to make that on the YouTube video. Because, yeah, this is the thing that's annoying sometimes with YouTube. You have to make it something early in the video, but it's like, it got so much more epic the longer it went. Might have to start doing, like, trim cuts to later on in the game. Just to do those type of ones justice, because that was ridiculous. Alright, so, first series of the day done. Incredible. Let's see what else we've got. I think, is the Lash series ready to go? Might be. Let me check, because we've got Hung ADC versus Lash, which I think could be a very interesting matchup. Let me check on YouTube as well. Yeah, all good. Also, what the hell, Voldemar? Calling them baboons? I still recall one of your games on Enlightened Horizon with Lancaster. You're all monkeys, in my opinion. Is this a fresh new tourney? Yep, this is Midweek Muster number 22. It's the start of the week. So Hung ADC apparently is playing in a tournament right now. Is that correct? Because this series was meant to start 15 minutes ago. I just got communicated as delayed. So let me see what he's doing. I wasn't aware there was a tournament today. I'm guessing it's probably one of those Vietnamese tournaments. He's playing against KJ. I guess he's done? Was it beer 3 or beer 5? That's what I'm not sure of. Let me go A2 CM. Lash is drafting. Okay, guys. So we're going to do Lash versus Hung ADC. Oh, man. What a brilliant game. So let me pull up the draft. Let me reset everything. Lash on the left. So Lash and Hung ADC. Be nice if my caps button would work. Then... where was it? There's the map draft. Nice. Okay. So map number 1 is going to be Coastal. Fantastic. Okay. Wait. I'm so confused at multiple layers of this cake right now. So Lash randomed a ban onto Sushi. Oh, sorry. No. Hung randomed a ban onto Sushi. And Lash got HRE. Huh? I'm very confused right now. That's... okay, so... I think, by the way, like, for those who don't know, Hung ADC was quite good at the game when it first came out. He's ranked 200 right now, not too bad. But... this looks like drafting inexperience to me. Ibids as a first pick also tells you just how much team games Hung ADC plays. Like, Lash definitely won the draft. It's not even close. Getting KT, Roos, HRE, China, like, it doesn't get much better than that with Sushi being banned. Lancaster, by the way, I'm not really sure like Lancaster is that worth banning. So interesting thing about Lancaster, I think Lancaster bans at this stage is more of a it's boring to play against than it's OP. I think Lancaster isn't like a top 4 civ right now. I think KT is probably more competitively viable as we continue on. But like of top civs, HRE, China, Sushi, they're all better. Roos as well. They're all better than Lancaster for sure. Just went to the Xbox sale on Steam and they're showing your DLC career preview. Yo, are they really? That's cool. Hell yeah.
Central to the gameplay in the sense that
it is me.
Like
it's a me.
And in the Levant, like I think it was literally hundreds.
Got my boy nerding out. Man, I almost feel like I want to have more streams I do of Winston where we just nerd out about history. By the way, like that video I done was tough. And the reason it was tough is because my key bindings for follow cam and things like that were not working at all. So I had to manually pan the entire thing. I felt really bad, like I actually let down the quality of what I was making. Oh, ignore that. That's an idea. I don't know why it's so bad quality. Yeah. Look, we're on the Steam page. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, like every time like I was moving the camera, it was all manual. Like panning. Because usually we use follow keys because it's cleaner. Why is the quality so bad though? The quality feels really low. I'm never sure because like I'm watching and the stream is 1080p. You guys is 1080p, but my screen's 1440. So maybe it actually does look good for you guys. Is French really like A-tier? Absolutely. Very good civ at setting tempo, taking control of the game early on. Has good scalability. Multiple options going into Castle Age. Best cavalry in Field Age. Inherently scaling Villager. Lead. Can play Pro Scouts. I think honestly can kind of play into a little bit of 2TC if they want to. They have so many good options. Okay, so like, are we starting? What's going on? I'm keeping now. So we should be getting into game in a minute or two, guys. So we'll be doing Lash versus Hung ADC. Honestly, if Hung ADC wins with that draft, he's seriously like that he might just be like better than Louis, because that is a crazy draft. For what is that? Is that yeah? That's Carmel, and I think they picked. Was it Pigeon's View? Last year's draft doesn't make too much sense for Pigeon's View. Let me have a look. The map draft that Cal's creates wasn't quite perfect. Holy Island. Oh, okay, yeah. So Holy Island, like, that at least makes sense of his Japanese pick. Wait, but your opponent... No, so that's crazy. You can't let your opponent have KT if there's Holy Island. That's literally, like, the best pick. Alongside, what, Shushi Japanese? But I'd say it's better than Japanese. It's better than everything, if we're being totally real. It has just been nerfed, so maybe he'll be able to fight back a little bit. Yeah, I am skeptical on this one. How often does Lancaster get banned? Quite frequently, actually. So if we have a look at last week's Midweek muster, I can show you guys as an example. I think it was like 3rd or 4th most banned, if I'm not mistaken. Lancaster, 31 bans. HRE was 48. And yeah, Delhi was 25. Roos was 23. So I had more bans. But like I said, I think part of this is a residual route, like, Lancaster's OP. But I think another big part of it is that people are bored of playing against it. It's not fun. The biggest issue, genuinely the biggest sole issue with Lancaster is that it is probably the most unenjoyable Civ to play against in the game. Because it's anti-interactive. You don't do anything. You don't participate. Like, you just have to suck it up and deal with what that Civ does. And that's not an enjoyable experience. So, I hope they fix that, because I've said before, I actually think Lancaster has some very, very cool, compelling elements to its game play. I know some people have issue with sync shot, but part of my brain is kind of like, to a certain extent, of get over it. Like, needs some slight micro adjustments, but also I actually want to see more abilities like this, and I've been quite vocal on this, and I know some people don't like that. They're like, I don't want MOBA abilities in my RTS. And I've said, for the people that don't want to engage with like those type of abilities, if that becomes the baseline, that's fine. In your low rank games, that won't be a thing. People who want to use this ability will end up crawling up the ladder and out of your like elo anyway. So who cares? Just look at Dota 2, how low rank people don't build BKB, but BKB is like for years and years the OP thing in high level. In the early days of Dota 2, Blink Dagger was like brokenly good, but low ranking players didn't like it because they didn't know how to use it. So, like, it doesn't matter. Like, you will calibrate to where you're meant to be. So at that point, if you don't like the idea of more skill shots, you're just being, I think, shallow about what your ranking would be, if that makes sense. And you shouldn't be. Just, who cares about rank? Just play the game to enjoy the game. Like, I think maybe throwing daggers would be cooler. Like, things like throwing daggers would generally be cooler if they were, you press them and they use the ability on something in range. Versus right now, I've talked about throwing daggers being really clunky to initiate. The range is very unintuitive. And if you're too close with Earl's Guard, they don't use them. They just run after the target. Not sure on its current power level. This is the thing. Like, people act as like if it's completely broken. And then we see it time and time again do like practically no damage. It is, I think, sync shot, where it seems very good, is usually in Archer v Archer tradeouts. That's the area where it looks pretty strong. And I think I've said, like, there could probably be a slight more of a wind-up to them doing it, and maybe slightly less range is what I do. I give them slightly less range and slightly more wind-up. In fact, didn't they already do that once? I'm pretty sure in the patch notes, they made a change to sync shot, if I'm not mistaken. They did already change it. And it genuinely, based on the last 2 Lancaster games I've seen, I'd say it was felt. The change was felt. Okay, so game 1, by the way, guys, we're going to have Roos versus Iabids. Yeah. He's just going to mask... He's just going to mask Desert Rays, no? I think so. Not so sure about that. They added more delay? Yeah, it's fine. I legit think, like, sync shot is not a problem anymore. If you get to a large scale, sniping siege... Okay, every time someone mentions sniping siege, I've yet to see it look good. The amount of synchronized shots you need to snipe siege is, like, it's not broken. Do you know how, like, hard it is to kill a mangonel with sync shot? It takes an eternity. Because, like, a mangonel has 85% range resistance and 130 health. Like, you'd have to blow... I want to say, like, 60 archers with sync shot. And if it snipes Springles, that's fine. I'm fine with that. Because, like, everything can snipe Springles, right? That's not, like, an egregiously exclusive thing to sync shot. I don't know. I think sometimes people just need to stop listening to the echo chamber of, like, one or two content creators that maybe have an opinion on something and test it yourself and see how it feels. But then also gauge what your experience is versus someone else's. Because, like, not everyone is a beastie cute or a Marine Lord level of skill. It's cool. Sync shot is a positive addition to the game. Just like I think as time has gone on, I think we can start to appreciate that Jean has actually ended up being a positive addition. It was toxic and polarizing at first, but I think she added something good in the end. All right. Let's get to it. One and all, this might be the sole biggest outdraft I've ever seen in the history of Midweek Muster. Look at it. There's a water map coming later on. He got Knights Templar. He got HRE, which is the most busted civ in the game right now. He got Roost, which is right up there as well. And Hung ADC went all comfort. If you're not familiar with Hung ADC, he's a well-known figure in the Vietnamese community. He used to play a lot of 1v1, always loved his team games, but kind of disappeared from the 1v1 scene. He decided to re-enter it courtesy of Midweek Musters. And his first round opponent is going to be Lash. Yeah, I've got to say, like, Lash with this draft, Lash with this draft plus his consistency in 1v1, it's very hard to not bet on Lash to win this. In fact, let's put some predictions up. So, Lash versus Hung. This could be the matchup where I could, like, see Hung being favored, by the way. Just because you can play, into Camelance when your opponent goes Horse Archers. Desert Raiders, I don't think you really want to be there. It's a bit tricky. He could try to play the Logistics Wing opening, though. If you go Dervishes into Desert Raiders, you can actually block Pro Scouts quite well. He casts good players' games. I didn't realize we were casting your games. What do you mean good players? Like, are you really judging guys that are, like, in the top 200 in the game? Brother. Star Games, what is your rank? So something I've been quite adamant about is that genuinely, like, you can get interesting games, even if you're going down as low as, like, 500 on the ladder, etc. If the matchup, like, the players are skill-wise similar. But also, here's the other value of watching these, instead of watching literally, like, 10 hours of Beastie and 10 hours of Marine Lord, etc. The caliber those guys are playing at is so unrelatable for the majority of players that if you're trying to improve, it's actually anti-improvement, if that makes sense. Because you can't necessarily even understand the basics of why they're doing things. So you're jumping to the advanced. But if you have bad basics foundations, you're never going to improve. So actually, having a look at players that are a tier or two below are actually very useful to see from multiple angles. For a start, sometimes, like, the new meta changes come from these players first. The other thing is, you can actually then identify the differences between the way that Beastie would execute Ibids here and the way that Hung would. But you still learn, because the caliber that Hung has played towards to get to his rank has proved that something works. So there are things along the way that a Beastie, by comparison, would have optimized differently. Does that make sense? It's very useful. That's why we've had, like, the Bronze League Legends or Bronze League Heroes. I can't remember what we called it in the end. I think we changed names once or twice. I think it might have been Bronze League Legends in the end. Or at one point, it was Bronze Barbarians. But, like, that series is useful because there's very obvious things that someone's doing, inefficiently. And you're able to explain that to people. So this is going to be military wing reinforcement. I think what Hung ADC is doing right now is falling into the trap of team games. This is a very tight map. it's very hard to execute this build he's going for on 1v1s. It's much harder when you do it on a thin map like this. But I think this is because he's planned to block pro scouts. So if Lash realizes what's happening and just plays archers instead, I think he should be fine. And the Wooden Fortress suggests that might be what he's up to here. Don't watch pro games to relate to the players, though. I watch them to see what peak gameplay looks like. But once again, I think this idea of peak gameplay is bollocks that we've convinced ourselves is important to us. I don't think what's important to people the most is peak gameplay. I think what's important to people the most is competitive gameplay, i.e., are the two people we're watching face off similarly skilled? You see where I'm coming from there? Because if all anyone ever cared about was the absolute peak of the peak, and don't get me wrong, like this example, there is going to be a clear example of more people watching this, but Man United versus like Chelsea back in the day or whatever, like England versus Italy, but instead of watching like, you know, I'm trying to think of like tier 2, tier 3, Croatia versus maybe Mexico. Yeah, more people watch the first example. But a lot of people will still be interested in the other one if the matchup is perceived to be even in terms of skill level. Man U versus Stockport, exactly. And like that's why I thought this was actually a good series to check in on. It's because Hung ADC, as I said, you know, if you want the stats based on his previous positionings, this season he's ranked 200, which is already good. But he's had seasons where he's been as high as rank 70 in the world. And that's while maintaining, by the way, a top 100 place in over half the seasons for team ranked. Yes, very capable lad. So Lash lingering around the back. He's going for the pro scouts as expected. Desirator does arrive. Hung is going to be scaling into them. So why not go Dervish here instead of the Desirator? I think it comes down to what your opponent is going to build. The presumption is your opponent could react archers now to later go horse archers. So for Hung, adding in the Dervish is a liability. I do think it's worth it if you're very good at executing the first 10 minutes of gameplay. But if you're too slow, then your opponent scales too many archers and your Dervishes are kind of worthless. But yeah, like, I don't know, maybe it is a community element of like our fixation on a certain like expectation of just wanting to watch Marine Beast, etc. all the time. But like, I think that the pristine way to kind of explain these things is like, if people only cared about high level stuff, like I think I've used like other Age ofs as an example of this, and you can use it in StarCraft as well. Like StarCraft, the low ranking series, like Bronze League heroes, done really well. In Age of Empires 2, low elo legends is some of the most successful content that exists in that entire ecosystem. So I don't know if I really agree with the idea that people just want to see the best. Like, here's another one for you. Grubby's Invitationals, where he invites people who aren't the best Warcraft players to compete in Warcraft. That's probably been the single most successful event Warcraft 3 has had in over 10 years. Interesting and competitive is always going to win, in my opinion. Don't get me wrong. It's nice to have the best of the best, but it's also boring to have that be literally every single thing. Oh, I'm not, like, it's not just a case of me, like, targeting you on the, like, you only want the best. But I think it's important to highlight why we watch these other people. And also, like, it wasn't as much at you as the comment where, like, someone said, can we cast good players? Which, honestly, is just really disrespectful to these two. I think that was the trigger point for me. So, Hong, this is a lot of Desert Raiders, actually. He's missing Steeled Arrow. That would be a huge booster. I'm pretty impressed by his macro on this, though. Has raw count over his opponent, and Castlade really isn't far behind. Mass Desert Raiders nearly never works from experience. No offense, but it is, like, I think it's very high execution. Like, you have to be so good as a micro player. I think it's like non-negotiable. Because if you just screw up in your positioning at all, you die. Like, these truly are the glass cannon extremes. That is crazy, though. Culture Wing advancement? So he gets literally no upside right now. I just realized we're 10 seconds away from live. Oh, that is true. This guy is only like the top 0.1% of players in AoE 4. Boring. Still don't know the purpose of Desert Raiders. It's a fiddle type role. They're very good at poke harassment. You can scale blob and then just like out-rotate people. To understand the value of Desert Raiders, you have to understand scale points. There's a reason why we don't have many Cav Archers available in Field Age. Because any that you could access straight away and start scaling are going to be better. Like a ranged cavalry unit in small numbers, i.e. early in the game when your opponent has like you have 2 units. Ridiculously powerful. It doesn't have to kill straight away because let's say we have a tickle raid where I do 40 damage, but your collective health pool is 200. You've lost 20% of your army's health and you haven't touched it. You can see the value of these things as they snowball and scale because he's just running around choosing fights where Lash can't be. Okay, so tech out complete for the Ibids. Veteran C is going to be queued immediately. The problem with these fast castle type Desert Raider builds I find is you spend so long waiting for your tech timing because research speed 2 won't be unlocked. Then again, like a lot of the value there was removed a while back when they nerfed the research speed down from 50% to 25. And now the Camelot's a follow-up. There's still Spim in here, which is problematic. Lash, like, kind of crazy actually that he's going all in. It's even wilder because if Hung realized what's happening and he went Golems, he could have actually just shut this down straight away. But the problem is it's a gamble. Like, if his opponent was fast castling alongside him and he went Golems, he gets countered. Desert Razor, whoosh. Too soon. He needs to wait for that veterancy. It'd be good if he's cutting reinforcements, but the main army is just not a worthwhile trade right now. He'd win eventually, but it would just deplete his army too much. And besides, why take a bad fight when you can take a good one? Wait, oh, are you kidding? Yeah, the scout does see. Hung? No. The greed? No textiles. Desert Raiders are coming in though, and the Spearman count. Oh my god, he commits them onto the villages. Big mistakes made there. Melee mode gets activated, which is wild out of Hung. Doesn't even keep some of them range mode. Villagers are now being sniped though, and Lash behind this is getting ready to attack. Damn, he gets big value here. So he clears what? 6, 7 of the Desert Raiders. He gets rid of 6 villages, and Hyde Trade House is now on the way. Honestly, not a bad trade for Lash to take. It looks bad because he just lost all military, but Hung now has really only one move that makes sense. He has to rush relics. Lash, full encampment mode here. Walls going up. That's crazy. And yeah, I agree. Like, Lash being that far out for that long, you just don't know what you're against. Like we said, as a gamble, if your opponent's going Golems, you're screwed. You don't even get a good trade necessarily. But I honestly think if he didn't see those villagers, he feels really bad about his position in the game because your opponent then has full map control. You're still going to lose the army on the retreat. Relics as well. But that 6 villager lead does change quite a lot here. Ranged armor 2 is on the way. Makes sense. Hung is expecting his opponent to keep going ranged units, usually horse archers. But Lash is doing something different. Because it's camels, you don't really want horse archers. The debuff is a big deal. So he's going to be immediately going to crossbows. But that's also the hunker down logic. He's got a high trade house worth about 1.5 relics. He's got a 5 villager lead. He can somewhat afford to cozy up. Early trades looking good here for Hung. We'll start to dive in. The emplacement is kind of problematic here. Luckily for Hung, there was never an investment in castle turrets, which would have just broke him here quickly. Still, expensive losses. With that map control, did he really get much? He's got 1 relic home. 4 relics seems very attainable here for Hung. But what then, I guess, is the question that matters here. You could try to play into archers, to mirror archers. You're already being invited to because your opponent's going spears. And Iobid archers are pretty good, in fact. Horseman switch from Hung. I've been seeing this a little bit more out of Iobids. It always feels funky because this isn't a civ that's renowned for a lot of food. And it also feels weird to not play camels as Iobids. It's meant to be like your big upside compared to Abbasids. But Archer Horseman in theory does work quite well here. He needs more archers for sure. My concern as well is like, where are you getting food with this type of build? He's pulling onto the berries now. He's still with a deer pack here, so it's not terrible. Obviously, you can't play boar, so that's off the menu. Not committing to camel springles, right? Like you go Desert Raider wing and you don't build your siege. What's going on? Okay, how does that kill a camel? I'm sorry, it just doesn't look right from an animation perspective. This is not a spear. They have added hammerers to the game. Yeah, I think they need to make the pole arm a lot longer on that. So Relic's being pulled home. I mean, things just kind of getting a little bit better now for Lash. If he can at least get 2 Relics home, I think he's very happy with the outcome of this mid-game. Yikes, I'm not going to read that most recent comment on YouTube. Not sure why I'm just saying people are jerks, but okay. Bloomery as well. It kind of makes sense. Horsemen are low base damage, so you want to buff them against all targets. Gives them more applicability. Sometimes I also feel like melee techs are underrated because people never really get melee defense. So it gives you a really big edge if you think about it that way. Because it's a 2 damage differential in a way to where you should be. Because ranged upgrades is like, yeah, you're kind of compelled to get them because you know your opponent's going to. But if your opponent skimps on melee, you know, compared to range, it just allows you to build a bigger buffer than what should normally exist in a fight. Didn't notice that the roost changed to tiny poleaxes? Yep. Most civs got their spears updated and changed slightly. Cheeky pro scanning from Lash, by the way. He is still sneaking the goodies home. New fortress, though. Those are villagers. Oh, he's going to camp here. Hung, I don't think he has the army to do this, though. He hasn't finished it. Villager repairs coming through, but he gets massacred on it. No re-garrison Lash. Only 2 villagers alive there. But a big military lead now. And this retreat's just getting ugly. Hung, the problem is the formation shuffling. He's not abandoning the archers. So it's forcing him to sacrifice all the camels. Oh, man, and even more troops on the exit. Okay, this is a great fight for Lash. I think he's firmly in the driving seat now. Villager lead is only 2 for Hung. And with the relics plus the high trade house distribution, Hung doesn't really have a lead here. He has got archers versus crossbows. That's in theory good for him. But now Lash is going to complicate matters. We've got men at arms added in. Mango's also on the way. You'd like to retract your points betted on Hung? Sorry, no refunds. You think we have a policy around here? Eh? Hung is now resorting to spring ults. You're against spears. It does make sense. I'm a little bit worried about the mango detail, though. Double mango already. Lash, also a military academy coming up. He's going to be playing out to the ball. It's Porky's time. You know what the biggest shocker is about the new spearman for Rus? How is it this Civ has more wood than everyone else, and yet they can't afford a full pole? Is this why they have so much wood? Is they just cheapskate on all their weapons? They look so tiny. It kind of looks like I'm watching dwarves with battle hammers. The rest of it went to the monks. True, monks have the real spears. All the horsemen stole their spears. That's what happened here. It's not about the size problem, it's how you use it. They use it in quite a clumsy way, no? Here we go. Oh god, I just realized how bait this is going to be for low-ranking players. They're not going to see like giant spear poking towards them. They're like, oh yeah, this is fine. It's not like he can brace me or anything. That could be like a cool mechanic to introduce. Is like a spearman that doesn't have a brace, but they have some other sort of upside, I guess. I guess in some ways I'm surprised Limitane kind of wasn't that. Is Lash getting ready to macro it up? Feels like it. I think he's done with building extra units for now. So he's giving himself the potential to go into Imperial. Makes sense when you're starting to scale into Mangoes as well. Hung, in the meantime, is going more horsemen, but this is getting expensive. Because he only has 4 farms. Springles. Wait, where are the archers going? Hung? Hung, hold on. What? He chased to stop the wall going up, but that gives the gap close. A lot of pen power coming through here, but the Springles need to retarget onto this side. Mango shots now coming in! Big hit! Another backstab coming through, muddying things even further. All Springles getting sniped out. And so much for that defense plan. He needs a rally right now. Horsemen, go for the back line. Not going to be able to access one of the Mangoes, but one might not be enough here. Hung trying to brute force it towards the end. A few men-at-arms left over against a handful of archers. Mangoes as well. No doubt about it. A big victory for Lash in the fight. And control maintained by the German. Oy, oy. And Hung trying to rebuild camel lances at this stage feels ambitious. You're already up against mass crossbows. You don't have much food. And that's it. Wow, he just calls it. He knows. Hung, he's like, I'm confused. The camels didn't work. The game is over. And now you got to be wondering, does Hung need a little bit more time in the 1v1 arena? I mean, we talked about being top 200, but between the draft and maybe the execution, I think this idea, it works on certain maps. It definitely works in team games. But on Coastal Cliffs, things just a little bit too tight. And Lash, too switched on. So, 1 point on the board for Lashy Boy. Now you just pick HRE, right? Yeah, this is pretty toxic. He has HRE for land on Carmel. Ooh, that's actually a tough one. Do you go HRE or China on Carmel? Both can make sense. There's very limited gold, so HRE might be a bit of a bait, but they are the best of the game. But, like, the other map is Holy Island, and he has Knights Templar. I'm just a bit confused where Hung goes from here, draft-wise. Well, not confused about where he goes, but where he feels advantaged. Because French or Jean are going to have similar issues to HRE on Gold Starvation. Yeah, this is tricky. Let me check the draft. So they are going to go... Wait, where is the draft? Oh, there it is. All right, we can catch it live. Okay, yeah, he goes to the Chinese. I like this. I think this is the right call. As OP as HRE is, the one weakness that is going to ooze out on Carmel is they are going to tap gold so quickly, and if they don't get relics, the game is over. So, like, against this pick like Jean, that's a death sentence. So this is the correct call. So The reason this is so good, guys, is it's going to have a lot of taxation safe at home to keep him going. And then you pro scouts all the deer home. So you pretty much just ignore the Jean threat the entire time. It's a smart choice. Very well-tempered as well by Lash. I feel like there's players that would just get a bit excited there and just say, oh, HRE are great. And it would probably give a comeback swing to Hung. You thought the Spearmen were a weird men at arms at first? Yeah, it's like... It's a peculiar look. I'll say that much about it. I think... So, one big thing for me that I've highlighted as very important in games like Age of Empires 4 is what we call the silhouette test. If I full just black something out and make it a silhouette, can you tell what it is straight away? And I do feel like that new Spearman fails the silhouette test. Why do people act crazy when you say X and Y are not good people? It's more that I just don't feel a need to crap on other people to succeed, if that makes sense. So my feeling is hands off. Like, why? What is the necessity of like slating other people? Like, if you want to be the better person, you just move above it. You know what I mean? Like, not all of us make tier lists. I'm never going to let him live that down. They're the other way around, aren't they? Yep. Can someone pull up the team game build orders for Jean and tell me what Hung's going to do this game? Wonderful. Welcome back to Midweek Muster. We have a new addition this week from Vietnam. Hung ADC, a highly coveted and ranked player in the region, in trouble against Lash. Lash got the most dominant draft I think I've seen in KPMM in a long time. And he's flexed it so well. Like, let me know, by the way, would you have resisted that? He has HRE, and he didn't pick it. The other map is going to be a water one, so you wouldn't pick it there anyway over Knights Templar. But this is well read by Lash. Going China makes a lot more sense than HRE because the map is Carmel. Tiny gold veins, baby veins, is a weakness for HRE. HRE, at some point, are going to be gold heavy, and that could be a liability. But the cool thing about China, guys, is taxation. That's right. Tax is higher than any tariff that Trump can come up with. This Civ is able to survive in an environment where many Civs like the HRE cannot. Gold starved. And it's a good read as well, considering that Jean was available to Hung. So Tekoff's going to be coming out. Nothing untoward here. It should just be a standard play into School of Cavalry, especially considering that we have got terrible trade post spawns. Tree line is pretty good for Hung, but I don't think it matters too much. Like, from a Civ balance logic, his tree line being like this is okay. And what I mean by that, this would be more egregious if the Chinese player got this, because the expectation is that Hung is going to attack. And if this tree line existed in Red's base, he'd be screwed. So Predickies, there is some people believing the power of Hung. I could see why. On a map like this, like even with the taxation, there is going to come a point as China where you want to be out of the base. And French, Chinese on this map, I want to say French is actually positive. I'd have to double check stats. In fact, let me go into our previous tournament week and check Midweek Muster 21, this map. Because I am now curious. I feel like China was more picked on this map, but I don't think their win rate was better. So Carmel, China was picked once, won once. Okay, French was picked once, lost once. But Jean was picked once, won once. Okay, it's not really... It's a bit of an underwhelming stat group, actually. I guess not too surprising. Just the inherent nature of Carmel. I think Carmel is very polarizing at the moment because it has some spawn issues. Those issues have been improved, by the way, and you can see it over here. the deer distribution is actually really well balanced this time. This is a big improvement. Shout out to the devs for working on this. It's still a crazy amount of deer, by the way. There's 58 deer on this map, which is over double what you get on Dry Arabia. A nice wall by Hung. Smart read there. Just stops any early harass. Ranged or melee? Probably ranged in this matchup. If you melee, you might just get pin cushion down the line. Also, China's usually going to be very defensive, so if they're going to be boxing their base, you might as well have someone that can poke. And also, I'd say range is kind of just better for intercepting the pro scouts because they can move quite fast. Obviously not when carrying, but lets you stick on top of them. Did they fix it on ladder? It wasn't spawning. On ladder, it is bugged because there is a specific biome spawn that if selected with Carmel, you won't have deer. Now, the interesting thing is you have about a 33% probability of that biome being used, which is where the problems are. Because for those who didn't know or ever notice, the maps on ladder have a bit of character to them. And what I mean by that is when a map is selected, there are 3 biome options associated with each map in pub matchmaking rotation. So that's why sometimes Carmel is fine and sometimes it's not. So if you get, for example, European Temperate, thumbs up, everything's great. So Lash does have the spears, by the way. Makes sense. He's thinking about pro scouts, but obviously you don't really rush pro scouts before you have the spears to defend you. And that will come in quickly, by the way. With Imperial Academy now, you see the taxation gen over here on the mill. Then there's also the racks now, where he's going to be getting, like, what is it, 8 gold per? This will stockpile quickly. Oh, this is an interesting thought, actually, about Jean on this map. Yeah, it's double the boar. So, quite a lot of XP. That's 100 XP you just get out of boar alone. So, 20% of your level up from the Gaia. That's kind of sick. Also really beneficial because after you've cleared your boar, you're going to want to play to the enemy boar anyway to stop pro scouts. So Jean is a very crafty pick actually by Hung on this map. 2 villagers are going to be moving out, so he is going to be playing to use that resource. Interestingly, he only pulls 2 villagers, but I think this is because he just wants longevity out of the play. Spread your economy, maybe minimize the risk. I think it's kind of worth it bringing more out here, but there is a trade-off. Like, your opponent will eventually come for your deer as well. So maybe he's paranoid about that. Nice. Cheeky dive in by Hung. Yeah, doesn't actually get the follow-up connection there, so no kills. That was greedy, actually. He went for 2 kills instead of 1. It's debatable if he targeted the same if he would have got it, because Lash was quick on the reaction, quick enough anyway, that the villagers plumped. Now, the one thing I don't like about spreading your economy the way he's thinking of doing here is if he pulls 2 more villages for this, these mills are really, really expensive, guys. This isn't French, so you have to pay 50 wood per mill. And at this point, I just want them to give wolves a real identity. I don't know, these just exist for no reason now. And it's unfortunate. It's been that way for a while. That's why I like the wolf dens. The wolf dens offer up a reason for wolves to actually exist. It's just standard wolves need to either be removed or given a reason to exist. I actually kind of like the idea of the current wolf dens. I like the idea of something like that being adapted to basically if you take it down, it starts sending Gaia units towards the enemy base. Not many. Like technically, like a TC could stop them, but I'll explain why that's useful in a sec. We have got a fight going on. Jean is really low here. And this is rough. If you press Divine Restoration, she's going to get grabbed. Which is why Hung is a bit reluctant. Body blocks, nicely done. Does get her in the formation. I mean, melee Jean was ballsy. No, he didn't even use it. It's a great fight from Lash. Chases him all the way home. Behind this, Pro Scout's now unleashed. This is a bit worrisome. Does go for the buyback. That's expensive, though. And now Divine Restoration has to be pumped already. Wait, did he actually use it and still died that quickly? Because that's horrible if so. Okay, so my point around the wolves, why it would matter, even though they died to the TC. If you're doing an all-in strategy, Having random wolves that will die to the TC is useful for when you dive, because you draw arrow fire onto the wolf instead of you. Alright, this is just looking a bit demoralizing right now for Hung. He's at least getting the archers together. The problem is, what do you do against 9 horsemen? When you kill wolves, extra sheep or deer spawn due to lack of predation? Could be interesting. Although, I feel like that would get about as much as a controversial reaction as Jean pooping out a cannon. I mean, I don't know what she had to consume. I assume there's a lot of iron in her diet for her to crap a cannon out, but yeah. It's almost like you're just going for full Greek myth where, like, yeah, we just killed this titan and all these gods appeared from his belly. Like, where'd that sheep come from? Yeah, the wolf wasn't done digesting it yet. Okay, so Hung, this is... I'm kind of scrambling my brain a bit to figure out, like, where we're going with this now. It has to be an all-in, but the knight count feels really underwhelming. I guess if he just blobs enough archers, it's worth it. Steel arrow time is going to be critical, though, and he doesn't have it. No, instead, Undermesh is coming in for the Chinese. Oh, boy. Undermesh counts most of your army here. Horseman, nice interception. Goes in for stab on the mass spears. Knights are just going to be A-clicked in. The spin will get a great hit here. Now Jean surrounded. A few horsemen leaking over. Another time where it just feels like an overextension. Jean down. Did get a lot of XP out of it, but I think Lash is more than happy. Barbican's coming through now. The army gets wiped. He gets more pro scouts play home. Next up, I think Lash just plays for Castle. Because you only want to make this type of trade out against Jean so many times. You know she's getting XP in these fights because you don't have a true counter. Melee Blob isn't a quick counter to Melee Jean. So I think, like, preferably you just try to harass now and tech. This is impressive, though. It's not often you see people brute force Jean, melee Jean anyway, with melee units like this. They're really well executed by Lash in that regard. You saw how messy it got around the berries on Jean that time. It took forever to bring it down. Which is why she got, what, about another 100 XP out of that fight? And there you go. Lash, he knows. Time to trigger the castle. That Barbican is insanely valuable right now, by the way. Because he lost too many knights. So it's not really something you can dive for kills now. Which is unfortunate, because at this stage in the game, Lash wouldn't have enough safe room for all of his economy. Oh, this is cheeky. He goes up the high ground. Double kill on the ball. Oh, you take these small wins for sure. And wow, he actually did do what we talked about in the end. So split on the ball. Yeah, just like we said, it's just a bit unfortunate for Jean that she doesn't get cheaper mills. It makes that play feel a little bit more sour than just sending full villager force out into one. Behind us now. I still want Clock Tower on the way. Can't help but feel this game is close to over for Hung. I think he just got outplayed in the other game. It's not that Jean doesn't have comeback points in the game, but it just feels like China's about to hit a very, very powerful lead point in this game. Definitely not impossible to come back in, but statistically feels unlikely. Oh, is he going to strike more? Nah, it doesn't hang around for it. Wait, okay. Just kind of a move in instead of an A-click. The villagers... Oh, there's another one. Okay, so Hung is... I gotta give it to him. Cojones to actually march across with melee Jean like this. Crossbow's already being prepped. Lancers would also make a hell of a lot of sense for Lash, but I think he's worried about lack of gold, so he's playing it safe. Because remember, Carmel doesn't have much gold in your base. So even with taxation in mind, it doesn't want to go crazy here. Going towards the walls. Crossbows are being prepped. We should have some supervision coming through to accelerate that. Also, veterancy for Horsemen. Yeah, this is well crafted by Lash. On a standard map, you just go Lancer straight away. But like we said, because the gold issue, that's one thing. The other issue that matters here is you now have way too much food because of Pro Scouts. Horsemen. Horsemen just makes so much sense. And the Palace Guard alongside it. What do you guys think of the more zoomed in approach we do regularly, by the way? I gotta say, when I worked on EGC the other weekend, I kind of hated how zoomed out everything was. It's so much nicer. You get to appreciate everything. Like, at this point in the game, you don't need to see this. This shows everything you need. Horseman in again, this time veteran. Did just about garrison before getting stabbed in the Tushki. But these raids are starting to get more and more annoying, and we do see the full comp coming online, so it's going to be a few lances as well. Hung, is he? Yeah, he's sending it. We've got rams. This is scary what he's doing right now, because for all he knows, Lash could have a nest of bees coming. No reason he shouldn't, really. But the reason why Lash hasn't gone knobs is he wants to win this fight and then flood the map. If you play Nest of Bees, you're camping. He has no reason to camp right now. I think he knows this for what it is. This is an all-in. If it fails Hung, he'll just wave the white flag. And Horseman actually burnt that down. That's crazy. 3 Horsemen were able to get through that. Let's get another worker kill. Wall is about to break, but this army is ready to snap Hung in 2. He's not looking well hung for this fight. Instead, it looks like he's getting hung out to dry. Jean, she has to make a stand here. Level 3 feels inevitable. If there's crossbow sniper, though, it's impossible. Goes for it now. Lash, there we go. Just before level 3. And that is GG. Beautifully executed. What do you guys think? It's not often you get to see Jean out aggroed by mass melee blob. This is a wacky strat by Lash. Zoomed in is much nicer. You want to see the pretty game? Exactly. Like, I was feeling it when I started, like, doing the... I was especially feeling it when I started doing the challenge runs, because, like, we went for, like, good times and whatever in, what they call the historical battles. And, like, when I was playing, I was like, why is it so zoomed out? I really wish there was an option to actually set your default zoom. Because when I was doing it, it's like, oh my god, let me zoom in now. This is horrible. There are some moments where it's helpful to zoom out, but I feel like the majority of the time, you'd rather be more... what's the word I'm for? You'd rather feel more involved with what you're looking at. Okay, so... another series done. Let's see. What should we go for next? There might be a tournament we can catch some of in a little bit later. Maybe. We'll see. Let me check which matchups we got happening, though, with Midweek Muster. So Starflark's matchup is tomorrow. So we've got Scatbrain versus Ezra. There's also Papercut versus Louis. Papercut versus Louis will probably be quite one-sided. Because seeding logic, that's the either 2nd or 4th seed, I think. So that one probably won't be very close. Papercut is not too bad, by the way. He's ranked 741st. And what other matchups we've got coming up? So we've got Hung ADC later. Oh, wait, sorry, just had on. We got... I've lost track. My brain. Yeah, so we've got Scatterbrain versus Ezra we could do. There's also Starflark. That'll be tomorrow. Are there any ladder games? Interesting ladder games, maybe? Who's Louis up against? Oh, no, sorry. Louis' paper cut series is now. You guys just want to hop in mid-series for that? Or do you want to see it from start? Which do you guys prefer? Let me get the draft as well. Where are we? There it is. So let me reset this. We'll import, and we've got Louis on the left. All right, no opinions. You guys don't care then if we do in mid-series? I mean, and to respond to kicks, you can feel how you want about people, but like I said, I don't feel the need to crap on other people. I don't know. Like, you do you, Hoss, but for me, I've had the toxic cyclical like feeling of like, you know, being too focused on what other people are doing, and it's wasteful. It's much better to focus on what you're doing. Like the way I always say it is like, I don't feel a need to have people who want to support me go and like crap on other people anyway, because like all that says to me is that the only way I'll be good enough is if the other person is perceived to be bad enough. If someone has an opinion that someone's bad and that doesn't need to be influenced to me directly, I'm fine with that. That's why I've said as well, like, you know, in some cases, some of these people are my friends, where it's like, I always hate that thing, you know, it's like, oh, Drongo is better than KP, or KP is better than Drongo. Dude, just support who you want. Positivity is so much better than negativity, for sure. I think in the modern day as well, with how negative a lot of people's experiences are from a interaction standpoint online rather, like positivity is critically underrated. Maybe it's because some people see it as a cop-out, but I think it's actually different. I think it's just easier to weaponize opinions and perspectives through negativity than positivity, if that makes sense. It's a lot easier to rouse people to be when they're against something versus like in support. You can see that by review standards. Like, I think I've talked about this before. If you just like look at your own life in general, great if you're not that way, but like in general, we as people are more likely to complain about things we don't like than praise things we do like. Isn't what pigeons do best crap on other people? That's the difference with a killer pigeon. We're too busy killing them to crap on them. We might teabag them though. Don't know why people prefer to talk about something they don't like. I think it's because venting just feels better. You know what I mean? And maybe people just don't like to seem like a fanboy. Oh my god, I love this person versus, oh, God, I hate this guy. Negative comments are way more effective. That's why political ads are always about how crap other people are. Agreed. Because, like, once again, it is technically easier to, like, make someone look bad than make yourself look better. I don't know. Maybe stick a halo on my head and I'm amazing in someone's eyes now because I'm the other way. But maybe I'm going, like, the hard way about it. But I like to believe long-term it's better for me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'll always be small fries for it. But I know how it feels to like just have people not have your back or whatever, or just feel like you're in a room of snakes, and I don't want to be a snake. Although I don't mind being a dragon, gobble the people up. You know what I mean? Give in to the hate. Oh Jesus, my like you know what? I'm watching YouTube and Twitch chat, and Twitch chat's like, yeah, let's try and like be more and then just like in YouTube chat, it just kicks, literally just trying to be the devil on the other shoulder. But yeah, like if you don't like these people, you don't need to put them on a pedestal. I've said this, like supporting someone in a positive light goes a lot further than hating someone in a negative light. Especially if you think you're trying to make a change in terms of like who the biggest people are in the scene. Because if you focus on trying to pull down the person you think is the wrong ambassador for the game you love, you're rowing upriver, because like even if your logic is sound, it doesn't matter. To the whole point of like it's easy to get people in a negative cycle, it's like very hard to convince someone of something if they're not in a neutral stance to begin with. So if you're trying to convince someone that like X isn't the best representative game, Y is, but that person's already in the camp of X, you're not going to convert them. You're actually going to make them double down. It's also like there's that whole idea is like for some people it literally goes so deep it's in their brain part of their identity, if that makes sense. And that's when stuff gets really screwed, by the way. If you're ever arguing with someone about something that they almost see as part of their being, you will never move them, no matter how much logic you have. Killer Snake would be a great username. Nah, dude. I think like when my kids grow up, one's gonna be like Killer, probably Dove. Then maybe we have a Killer Penguin, something like that. I like to discuss about things I don't like within my society. I want to sharpen my arguments in terms of stream. I just watch whoever I like and basically not watch if I don't. Yeah. And like I'm having this discussion because I think it's an interesting discussion to have. But like, this to me is a lot more interesting discussion to have than like just pulling up someone's stream and being like, well, this guy sucks. And that's the thing I've always tried to focus on. You know, you see it in my casting as well. Like when I say someone makes a mistake, I'll try to explain why I think they've made a mistake. I won't just say they suck. I've always for a long time tried to emphasize that big time. So let's get ready for the Louis series anyway. So we'll go straight into game 2. Game 1 was a win. It was Biz versus IU. It was a very quick game. And the other one's live, so... Let's get ready to go. Win left. Increase. Gam 2. He got the tally. Believe. Yeah, Dry Arabia. There we go. Killer Penguin, Killer Pheasant. To keep the... Nah. Maybe Killer Peacock. I don't know. I was thinking like for Freya, Dove. She's my little dove. Isn't that cute? Okay, so game number 2, we have got Paper Cut trailing up against Louis MT. It's going to be Delhi versus French. This is a high skill execution matchup, I think. I lean Delhi, but you really have to execute it well because you can just get completely out microed. You can get floored before you can get to the point where it matters. If you can survive into the later phase of the game, you have some really potent plays around things like, for example, the Elephantos. The curious part is whether he's going to be able to get there. The score's wrong? Oh, yeah, sorry, I need to flip it. Wait, do I need to flip it? No, I don't. I know what's happened. Doink! It's because the UI... I am, like, so actually tilted by capture age. So, guys, have you noticed very often at the moment we're loading in, and the players are loading on the wrong side in the UI? that wasn't a problem before they added all the new assets to capture age. Whatever they used to do worked. But now it's gone the other way again. And like every single game that I load in, the players, I always have to flip them. It is a little bit tilting. Yeah, Paper Cut, not too bad, by the way. We mentioned he's ranked 700 in the world. No surprise Louis leading, especially with like Byzantines versus Ibids on Coastal Cliffs. I think, actually, I guess that is a little bit surprising. He picked Byzantines, this is Louis, and was able to win on the map where the stone isn't close. But I think it's like, that is a very much an execution matchup. Both sides have to hit their tempo. This is also the same. Like, this is a tempo-based matchup. Look at the spawn. Really exposed one for Louis, actually. Double deer forward, tree lines back. So he's pretty much wearing his heart on his sleeve. The only thing safe is gold. That can be a really good sign for Ghazi spam. The problem is you don't tend to open Ghazi here. In this matchup, you tend to open Spearman. And then you switch Ghazi after. What's the default hotkey to switch ops? Control Shift G, I think. I changed it to Control Shift T. So don't ask me. In my brain, Control Shift T makes more sense. I can't really explain why. Just one of those things. Okay. Oh, that would be why. Yeah, because I use T for my follow cam as well. It's so nice. Sheep distribution, by the way. Louis, pretty decent. Actually neck and neck, 50-50. I believe that is a full map divider. Yeah, so pretty much all sheep gathered. Sacred sites are also pretty open. Yeah, it's not like he's got a tree line to hug easily here. Trying to think what we can do to try to get more people involved in AoE4. I've been thinking about it. I would like to be able to run some tournaments to get content creator friends from other games to come back. No Chamber of Commerce? Sag. Never Lecoq Sport builds. It's almost like it's really bad compared to French Knights. I know Faye doesn't want to hear that. Pay them? Uh-huh. With what money? I think the better approach is to try and find something that attracts them in terms of format. Get Grubby to come back. He hosted one of the first 20s long ago. Did he? I can't remember that way before. I don't think you're getting Grubby back, though. Grubby's very focused on Warcraft 3's resurgence. There's definitely opportunities here. I don't know. I'd love to be able to get some funding from like MS or something to run something akin to what Grubby done. I've been thinking about this actually quite a bit. Like, I'd actually love to be able to run on these streamer type invitationals. Just gonna have to figure out where we get the money from. Because you'd probably need like a 10k pot to get them interested. And I'm definitely not borrowing a 10k hole in my own pocket. Need someone to invite them, like, personally? That's how it worked with Grubby? I have people that I know in different strategy games that I could get on board quite easily. And then others, I mean, if you don't ask, you don't get, is the other thing. Grubby said his viewership plummets for A4. That was a very long time ago, though. I think the reasons why they plummeted, like a decent chunk of them are kind of gone. Be interesting to see what would happen if he returned to the game now. Spinman coming out, by the way, so Paper Cut does have the defensive strategy. Outpost on the gold is interesting, actually. Like, I don't usually see Delhi players do this because long-term you shouldn't need the gold. Normally what you do is you just safeguard with spears, gather to get 3 to 4 scholars, and then you don't touch gold anymore. It's meant to be one of the advantages for Delhi in this matchup. Then you're not bogging yourself down as long, and you can play on your timing towards Sanctity. But if he's going to take this approach, I get why he thinks it will make it easy to play towards Sanctity, but you know, when you put an outpost like this, it's one less military unit. Yeah, I think there's interesting strategy games to get creators to come across from that I don't think people would originally think about. Warhammer is like one of the less obvious ones. I think Hearts of Iron would be interesting. Europa as well. Even some city builder creators, actually. Grubby's viewership plummeted because at the time he was focused WC3 and hot streamer. Sort of, but sort of not. Like, he switched to Dota 2 and his viewership went up on average. It's like, it's not that simple. There were nuances that was really holding AoE4 back. I think pacing is also a big challenge in AoE4. I think I mentioned this, is like, what makes Age of Empires 4 accessible as a playable game might make it a detriment as a viewable game. It is slower paced than a lot of RTSs are. So we do have pro scouts, by the way, from Louis. Yeah, just taking all that risky deer into the base ASAP. Pro Scouts is on the way for free for Paper Cup, but still 2.5 minutes out. By the time he gets it, there might actually be no deer left. Yeah, Louis has been very aggressive in his timing. Maybe Microsoft will put 10k in like Blizzard did? I'll look to propose it. It's the challenge. So the challenge is definitely going to be, what's the proposition viewership metrics? And my push or my pitch will be that we'll be able to get like other people stream the game. So like the leverage point you're looking for isn't how well your own stream does, it's how well a bunch of streams could do. That's how you really sell them on that type of thing. Like having Viper stream Warcraft 3 and, you know, alongside when Grubby's doing it, and having, you know, was it Tommy K I think was playing it as well, Turin, etc. That's really the sell point. You have to treat the pitch more like a watch party than your own channel. That's definitely also, that's tricky on how it helps you pay the bills at the end of the day if you're not Grubby sized, you know what I mean? Because you could put a lot of work in just to get buried in your own tournament. Which does happen. Someone didn't play AoE4 until last year, but tried to watch it before. The game was confusing as hell. Yeah, it is like... It makes sense quite quickly when you grasp it. But yes, it's also just... Like I said, you don't really appreciate the pacing until you play the game. Because, like, just to watch this, it's not... It's not like ADHD-inducing, like, brain move fast, blah, blah, you know? It's not Call of Duty Adderall Gaming or, like, you know, friggin' Apex Legend Cocoina. It's not super fast. It's intentionally been designed slower to be more accessible. But the trade-off is, and I've said there's ways they could fix this without hurting that pacing. The trade-off is, like, the watch, you feel like you take a long time to get towards impactful points. Not every game's that way. Some are really rapid, but a lot aren't. Also, another reason why games like Heroes of the Storm and Warcraft would do better, they're older. Age matters a lot with these type of games, because, like, long-term, with competitive games anyway, like, as things complicate, there's more people watching to try and learn to be the best. But also, there's more people who used to play the game but don't play it anymore. Anyway, this fight actually isn't too bad for Paper Cup. The archer count feels a little bit weak. Needs to be careful, because the spear count is getting thinned pretty fast. I think Louis is doing a good job trading out the remaining archers to make this fight winnable for the Knights. Especially when muddies it like this. It splits up a little bit, goes after the spearman now. Does need to be careful the low HP is. Maybe just kind of rushing this a bit. So how do I feel about Paper Cut's current position? He's got one Secret Sight, but his opponent does have a noteworthy villager lead. Kind of a ridiculous one, actually. I don't think the maths supports this number. So you get an extra villager every, so you say 3, it ends up being 9. It's about every 2.5 minutes you should have an extra villager. So at this stage, he should have about 4.5 villagers extra. Something went wrong here. I think Paper Cut has been skipping production. That's unfortunate. That'll be like the biggest takeaway, I think, if he watches this later. Make sure you're always producing. We've seen Cal was like another example. He was kind of the classic of this. Like Cal, in theory, had really good ideas. He's like doing standard execution well on build orders. But then you, against these high-level players, they just force a fight on you. And when you don't expect it, you're fighting when you've tried to optimize around only one villager being queued. It kills you. It kills you in a very subtle way. Told Horse Archer beats Horse Spear, but it doesn't seem like that case anymore. Horse Archer requires a lot more micro. Horse Spear is just a click rain. You have to be paying so much more attention to execute Archer Horse. In this matchup, Knights should be capable of gradually winning. But like it's once again execution. Normal Horseman, like I tend to like what Spear Horseman can do a bit more. Especially recently. Like I think it's actually just it's a brute force overwhelmer. Because you just lob and you overwhelm, you grab. Archers only feel better if you can actually kite. And no, he didn't lose any workers to Night Harass, you can see that. He's literally had no worker kills. This lead is bumping up though. Ooh, he's bussing. 9 villager lead now? Just feels so ridiculously quick with French sometimes. So Sacred Site, wait, he's not even capturing it. Was Paper Cut, was that a misclick or was he waiting until he got the walls up to cap? I don't know, man, this just looks rough to me. I think Paper Cut's not really hitting his win condition. 2 Sacred Sites is really what you need here. He has at least got 1 capped on the north side. That's not going to be removed though. He's reinvesting. Louis reaching the threshold where he can just rush castle. It's 21 knights. With Chivalry all full HP. Now the grief walls to stop the full wall in. That's crafty because he came down here for the ball, so it's actually not like an inefficient play to do this. I mean, so if Paper rushes castle, he needs enough to get 2 war elephants quite swiftly. And he'd also have to run back into his base with limited food. Which I don't think is really an option for him right now. He's got no sheep. Villagers. Oh, that Seek Shelter! Sometimes it feels like you just don't have wheelbarrow when you watch things run away. So there we go. First worker kills of the game. He strikes down 2. Knights are going to commit to the fight and win. And wow, he loses what? 2 knights and a scout to kill, I think that was Villager, 5 spears, 3 Ghazi. Absolutely worth it with the out of time on top. It's a really good engagement there for Louis. And not just there, he knocks on the door in multiple areas. An extra worker kill gets found. He's going to be able to decap center. Louis is everywhere, and this is the overwhelm I was talking about that can distract you and make you forget about things as simple as producing villages at times. Louis MT is just hitting him all over the place. This is why I feel like you're good at micro scaling, then French can be very good for actually just ramping up the rankings and ladder. A lot of players outside of your Conk Plus struggle to maintain. Think about how many people just fall victim in tournaments to Holy Island to the best players in the game. Why? Because they just can't track multiple fights. And there's no track in this. GT gets called. It's going to be a 2-0. An admirable effort by Paper Cut. Unable to put a dent in the Chinese beast. GG's, Paper Cut. He tried, bless him. And like I said, it's not that Paper Cut is necessarily like a terrible player. Like, this is what happens when you have a very talented player against you, right? They force errors. Like, the villager count wasn't making sense mathematically. And, like, double check me, but I'm pretty sure, like, he shouldn't have been that many villagers ahead. But, you know, like, Paper Cut for reference, last season he was diamond rank, top 3,000. But this season, after 40 games, he's 750 in the world. And before, like, Season 9, he was ranked around 600 to 700 in the world. So it's not terrible rank-wise. It's just obviously Louis is very, very talented. Okay, so let's see what else we've got we can cast. don't know, I kind of like these chill cast approaches on a Friday. It gets a bit tiresome, like, being full, like, deep analytical caster every day. Especially in the early rounds with the matchups that technically aren't going to be as close. It's just weird because you feel like you're going to do a disservice. Like, if it ends up being a crazy upset, you're like, well, we podcasted this. And we didn't now do paper cut justice. So it's always a weird feeling. But let's see. Coastal Cliffs. We're going to be checking in on B versus Jean Do. Let's see. Was this game live? Yep. Why? What's up? Have you already watched all the games that aren't live? Okay, so game one, Rus versus Japanese. Is Rus stronger or weaker on Coastal? I'm never sure. If it was Louis sparring anonymously. What do you mean, sparring anonymously? In what way? Like, we were live in the sense the game literally was view live. It might have been, I think we're a few minutes behind live. But it was literally, it just happened. All right. So anyway, though, let's get ready to go with game number one. Okay, so this guy, I swear to God. I wonder if anyone else is going to pick up on this. I don't know. Meet the perfect counter to Pro Scouts. I actually really like B's approach with this build. So 75 wood investment into 1 to 3 Spearmen, and then you deer shove in. Does Jondo realize what's going to be happening here? Not so sure. This is a bit of a weird map, I think, for Rus, because you don't necessarily want to spam extra scouts early. It doesn't have value. Maybe you go second scout, but even that feels bad because Coastal Cliffs, typically by the time you get your second scout out, the map could already be divided and all sheep gone. But I think maybe Jondo knows. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure he was there in French casting the B games the other day. So, lame the deer? You gotta lame the deer, man. He doesn't know. Like, he hasn't been given the info yet. Oh, man, this feels so frustrating. Well, he's going to see it now. What's key here is the moment you see the spearman, you want to go back. The problem might be a lack of sheep, though. He has not got much sheep at home. Yeah, I don't think he can afford to go back. That's so painful. I mean, in fairness, he has got the second scout, but obviously it's a gamble. For all he knows, B already came all the way down here. Now, this is where you want to try to just beat the crap out of the deer. Otherwise, B's going to get the goodies. Does B still toy with low-ranked players? Oh, like dropping off sheep? I don't think he's really done that in KPMM so much. He might try almost cheesy strategies to rush like a game state end against certain players, but like I wouldn't see anything as like egregious as like, just don't knowing a win or whatever. I mean, I've seen some players have that on the ladder. Like, have you guys ever seen Wham begging for sheep? I can't remember how long. It must have been like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I remember Wham had a game where he was moaning about the fact he got no sheep in all chat, and then the opponent came over and gave him like a sheep. So Gongate on the way to be expected. B's timing is going to be worse. I wonder, do you just go Kura here? Usually Koka feels good to deny Pro Scouts. Trying to push the deer from the corner. Yep. This is what B does. He does both of them. Only one spear here does make it a bit awkward, but he's got the second one now coming. So it'll come from 2 angles, and the whole idea is you basically begin with a triangle, and you push them towards the pointy end of the triangle. Because, like, look at the way the deers are now stacked. So if you come here and you come here, they'll eventually converge towards this point. And then you just try to line them towards the end point. This is a bit different because it's a choke point. But the cool thing here for B is it's the edge of the map as well. So this just inherently means that these deer can't scramble too far to the one side. Even if they do, you basically just keep pushing them along here. So you can essentially use the edge of the map to corral all the deer towards the back. Is B borders this a legit strat? Considering that he beat Lucifron in under 20 minutes in this exact matchup on high view, which is so much better for Roos, this is legit. It does require a layer of ignorance, which is what we also saw in the grand finals yesterday, because when B tried this against Vortex, it backfired hard. And the reason it backfired hard is because I think Vortex had told Lucifron that he does it. And also Vortex had watched the replay. So I don't really think this is necessarily a troll, because the thing you have to keep in mind against a lot of civs, this comes in too early. Because the racks are so cheap. It's different against Roos. I think Roos is like one of the civs that it's giga hard to do this against, because they have so many scouts early on. A little bit lame coming in here, but Jean is getting baited. That's going to be one scout down. Not worth it to deny the extra deer there. Oh, dearie me, because also remember over here, we've got another deer stat being pushed around. Honestly, I think like B would have innovated this if the old walling speed existed. He would have like walled here, and secured this. But nowadays, the walls are just too expensive. So he will move over, try and lame the deer. I think John could easily just lose another scout. The Spinman's coming back now. He's about to get sandwiched. Needs to get out. Yeah, so at this stage, usually when your scout is down to being like 2-hit killable by spears, you don't really want to risk it trying to kill more deer. It's too probable you're going to get distracted and die. So he did lame some of them, but there's still 5 deer up for push. The relentless pursuit of truth requires both positive and negative emotions. Should I start a Twitch channel just to hate on people? I mean, yeah, you'd find a niche. Like, dude, if you need any more proof of, like, negativity or, like, toxic stuff can succeed, just direct yourself to, like, an Aiden Ross chat. Or a Sneaker chat. Or a Tate chat. Well, that took a depressing swing. And no, there is not a maximum distance on Diz. You can keep pushing him non-stop. So John does have the archers coming, but this is an anticipated reaction, no? Yep, B's already on his way towards the ponies. I don't think he's going to go pro scouts. B used to actually do pro scouts in Japanese before the nerfs. Haven't seen him do it so far in Season 10. I've said before, though, like, I think it's fine to be critical of things. I just don't think, like, I don't know. I'm not one for just sitting there slating something without, like, explanation. You know, like, right now I could go, Jondo's build sucks, man. Like, there's going to be no deer left on the map. Actually, no, not even that deer. It was like, Jondo's build sucks, and I could tell you nothing else. Well, that's boring. That's a bit, like, hateful. What sucks about it? We got suckered into the counterplay. The Spearman already got value if they get some of the deer towards the TC, which he's doing. And now he gets to follow up into ponies after forcing your hand into archers. Now, you may have already been planning to go archers, but you didn't want to have to go archers this early. You want to just rush castle age. And horseman is the answer to horse archers. So like the build now for B is pretty organic from here. You can stick ponies and then just get into Mount Samurai. And then there's another interesting part to consider. I'm sorry, I just realized I need to flip those at the top. So on the right side. There's another interesting detail with this build, guys. Yuumi just got buffed. Yuumi are surprisingly effective, actually. You also don't play the game, so I don't think anyone would take build critique from you too seriously. I literally watch more hours of AoE4 than probably any other person. In which time we have seen countless builds fail to succeed. So I think there is some validity to being able to critique the builds at that point. Especially considering we don't focus on the microeconomics of how many villages on food or gold. We actually focus on strategy. But charge your own opinion, bud. But that's a pretty hot take. And one that honestly feels kind of dented within esports. I'm not alone in this feeling. I know other commentators who will agree on this. Just because we don't play the game doesn't mean we're not spending countless hours reviewing VODs, dissecting why and whens and hows. Okay, so High Tradeout's now coming in. So horse archers. I feel like I've seen this story a few times before. By a few, I mean a lot of times before. My oncologist has never had cancer. What does he know? Okay, that might be the best way. What do you mean I'm under arrest for murder? You've never murdered someone. What do you know? Oh god, that was brilliant. Thank you for that. Oh yeah, this is definitely looking like a horse archer army. Which is rough because if this is going to be the Yumi spam, it's problematic. I mean, Mount Samurai is kind of tough as well. You have to have a front line for horse archers to win against Mount Samurai. I don't play at all. Why not? So, I think it's the tricky part. It's like we talked about how AoE4 is a pro-centric game. People want to watch the best or like very high ranking. I don't know if people's that interested in the journey to become high rank. And then also, like, what's my goal beyond that? I don't need to be top 10 or top 20. What am I doing? Proving to a random person like that in Twitch chat that I'm high enough rank to know things? Who cares? I've been doing my commentator job for over half a decade, and I know I do a good job. So I don't need to prove myself to a random person on the internet. So, like, maybe self-fulfillment could be cool. But, like, I'm not going to go pro. That's not my goal. And then outside that, we already put well over 120 hours into AoE4 and things around AoE4. So it's kind of nice to, like, when I'm not live, maybe have some games like casual play or something I do in the background. And, like, right now, the proven strong content is professional tournaments. So you want to lean on that, build the community bigger before you think about other things. Logical pivots, right? Like, why did Grubby stick with Dota 2 after you tried Dota 2? Because it was a positive influence on the growth of his community. And you have to be realistic. Like, our goal here is to try and make content creation a full-time deal. And we've put big sacrifices into doing that. Yeah, you want to kind of follow the arc that makes sense. So this is looking pretty rough, by the way. Jondo's doing the right thing going to crossbows. I just don't think he has time. He's frontlining with horse archers right now. Oh my god. This is definition of I need another minute. Outpost also does not have castle turrets, so unfortunately Jondo doesn't have that extra firepower to scare these boys away. Now losing villages, this is looking pretty over. Relics are coming home. You're almost 10 villages behind. Even with double wooden fortress, he's still losing eco. Yeah, just solid time by B. I think Jean having to stop off those archers is problematic because, like, thinking back to it, he built what, 4 archers and then didn't really do anything with it. People like watching a laser improve though. Yeah, but laser's goals are drastically different to mine. Like I said, I don't want to become a pro player. What's the point? Like, the laser literally has no family to rely upon him for like an income source to take that gamble. And also he has a history as a pro player in a different game. Completely different situation. Damn. Really well played here by B. Clean execution. His Japanese, always a threat. But like, dude, like, so to put it another way, if you're gonna like, so if you're gonna gamble the house on going pro, and you don't have a history as like an RTS pro, and you're not really young, might as well just gamble on something that has prize pools in the millions, no? If you really want the pragmatic logic of it. Like, I've been down this. I think I talked about this before. Like, if I started taking it seriously, it would become dangerously competitive. And I think that could become toxic. Whether I'd be able to get that high or not, I don't know. But I've literally, like, played Apex Legends to the absolute highest rank. I've played Dota 2 to the absolute highest rank. And it's like, I think, like, in a way, with Dota 2, it was almost to prove that, like, that I could talk about the game. And like I said, that's where I fell into the trap, and I realized I don't need to. Who cares? Like, I do a good job as a commentator and doing what I do. I don't need to prove that I'm a high rank. I did. But then I got there, and I was like, now what? And I kind of hit a realization that, like, then I was just worried about elo for no reason. And then I was like, am I actually also having more fun than someone who's gold rank? And I think with Dota 2, it wasn't too much that. But, like, other games where I've got high rank, I got to the point where I'm like, dude, legitimately, people in the bottom 20% of ranking are having more fun than me. Because, like, you get to the top and you have to play meta. You know what I mean? You get locked into it with a lot of games. Would be cool to see you improve. And I've already, like, given my take on that. Like, I'm open to it, but we need to see more growth on the stream. And the reason why I caveat that is because I know that at our current scale, if I start streaming playing the games, viewership levels will go down over our current averages of doing, like, midweek musters, casting games. And I don't make a living off of this currently. So then, like, you're putting yourself further behind the track point, but then, like, what's the recovery? It's like, you have to think about it as, like, macroeconomics. Like, in an ideal world, I could just go live and stream whatever I wanted to, and like, things would work out. But you have to identify where you're doing well with your content and lean into it, if that makes sense. Hope that makes sense and kind of gives a peer behind the veil. But I have already said, like, if we start averaging towards 700, 800 people between YouTube and Twitch combined, we'll do a road to conk. I've already been over that. And now all I need to do is show the screen and go, look, we hit conk. There you go. Did you know, guys, that I am in the top 1% of players on these? I think... Actually, was it 1% or 2.5%? I was talking to one of the devs, and I think it was either 1% or only 2.5%. It might have been 2.5% of players hit conk rank in these challenges. So if you've done that, well done. You're actually in the minority. If you posted a good time on top of reaching conk, incredible. Let's get ready for game 2 of Bijan 2. RTS gets way better as players and strategies improve because there's so much more nuance in to each game. Oh, what's this in relation to? What, my comment about, like, going higher is less fun? I think when you go high, you have to be switched on to a ridiculous degree that can theoretically be exhausting, if that makes sense. If you mean, like, watching tournament play, yes. Like, RTSs mature a lot better, especially if they are regularly updated, than other genres. Because genuinely, the approach to AoE 4 now compared to 3 years ago is day and night. When I look back at AoE 4 3 years ago, it's boring. Now that I think about it. I can't believe I stuck with it as long as I did. Because, like, you just have people 2TCing and jerking off in their base until 40 minutes in the game. That's dull. Every single game, that's so dull. Not even getting high. If you just play to win, you will hate the game. And the problem is, like, the way that, like, people... So, we'll hop in the next game. But, like, the way that people... Oh, wow. Sean actually went to water. So, the other problem there, by the way, is, like, the way that people conceptualize, like, the world based on social media interactions, content they consume, etc., is all they see is winners. So then it just creates, within a content creator's arc, this expectation you need to be a winner, right? And I think that's unhealthy. Like, in an ideal world, I'd love to literally have, like, series where we sit down with players and go over the series and explain why they lost, right? Or our own games, we break down what went wrong. But it's almost like content is driven towards proving success rather than failure, which is sad. And the reason why that is, by the way, guys, is, like, failure is more relatable, but people... The conceptualization is that people would rather see success to distract from their own failures. I like to think that there is maybe a beautiful future to content creation where it actually plays the other way. I think, like, we are approaching a point where people don't care as much about the success, but rather the failures that lead to the success, if that makes sense. The challenge is making that a long-term thing people are desiring of, instead of a short-term burst. So what I mean by that is, like, look at the guy who... Do you guys hear about that guy who played through all the Souls games without... I think it was without taking a single hit. It'd been 6 years, I think, in the running. The challenge was he literally had to complete every single Souls game sequentially without being hit once by anything. That means if you got through 4 Souls games and then you got hit, you had to start all over again. And he done it. And, like, there was huge hype about it. But then, like, I've never heard about the guy again since. And that, like, goes to how many people watch a speedrun, set a world record, versus watches a speedrun, figure out what to do. And thank you, Ace McClyde. Glad you enjoyed the cast, mate. Just catching up on chat. Getting Conk in AoE4 is so much easier than Pred and Apex. Brother, do not get me started. Like, if you have a pre-stack, disagree. But, like, the thing with me is I had to get top rank in Apex early seasons with no teammates. That was torture. Yeah, I usually bring this up every once in a while. Like, the focus on esports in general nowadays with games and the association with content creation, I do think creates an unhealthy trap that a lot of players can fall into, which is focusing on being the best instead of just improving and having fun. What does disabling low latency do on Twitch? I am unsure. I think disabling low latency means that technically there could be more buffering, i.e. the stream can slowly lag further and further behind at the trade-off of being better stability. Yeah, we are on Holy Island. I need to update. That's because the overlay needed to have an outcome. So let me tip that now. I don't know what Hourglass is. Boom. There you go. It's game number 2. Knights Templar versus... Wait, actually, I just realized. Yeah, I just actually realized this is kind of crazy. We're having this, like, podcast talk, but we've actually got Shushi up against KT. The difference in player rankings should favor B, but this matchup, I mean, this could be the true litmus test. Knights Templar are meant to be the unbeatable. The unthinkable has happened here. Holy Island, and they were allowed through. Let's see what John Doe can cook with. It's not like John Doe is super duper low rank for those that are unfamiliar with John Doe. Currently, he's ranked... Let me just double check. He usually gets quite high. Is he 1100? Right? Oh, yeah. Okay, so he's only played 5 games, though, in fairness to guys. Last season, he finished off 522nd in the world. So he was seeing a pretty big uptick. Before that, I think he was ranked around like 1,000th in the world, so not insanely high, but not too bad. Let's see what John can do here. I mean, Shushi were the former kings of this map. So Knights Templar may be the new kid on the block, but not sure if he's had enough practice rotation for this. I don't know how many times John Doe has played Knights Templar so far this season. And definitely Water doesn't come up that often. There is definitely an argument of competitive history of B favoring him here. His Holy Island is not a regular map you see on the ladder. It's hard to practice. And that is exactly what I was worried about for John Doe. That's a ridiculous meditation garden. 75 gold, 25 stone. And I believe that is 42 food. Yeah, absolute jackpot. Gold Gen's going to be great for the opening of Water as well. Water's also going to be interesting, guys, because there is something a bit Lamau right now about Water play. But I really, really wish they would keep. They're probably not going to. I don't know if any of you experienced it yet. I'm guessing everyone in chat has been avoiding Water. Can anyone guess what they broke with Water? Canadian Rabbit says, you mentioned Grub earlier. The toxicity was a part of the reason why you stopped playing Dota 2 content. Just wanted to make healthier content. Exactly. And I respect that. Dota 2 is not for everyone. It can turn you into a monster if you're not careful. And yep, demos. There you go. So there is something quite funky with demos right now. they kill everything. So I wonder if we're going to see it. I wonder if B's going to try to avoid it entirely. But demos on water right now, if they blow up near your own boats, they blow up your own boats. It's quite funny. I actually kind of wish they made it that way by default. Like, I actually legitimately think demos would be better balanced with that system. Because then it's high risk, high reward. And also it makes demos like much more micro-intensive and elegant than just pumping 8 of them and sending them at the enemy. Because if you do that, all you're going to get is a pretty fireworks display as they all trigger each other. So Mangoes, I think Mango should have that change once they have adjustable crossbars. Adjustable crossbars should be made even stronger, but it can hit your own troops. So then it's a trade-off tech, you know? Okay, here's the demo. Do not walk it back towards your boat, sir. Whatever you do. Ooh, he baits him. Sick by B. He knew exactly what was going to happen as that. It just wasn't enough damage. In fact, he waited until the extra shot came in and then pulled the war junk forward to detonate. Nicely played. Meanwhile on land, we do have the Chug. Reactions coming in though. It's going to be Chevalier Confrère plus the Horseman. Big investment by Jean Do. Needs it though because of the Pilgrims. That's the whole point of this. He's already scalped one of the Pilgrims. Makes that demo ship even more expensive. I don't know. I don't feel like Jean Do necessarily needed that demo ship in this build. Because if you get the Pilgrims online and you protect it, that's good enough. And oh, another Pilgrim gets found. It's going to dive towards the gold. Spimmer now coming out though. Oh boy. So Jean would need archers to keep contesting land. I don't think he's had a single Pilgrim go through so far. This is awkward. Props to him for trying to play this on land and at sea. Definitely not easy to do. Spinman could get overwhelmed here. I think you just want to prioritize the horseman kills because the Chevalier is going to take a lot longer to kill per unit. And the horsemen are specifically going to sweep your Chug much quicker. You get the freebie. Yeah, that didn't actually work out. The pathfinding around the sacred site actually helped be there. And now the split fight makes it even better. Chevalier barely wins his exchange. It means also the horseman is going to lose over here. Oh, just about gets the kill first. Meanwhile on water, pushing coming through. Wait, did his... No. I think he got counter-demoed. Honestly, water's going to be so sketchy now with the demos. You have to keep an eye on it the whole time now, I think. Need a second cameraman. House of Lancaster Gentleman's Agreements? Not at all. They ban it a lot. To my knowledge, there is no gentleman's agreement around it. Detonation warp. Nicely done, but at least clear that up. We do have Pilgrims now getting through, so things are looking a little bit better now for Jean Do. Does your demo blow up your own dock? Yep. If he had a demo right here, he'd kill his villager and almost kill the fishing boats. If he hit manual detonation, he'd almost kill them. Like, this is super sketchy right now, but I honestly want them to keep it. I don't think they're gonna, and that's kind of actually frustrating me. Because, like, having demos damage your own boats would be a drastic change on water, and I think it needs a drastic change. I don't think this will be the final form if you keep the change, but I think it's a good start. And what am I watching right now? Like, okay, cleared in the end. But yeah, just something to change the flavor of water to start with would be nice. But I've talked about this, like, the current form of water should not, in my opinion, be the final form. It needs more unique character, interaction points, etc. Okay, so how's land looking? Ugly. It's looking really ugly. Okay, so this is the problem. Jean Do might be holding out on water, but bye-bye Pilgrims. And potentially bye-bye land economy. Oh, he's got a huge issue in terms of military. He hasn't prepped archers. He's now panic rushing into double archery range. How can you justify demos being the only unit in the game that affects your own unit? because of the impact and value. Demo ships are more capable of turning a fight than any other unit in the game, and more aggressively. So that sounds fine to me. It also at least allows you to try and mop up docks more cleanly in fuel instead of just playing for castle, because if they demo pump and you detonate it straight away, they hurt themselves. But then also what you do is use the reception to demo ships and how people feel about them as a test ground to see if you should change Siege to be that way too. Demos, can you actually get the kill? No. Force him back. A little bit weird over there. Actually, that worked out well for B. That one demo dragged all the attention. So it allows him to mop up the explosive ships. Meanwhile, on land, it's going to be a dive in and oh my god, an absolute massacre here. Sugar knew just munch on villagers so fast. That must have been, what, 6, 7 kills at least? And more still to come. Okay, this is over. Like, how do you come back from this? Just enough spears to still counter the Chevalier. Sugar at least going to get chomped on finally. But the lead speaks for itself. No win on water either for Jean Do. Yeah, I think this is just a classic Holy Island attention span issue. You really have to get used to this idea of tracking both locations, land and sea, well. If you aren't well vetted in that, you will fall victim on this map time and time again. It's why I was a little bit surprised it wasn't banned out, actually. Like, some players actually really like the water. I never had John Doe pegged as one, though. I mean, what did he ban instead? Let me just double check that. Because I am a little bit surprised by this. Okay, so Jean Doe chose to ban Enlightened Horizon over this. Huh. Would not have been my first expectation. Not sure about the Gentleman's Agreement. At least Elyono and Lash agreed. Okay, so that's not everyone. So. And we've already seen House of Lancaster in the weeklies. It's like, if players want to keep themselves a Gentleman's Agreement, that's... go for it. That's them. There's no rules against them. I always say, like, we don't enforce Gentleman's Agreements, so if someone breaks on you, that's your own fault. Okay. Got you. Like, it sounded like it was implied that the entire thing had a gentleman's agreement, though. Which you can understand. But yeah, just to clarify, there is no rule against House Lancaster being picked. If players want to have their own agreement, they're more than able to take the risk of that and trust in the other player. But we don't enforce that type of crap here. The game is what the game is. That's why we have bans, by the way. We literally have 2 bans for that reason. You can remove H3 and House of Lancaster in the opening phase, and you're good. Demo's creeping. Demo on demo. Oh, does force the Springwood Flurry. Good reaction, though. John Doe does the dodge. I just think he's losing on land too much. The Pilgrimage is never getting through. He's been harassed off the Ford Gold, so he's camping in the corner right now. Out with the press. Just saying that seeing them not picked or banned is no proof of anything. I mean, sure. Like, some players just don't rate it as highly, which we've covered. Zubu literally said on stream earlier he doesn't think they're a top 5 Civ, and I agree. I think they are the most boring Civ in the game to play against, but they are definitely not the most powerful. We're talking about Lancaster, those people. Curious. Knight's Templar on water is definitely most broken. There you go. Do you see the damage? If he had sent those through the Springwood chips, he would have lost the entire navy, and we'd actually have a game again. Right now, we're not really seeing that big slip up that would give Jean Doe. No! Instead, he's the one that slips! Oh my god, I don't think he knew. I actually don't think he knew. Big hit to the fleet. B is going to double down now. Demo ship coming in. Jean Doe not paying attention because he's distracted on land. Maximum pain. Dished out everywhere at once. Be warned, folks. Those demos our double volatility right now. As Jean Do just harshly learned. Yeah, this is, I think, he might not just wave the white flag straight away because final game, but the outcome looks all too obvious now. Your opponent also has Steel Arrow, you have no undermesh, which means your horsemen are losing against Chug. And these villagers are now unprotected. That's game. It doesn't matter about hit. Like, this is all that matters now. He's also trickling archers to try and defend this. You are seeing that correctly. It's enough damage to one hit a villager time and time again. On the price side, he doesn't need those houses anymore. True. Very true. Oh, man. Ooh. So, 2-0 there. Let's have a look. Just checking what other sets we have coming up. I think what we can do is aim to catch Elio Jiff in a bit. And Christian. Oh, this guy's back. Guys, Christian, like, you should all welcome Christian kindly. He's in the perfect place. We are middle-aged men now. Average in the RTS community in our 30s. Christian definitely looks like he's ahead of us. He gave up on his hair many years ago. So he'll fit right at home here. What's up, Chris? So, I think we have maybe Voldemort vs. Red Darkseid to look back at. There was another series coming up, right? Jiff versus Elyona. I don't think that was the response he was hoping for. That's the one he's getting, though. I've known Christian for quite a few years. And it's always a good opportunity to beat him in a little smack talk battle. Another ball guy in here. There you go, guys. Mr. Christian Bishop. Guys, do you want to know who Christian Bishop is? He knows what I'm going to show. Yo, so like, there's a reason why Christian has got that tick next to his name. You ready for this, guys? So, I always tease him about it. I have to. So this is Christian Bishop first out in the Bachelorette. You guys know this? Boom. My boy, Christian.
Hey. For those who don't know, he was on
this guy.
season 12.
Look at this guy.
The Bachelorette. Yeah, yes, sir. I'm doing great.
Show, man.
I love this guy. He's like a brother. But yeah, we always tease him about it. Like whenever I introduce him to people, I'm like, is that Christian Bishop from The Bachelorette? It's such a weird detail. We met playing Apex Legends years ago. And he liked the cut of my jib and flew me out to work a Dota 2 event in Vegas. This was in 2019, I believe. It was WSOE. And that's also where I met Fallout, who's a really cool guy. He casts gears in Apex Legends. We'll mirror an MSM play today. So I haven't seen confirmation of a time for them yet. Usually with Myriad, it's more probable that he'll play on the weekend, but there's a possibility. What I'm weighing up now is that we might eat, come back, do some more games. I'm just checking. So we could come back, do Elyona Jiff. By the time we get back, there's probably been one or two other series that have been scheduled. If not, we can do some high-ranking ladder games. Will they cast the Elite Classic? Yeah. I think I got messaged about working this weekend, maybe. So I'm probably going to be working Saturday again. Although they do need to get a schedule that's more forward. So yeah, we'll be working Saturday. And then back on this channel Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, as we always do. So yeah, guys, what I'll do now, I'm going to go eat with the fam. I'll put up an entertaining game for you, something that's an absolute banger, I promise. And then when I come back, we'll check in on some more replays and live games from KPMM, okay? So... maybe the Louis MT Mahodo game. That one was kind of sick from last week. Hey, guys. You guys want that really unhinged Eliona Louis game? Oh, I deleted a lot of the older ones. I can't remember if YouTube is going to troll me, though. Something I don't like is YouTube seems to have this habit of playing ads on my own video, which I find so stupid, by the way. Like, why would you... like? I made the content. Why am I having to watch ads for it? Like, brother. So let me see if it's going to do it today. I hope it's not.
Okay, I see
it's
you.
Playing.
Okay, let me see you, Cherry Hill.
I don't know if it's going to work because it's going to play them in the middle.
Let me see you.
Why does it do this? Is there a version I can play that doesn't do it? Oh, there might be. One sec. I think I have an idea. This might work. All right, Is there a way in editor mode on YouTube that I can play full screen? I don't know if there is. Am I going to have to get YouTube Premium because of this crap? I probably am, aren't I? God damn it. Because I don't know how often it's going to play ads now. Alright, we'll just do one that I've got locally recorded then. Okay, here you go, guys. Well, something has gone sorely wrong here. What and all, what am I looking at? Louis MT versus Mahodo? What do we do? Hey guys, KP here. Actually, I think a lot... no, this one's better. I think a lot of people would call this. There's 194 Unicom versus B. This one was epic. KP here, back from the round of 16 for B versus 194, the Great Unicom. All right, guys, help me out. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm going to go eat. When I'm back, do you guys prefer one and all as an introduction? Enjoy this one. This one was... guys, KP. I don't know which one I like. Absolutely crazy. I love the outros. I'm never sure on the intro. Maybe we need to be more over the top. Maybe we just need to slam a door every time we start a cast to get everyone's attention, because you should be paying attention to this. B may be favorite in a lot of people's eyes, but do not write off the Unicom. We've seen him on the ladder. He has some crazy builds, and he ranks pretty damn well, actually, because Unicom right now in the world ranks 71st, finished last season ranked 87th. And we're finally seeing them starting to appear in tournaments. They did, in fact, I believe, play in the EGC qualifiers. Yeah, and they went out to Scatterbrain 2-1 in the round of 32. Scatterbrain, who, by the way, went on to almost qualify up against CSO in the decider round. So, really not that bad of a player. Excited to see what he can do here against B. Byzantines versus Malians isn't really a matchup I feel like we're seeing too much at the moment. These civs tend to lean into different map formats. For example, like, you know, Malians usually more kind of open exposed maps. Byzantines like those kind of funneled maps, or maps with a lot of berries like Lipany. Lipany, not really something that Malians benefit a great deal from being picked in. And it looks like we are going to have him being, yeah, a 2 rock boy. Okay, so what this means is that 194 is going to have a weaker tempo timing in Feudal Age, but a much, much better boom. Because when you put 2 on stone, you're essentially sacrificing your tech timing slightly, and you're focusing more on getting the systems up than getting your mercenaries out. But that's fine. Think about what he's playing against here. You know, are you really going to be capable of diving Malians? Do you really want to? Because I think in this matchup, your biggest concern is to just tech and greed, because the reality check here is against Malians. They're going to have access to a lot of javelins. So you don't really want to build javelins because they'll outmatch you there. You don't really want to do lombos against javelins for very obvious reasons. So that leaves like one option. It leaves an option that makes me sick to my core. I don't even want to say it. Fizz has an advantage in their rounds versus Mali houses. It's true. I just don't think this gold vein is maybe that delightful of a target. I wonder. So you go Jav into Camels or Lombo into Landschnectar. I wonder if actually you can make LBs work on a timing here. Yeah, LB Horseman against Javs plus the Rams. That's a fair point. I said we haven't seen it in a while, and thank you for reminding me. We do often see the single Kira Siphon against the Pit Mine, because you can burn everything down. But I do think like it's a do it and get out strategy, and that one used to be effective because of the system timing. But because early system timing has been nerfed, I wonder if you still hit that timing quick enough. I think that's where my brain is going here. Like, before, with cheaper systems, you had a good enough timing to run across and prep Kira Siphons. But now it might be a little bit too slow. We'll see, though. Remember, Biz would sometimes build the Merc House to get the Knights? Here in this game, you could get Knights. It's just, we changed the position of trade compared to standard high view, because high view is kind of toxic. Old high view had the corner trade post, which just wasn't very good design. So yeah, you only really see neutral trade posting on maps like Lipany, where sometimes the trade post spawns right next to your base. Dry Arabia does do it sometimes, but I feel like it's so infrequent, it's not a reliable one, whereas Lipany used to be. So level 3 assistant already. He's trying to be as greedy as possible. It's going to be Pro Scouts. Okay. Ooh. So the old Kira Siphon build felt really dependent on the idea that Malians were going to try to cheapskate and go Fulani. Does it work against the Pro Scouts time? Because with Pro Scouts, and considering it's B, we're probably looking at Farimba rushing. That means Javelins. That means your opponent's going to keep scaling Javelins and stuff after getting the initial Scouts. I don't know if you want to like send it at him with that type of idea in mind. Oh, did we pay out on predictions before? I think we forgot to. Alright, guys. 1s if you think Byzantines will win this game. 2s if you think Malians will. You have the Merc House now being dropped. It's not really indicative of whether he's going to send it. It's just obviously you can use Merc to defend. And also considering the nature of this map, you're probably going to want them. Because these berries are right up next to the tree line. Interesting. So B. Yeah, it is going to be Javelins from 194. I guess on the approach, it makes more sense than Lombos, because Lombos just won't be able to run away, so you'll just lose them. So this at least gives you an element of I can be offensive. Long feudal just doesn't seem like the goal, and yeah, we can see it's going to be a castle rush. I like this. I think 194 has the correct idea here. One awkward thing is you're now scaling Javelins against Javelins. Even when you get Veterancy, though, like Farimba into Javelineers just makes you lose. So if he wants to be present on the map for, say, a Relic Rush, you're going to need something more here. And it looks like we are getting the racks. You know what? We were just talking about, like, loads of different games. Talking about RPGs earlier. I was just thinking back to, like, upcoming RTSs. I don't know if many people felt like Tempest Rising hit the spot, but I'm curious, actually, like, what else is on the horizon that could. I'm quite eager to see maybe some more fantasy RTSs added in. Because I'm gonna get my itch this year in different areas, like Anno and Might and Magic. Wow, that's actually that's a lot of reliance on you guys. Are there any other RTSs I haven't noticed? I'm curious to see how Batlace is going to do, because Batlace obviously has that open beta, but outside of sponsored streams, I don't think there's been that much content able to be created around it. But that might just be because of the coming and going nature of betas. I think some games die because they're like way too beta-oriented, So by the time you actually get your hands on the product, there's nothing left. So like a clean, obvious example that comes to mind for me years ago was, I don't know if anyone played this on PlayStation 3. It was a game called Mag. Mag was actually a phenomenal game. So Mag, imagine this, in like 2010, 256 player FPS. That's what it was. Well balanced though. The whole idea is that you basically came at a base, attack and defend from 4 different angles. So you only got the 256 player experience kind of when you got to the final objective. So it had great scaling, great pacing. But that game had about like 7 different beta phases, maybe 8. So what ended up happening is like you could pre-order the game to get beta access. And well, by the time we were getting close to pre-orders being fulfilled, the game being released, people were bored, so they cancelled their pre-orders. And it sold really badly. So I think like sometimes games spend way too much time in beta chasing that perfection. And it basically makes it impossible for them to actually focus of content, of player base, etc. Am I hyped for the new Anno? Hell yeah, dude. Roman time is actually one of my favorites. Romans and Greeks are like my favorite historical points over the years. Think about all the games I've enjoyed. I think I've enjoyed the most around those periods. I will give credit to Stormgate. I don't know if you guys have seen the new models that they've been showing off. Actually, finally, their units start to look like they have real character. But yeah, I don't think Stormgate is going to be able to. If Stormgate comes back, it's going to be a 10-year long tail. And that's not me being toxic about it, it's me being realistic about numbers. So, numbers looking good for Byzantines, by the way. We have got the Horseman layer. Oh, this is sick. So, we were talking about against Delhi. It's really good to go Longbow, Limitane, and then into Horseman. Similar idea here from the Javelin step against Malians, because your opponent sees Javelins, he wants to mirror Javelins. Even more so because B really deep down wants to do Farimba. So the Horseman detail is meant to catch him off guard at a critical juncture here. It's starting to work. I've got reactions coming in. Pro Scout's getting somewhat denied, but he did get most of the deer home. So I don't think B is going to be too begrudged about this. Got poke attempts to the full backside, but way too many javelins there. So from here, 194, does he think about going castle maybe? I don't know how much more value you can get by scaling now that your opponent knows what he's up against. Because Donzos will be the answer to everything you're doing. Valheim's still in beta? Yeah, so like the problem with Valheim is people just played through all the content. I think Valheim is a pristine example of a game that releases in beta that didn't need to be in beta to the full degree, if that makes sense. There's a lot of games that just enter early access because it's a great excuse for not being ready. But then the reality check down the line is there's no content left. It's not like you release a sandbox for people to test. I get, well, that's unfair. It is kind of sandbox, but the way it is to my understanding, with Valheim, there's limited content. Will I stream Anno when it comes out? I think so. I think I'd look to. It'd be nice to actually have a contact at Ubisoft and maybe do some sponsored streams. Like, the other one I'm keeping an eye on, and ear to the ground for when any news comes out, is obviously Europa Universalis 5. Battle for Middle-earth 3? Okay, you're dreaming now. That Battle for Middle-earth, that game series, is in a perpetual state of who owns the rights. There are games that suffer from that, like Simpsons Hit and Run is another one. You'll probably never see a sequel because of the complexities between game development IP rights and original owner IP rights. Clash coming in, though. Looks like we are getting the tech from Unicom behind us. So, Golden Horn Tower on the way. He's still blobbing a lot of javelins, but you can very much start to feel what the intent is likely going to be here. I do wonder if when he hears the tech up, he just shies away from Farimba, worrying that he maybe misses his timing. You know, system level, look at the reach. Unicom already just going this far forward, taking some big risks. How are we looking Olive Grove-wise? Not a single Olive Grove yet. 12.5 minutes into the game. Is Farimba viable compared to Filani? With Pro Scouts, yes. With Pro Scouts, Farimba is actually considered very good. Mainly only for the Javelineer contract, though. Ooh, ugly fight with the Horseman there. Was Unicom not looking? He pretty much just, by the looks of it, ran headfirst into Donzo's. So yeah, I think he was a little bit distracted. Maybe on the flank over here getting caught. Okay, this is looking pretty bad right now for Unicom. 23 military to 46 when you're attacking. He does have the age up, so straight away we're going to see him go for Angian, which is the correct call. Javelins will be able to kite him out, but B might try and poke here and then just back off with a tech coming. I don't know if you have enough firepower to kill the game right now. New crop of Age of Sigmar games. I think I saw, like, wasn't there one, was it an RTS of Age of Sigmar? But it just looked like, the best way I can describe it is Unreal Engine, right? Like, they had these really pretty graphics that were kind of generic in lighting and texture because it was Unreal Engine. And the gameplay was quite, I don't like using the word basic, it's not like an insult, but like the gameplay didn't have the depth that maybe the strategy crew wanted. Rangian are starting to arrive. Javelins are upgraded, so like B, it's all about numbers to try and win this fight. And Con barely has any right now. He's trying to bait B to dive deeper into the waiting arms of the angry Vikings. I think there is enough Vikings here to kind of stabilize and keep B pinned. He's switching Musafadi, so yeah, no intent to just go up an age. Actually, that being said, like, you can go up an age while prepping Musafadi defensively. It's just awkward right now because B, he feels like he's got pressure on his side. The Javelins are all dead. But unless he can convert into his worker kill, standing here isn't achieving much right now. It feels like it's costing him a lot as well. Got ranged armor 2 on the way. Dialecticus has been triggered. Only 27 seconds to get that. Okay, so Rangi and Flood coming. B is going to prior into Musafadi. I think he's holding on to the Farimba Dream. Good Age of Sigmar RTS would be awesome. Yeah. You know what? Like, okay, and I know some people are like, I don't trust EA with it. I would legit go for a Red Alert 4 attempt now. I think even if they captured only half the character of Red Alert 3, right? So not even like setting high expectation of Red Alert 2's character. If they caught half the character of Red Alert 3, it'd be bad. I did notice there's a lot of Warhammer mobile games. I might try and get sponsored by those. Try them out. I'm a bit of a Warhammer. Okay, so the Musafadi defense has started to mass. Javelins don't snipe these that well. Remember, the counter Musafadi is actually to go archers. You don't really want to do that here, though. Angry Viking mode. Wait, against Javelins? Oh my god. Unicom Psycho mode just activated with that single press. He probably felt like he had numerical advantage, but that's a lie against Musafadi. He gets wiped. B maintains the Javelin lead. That Berserk button is not always your friend. Unicom now going 2TC behind this. Reminder, that takes away 4 armor, but gives you 6 damage. The problem is, like, attack speed plus clump on your side. All of a sudden, you have only got 2 ranged armor against Javelins. It just didn't feel worth it. And yes, we have seen Tempest Rising. We talked about it earlier. Tempest Rising has some cool things about it. It tries to recapture the Command and Conquer experience. And from a mechanical standpoint, it does a good job. But from a characteristic standpoint, I think it does. No Kane. No, what's his name? Romanov. No Yuri. It didn't have any of that jungle. No Stalin. Oh my god, he berserks again. Oh, in fairness, the Javelins were kind of frontlining. This guy is a psychopath. I cannot believe this. After that last fight, he's like, yeah, went pretty good. Hits it again. I mean, in fairness, he's now scaling a villager lead. B has not got ranchers coming. He's running out of deer. So I get what Unicom is going for. It's just as dangerous for him, though, guys, because he doesn't actually have many farms. That is wild. The insanity on this man. But yeah, also Tempest Rising, I was talking a bit earlier, it has some issues around simple things that make no sense. So, for example, in the UI menu, if you want to produce units out of a barracks or a factory, they all exist on separate tabs. You have to click through each of them to queue up units in multiple factories. Don't like that. You can use the control groups, but the way they've done control groups is questionable. You can't shift control to add to a control group from what I can see. It's all just you have to set a control group. So like, for example, I've done this and go, like, control 1. Oh, did they stop? Oh, that's interesting. Capture Age got updated. In Capture Age, you used to be able to do things like add control groups, but it doesn't work anymore. I mean, it makes sense. It was kind of silly that in the like spectating perspective, you could just see 1s, 2s, 3s on units if I misclick. But my god, are you kidding me? He goes for Ember still. I guess at this stage B, with the way the fights are going, maybe he suspects 2CC. I don't think he's scouted it yet. Maybe he's like, oh, okay, I'm not really winning the fights, I'm drawing them, which is good, but that means if I tech and then I mirror his javelins but make mine better, I can just run him through. The risk would be doing this is it's very much a tempo-based build. Farimba doesn't feel great right now if you don't control the narrative. In theory, in the hyper late game, Farimba is really good. Because in the hyper late game, you're making your units incredibly impactful. For example, you go Imperial Age, reminder, Farimba gives you a second choice, and you can go into Mansa Musafadi. Which is nuts, because all of a sudden, Mansa Musafadi have ginormous amounts of melee defense. I think they have 5 or 6 in Imperial Age. But it does mean that at this point in the game, you pretty much put yourself on the clock to do something. You can't just chill. You can't just scale. You have to kill. It actually deletes the scout. So that's the third relic now coming home. Javelins are going to dive into the second TC. And Horseman now on the way from Unicom. Horseman with so little food. And again, he has got the berries safe in the corner. Boars aren't being gathered from, so it definitely feels like Unicom's playing quite a dangerous game. Oh wait, we got the timeout war again. Oh no. You guys. Ooh, time me out for the Musafadi. In terms of raw count, they do have similar militaries. Just B is hunting for economy right now. Understandable. I don't think you win just by saying Javelineers to this fight. In some ways, it kind of feels like the Javelineer strategy is already failing because of how big Unicom's army is. Why is Farimba good if you're leading the game? Because with Javelineers, you can keep pressing an advantage. Javelineers are... The best way I can describe Javelineers to you is imagine an impactful version of the Genitors. Because I think Genitors, the new unit from Knights Templar, the horseback Javelins, could be this. You can't catch them, they keep poking you, they slowly win a fight. Sadly, Genitors have a really terrible wind-up point, and they're just not worth it. But these guys are fast, they have poison damage to do well against armored units, they can't really be caught. They have great hit. They're an all-rounder good unit. And because of the movement speed, you're able to just be in places other people wouldn't. Because of the ranged armor, you're able to be in places other people wouldn't. So that's why Javelineers are all about timings and pressure. If you don't get control of the game and keep pressing an advantage, your opponent eventually gets this counter. Once the horseman count gets up to about 20-25, the javelins start to fail. What do you tell people who are silver ranked scrubs talking about how they're getting destroyed by 400 APM Korean streamers on ladder? Maybe stop buying accounts that are high ranked. Why would you be against a 400 APM person? I mean, if you're silver and up against a 400 APM Korean pro, I'd like to see what the meaningful AMPM is, because it must be 2. Back in his base. Well, he knows about 2TC. Relics actually end up good for B in the end, by the way. He actually snatches 3. We still don't have ranches getting added in, so no sliver of extra economy. I wonder if B considers 2TC maybe here? Just so he doesn't fall behind. They're not fighting 400 APM Korean streamers. They're getting dunked on by Drunk Toddler. Yeah, but wait. Like, aren't you also the Drunk Toddler then? So, like, what you're saying is... baby battles! That's what we're missing in Age of Empires 4. On LAN, you just like throw 2 little toddlers in the ring and have them fight each other. And they have to get up battered and bruised and play Age of Empires 4. Oh, it's going to be so fun to watch Dragovan and MSN fight on LAN. Well, yeah, of course the drunk toddler has 400 APM. Have you never seen a baby like roll over a keyboard? They hit all the buttons. That's not Horseman Raids. Does he have Expilatoris? No. So no payout, no easier kills. He's going to send it. We're up to 49 Javelins. The problem with the Javelins at this point is they haven't been doing that much. They've just been scaling. Usually you want to poke and scale. You've given a lot of time over. Let's see if it actually bites you in the butt here. Horseman. What? Unicom A-clicks it. Into the spears. Not even an attempt to get round the back. He just brute forces in. Archers were meant to be there, but they weren't enough to deal with the Donzos. Javelin line was held back by Unicom. That's now going to be coming in. The Horseman just about able to brute force through, so that is going to force a reset by B. But crazy the fact that he just frontlined against Donzos like that. It's getting a bit awkward. Military count is completely against Unicom. Does have a defender's advantage. Farm count is looking decent. He's at 36 groves. He should be able to keep the Horseman pump pushing. And Berserk again. So pick your poison. You either kill the Javelin or you kill the Angry Viking. Can't have both. But you see what I'm talking about. Like, this is where Javelins look best. They are a skirmisher at heart. More so than Javs that look like normal skirmishers. Because of their ability to disengage. You have to think of Javelineers not just as you normally do, but think of these like also horse archer. A 2-legged horse archer. Military Academy now comes from B, so he knows he needs to reblob. You are essentially playing a Zerg comp here. Because the Javelineers, like, they need to be assisted by someone that can just brute force in. It feels usually quite tricky to end the game with the Javelineers. Like, quite often, to win the game for Malians, there needs to be a conversion point. Something new. Sofa, Mustafadi. Something that can actually blow up buildings and dive. Oh, diving isn't their problem, but yes, actually being able to take out the things that keep your opponent alive. Oh, Donzos rallied the wrong way. He's at least doing a reasonable job of trying to keep the economy in check. I just think Unicom has too many farms. 51 groves now. Good lord. Gonna try to do something about it. So B is gonna move into the second TC. Torch is out on it. Behind this, B has got ranchers coming in now. He's too fast eating the cow currently. Why is he adding 1 or 2 Mangonel Doesn't seem to have the stone. I think he's so focused on horseman spam, he's not even thinking about standard defenses. And even if you did, like, here's the big issue, guys. He has 50 olive groves. How does 2 mango tiles protect all that? It doesn't. I think for Unicom, his mindset is actually he likes this. He kind of likes... sounds weird. He likes having his face pummeled in. He likes that his opponent just keeps attacking the front because he has an eco. And if he keeps attacking the front, it means the farms aren't harassed. So, like, B may look like he's winning these engagements or slightly edging ahead, but what he's not actually doing is stopping Unicom from coming again. And as long as there's a second TC, that's going to scale in favor of it. The amount of timeouts you guys are redeeming, I'm going to have to actually get some response. Okay, this is bad for me. Like, critical mass is reached. Look at the archer count. 31. Archer plus horseman can break this. And a sofa switch now. Okay, good idea from B. Without Fulani income, that is going to feel a little bit weak. And again, what B could do is use those sofas to raid. This game is kind of wacky. I don't think many people would have had Unicom written to be still alive in this type of game. Goodness gracious, is he playing this really well. Anyone else play Lord of Realms 2? No. I think I've seen Lord of Realms 3. I just never played those games. The one that always intrigued me, and I would 100% hop onto it if they made a sequel, was the fantasy one, where you had like an RPG hero. It was kind of like Warcraft before Warcraft. And it had loads of broken builds. Oh, time to break this gold though. He gets shivs out against Vet Horseman. Oh my, once again, no Exploratores though, so actually not the worst of ideas, I guess. Percentage-wise, a decent amount of HP to work with. Problem is the sofas are getting blocked by the villagers. What? They can't actually defend you if you don't get out of the way. Be attempting a citizen's arrest here. Just didn't realize that actually the guy was packing a shotgun. So Unicom able to chip away, build an even bigger village lead. B, the Javelineer Mass just doesn't feel like it's crazy anymore, but this is all about sofas now. Good thing for Unicom, he's already switched into Limitane. Limitane with teardrop shields could actually just kind of roll over everything, no? Trade looks a little bit rough right now for Unicom. He has 3,500 food income a minute. I mean, this just looks like a raw eco game win now. Do you feel like Unicom lost every fight and still won? Yeah, because he played it as a macro game. Age of Empires 4 is at its heart primarily a macro game. And B got sucked into the bait of it. He saw his winning fights, he kept pushing the same place. Like, I think B, if you asked him when he looks back at this game, his feeling is probably maybe I should have like, peeled a few javelins east and west. Or maybe added in a few surf earlier. Because I don't know, I don't think B realizes just how wide this farm spread is. It is literally spanning half the map. A lot of openings, just none being exploited. And now at this stage, your opponent has Horsemen. He's got Camel Riders coming in, which is perfect against sofas. Also, guys, he has almost 1,000 olive oil income a minute. He could actually just spam camels to kill you. I'd love to see that. I think camels is a really smart maneuver now. If you can get, say, 10 to 14 camels together, I just don't see a world in which sofas stand their ground. Only tricky thing is, I think he's trying to contest the javelin count directly. Yeah, because like, if you go camels, what's your answer to jabs? If you, well, you basically have to go camel or horseman, but then your opponent can just spam Donzos, so it's a double counter. It wouldn't be a B game past 30 minutes if we didn't start to see some springs. Makes sense against Limitane, not so much against everything else. Crossbows now from Unicom. Usually an ideal answer to Sofa, but I think that's where the Javelineers are pretty incredible in this combo. The other problem for B is he actually has to keep fighting like this, guys. If he ever stops, Unicom will just go Imperial, and he'll rush Tex in less than 30 seconds. You can't compete with that. I'm going to push it back. Unicom has got a second wave of horsemen coming in swift. The Sofa line looks a bit thin. And, okay, there they are. I wonder where they went. Horsemen, they peeled off to go hunting. I'm trying to target, but weirdly enough, B actually freaks out about it. He pulls the army back. I understand where he's coming from, though. Did you see what Unicom's doing? He was bringing them across map. So if you kept diving there, it turns into an overextension where the horsemen hit the siege and then the javelin. So actually, the correct call made by B. Trying to hold on the gold. Oh, does end up losing some of the siege. Unicom. Okay, I don't think B was expecting that second flurry of horsemen to hit so fast. Free entry now, fine. Still looking for the spring kills. No? Yeah, Unicom may be trusting line formation a bit too much here. We'll start sniping those springles down though. This is starting to just kind of edge from 194. Being kept alive. Kind of feels like it. 194. Oh, God. All right. Retract my statement. Yeah, the javelins were starting to attack springles that were being repaired. I think that's where it started to get a little bit awry. What is this game? It is kind of wild the way they are competing on equal footing this long. Normally, you feel like someone overwhelms the other by now with this type of strategy. Like, either the all-in wins out or the macro wins out. World of Realms 2 had some of the best turn-based strategy of the mid-90s. Really? I don't know. I never tried it, so like I said, I can't comment. I think the best turn-based strategy of the 90s to this day is always Might and Magic. 1999, baby. The year the greatest turn-based strategy game ever was created. Now, the funny part is that Unicom is playing Blob Horseman and still has never been able to force B to a point where he walls. Because look what B's done with his economy. You've got 31 villagers here. He did have like another 30 or so here. Yeah, 36. And then a small handful gathering. So he's got 3 splits, but they're all within like a quarter map of each other, which means Horseman raids are kind of a bit slow to do anything. 1999 best turn-based strategy game of all time? No, dude. Like Alpha Centaur, nah. Like I'm not having that. All right, am I gonna say someone controversial? I think Civ is sometimes overrated. Great for what it done in the days when it done it. Might and Magic is the I think Might and Magic is the crown gem that years later you have to tip the hat to. And I'll die on that. Just like bees willing to dance. Parasite is now for Unicorn, but guys, he's getting ready for Imperial. This is the convergence point. This is it. Mangoes. Oh, yeah. Double mango. He could wipe the siege. Villagers being pulled for the repair. It's not going to be quick enough, though. In return, villagers pulled out to deal with the mangoes. You can't really afford economy losses here as B, though. Better get rid of the mangoes. Already lost most of the Springwell mass. And foreign engineering company coming behind this. With camels, that's going to be +2 armor. Hard to match up to. Basically turning everything into kind of a mini sofa effect. He needs to push now. Possibly the only gap he's going to find. He's down to under 1,000 food income. Meanwhile, Unicom over tripling that number. All right, you know what else was another goated strategy game, like turn-based strategy game? Some mentioned Advanced Wars. Nah, Shining Force, baby. I know it was a rip-off of, of Fire Emblem? But Shining Force for me. Oh. That was a good childhood. Also, that format brought around, in my opinion, the best Onimusha game, Onimusha Tactics. Game Boy Advance. I still need to play through Onimusha Tactics again. I have so much love for that game. So much fun as a kid. It's combat, for those that wonder, is like Disgaea. You play those types of games. No disguising the state of this game. He has no easy way of catching up. And we do remember, due to the foreign engineering company, have the armor. He needs to bring a few camels over here to buff everyone, though. Horseman getting locked up. Limitane just feel impenetrable. They've got 4 melee armor, 4 ranged armor. Still room for an additional layer. B is starting to get grinded down. It took almost 40 minutes, but the Imperial has arrived. So for backstab, did clear the siege. Kira Siphon's going to be hitting into the castle. The problem I just see here is, like, for a long time, this has kind of felt like an economy game, and for a long time, B has denied that truth in such a phenomenal way. But an economy and a tech game simultaneously. You can be the best in the world. Even then, it's going to be too much. Woo! Really cool video, that's actually. Right. Unicom just beat B. Yep. That was a really cool game. Yeah, if you guys didn't catch that one before, absolutely amazing set. Love that game. That's going to be a fun one when it goes on YouTube. But we're back, and big shout out to Vortex. I did see you come through the raid earlier. Thank you very much. Why was my... I just realized my audio levels, were they not good there? I feel like my audio levels were funky. Has it always been that way? Or is it better recently? So, like, I did make a change in my setup because we had the mic cutouts, and I'm hoping it's fixed them. I was using an extender cable to connect my USB port, and I've basically just moved my whole setup over, so I don't need that anymore. So hopefully it's a lot better. But hopefully we've got some just as good series as that one to sprinkle on the cake. Okay. Just typing something out. Let me check. So we have got the Eliona GIF set that we can have a look at. I think that'll probably be the place to go. Have you ever played an RTS called Ruse? Yes, I've played Ruse. Ruse was really cool, actually. I think in some ways I preferred Ruse to the other games they made. The follow-up ones. I forget the name of them. Like Steel Division, all that kind of stuff. Actually, like, Ruse was cool, but not as good as their prequel, which was a game called Art of War. I want to say prequel, but, like, as in precursor, the game they made before. Art of War was it Art of War? No, Act of War. My brain. Act of War was a really cool game. I really like those games. I think at the time as well, I found the garrison system in that game very deep in a way that like other games won't do it, like the way you garrison buildings, your units. But for those that don't know, like that game, Act War is a funny one because if you go back and play it now, there's probably a patch to fix it. But if you try to play the base game, it would like crash your whole system now because weirdly enough, the way it was coded, if you have more than 8 gigabytes of RAM, I think it was, or 4 gigabytes of RAM, it will just hang the entire PC. It's quite funny. Because like back in those days, how could you ever perceive the idea that someone would have more than 4 gigabytes of RAM? What the hell is that? It's what, guys, can you, like, how much RAM do you guys have? Could you imagine having 64 gigs of RAM? I do, but like for real, that's crazy. That's like alien technology to 2005 game developers. Ooh. Okay, so we can keep doing... So we've got options here, guys. We can keep doing midweek musters. Or apparently... there is a CIS tournament going on right now. B, Scatterbrained, and Anatan and Deniskia. That sounds quite compelling. It's a land mega random tournament. Are these round of ones? No, these are BO3s. No, it's not 2v2, it's 1v1. So it is this. I didn't know about this. There's a LAN mega random tournament going on. It's a CIS tournament. We can maybe like do some of these. That's kind of cool. I think we do some of that. So I think they just began. We can check in on B versus Anatan. Or we can do Anatan Deniskia. B Scatterbrain rather, or Anatan Deniskia. Let's do B. Anatan versus B does statistically seem likely here. But yeah. As far as I can tell, this is G1. And yeah, this is BO3 now. Okay. Interesting. Oh no. I just realized, 1 second. We went through this the other day. Fantastic. Okay. Oh, I just realized I haven't got like the correct score overlay now. Because if I turn it on, it's going to do that, which we're not doing. They have a logo that I can use? No, they do not. Okay. Alright, let's check it out though. Did someone request a mega random tournament? That's right, 1v1s here. 3D Clan clashing. We've got B going up against Scatterbrained. Didn't know about this one. It's called Mega Random Overlord Cup 5, organized by some CIS members. And boy, oh boy, we're going to have some fun here. 1v1s with randomly spawning points of interest. This is going to get crazy. Scatterbrained has gone for the Ottomans. A smart choice due to their ability to spam spears and get the point of interest. But just as cool is B's cozy pick. He loves the Japanese, especially these days, with very cheap racks, only 75 wood. Oh, the spawn. No, come on, this is a brutal spawn. Oh, wait, maybe not. No, he wanted this. He actually wanted this. He's going for the double deer shove. This is such a B thing, guys. If you've watched any of our midweek musters, we've already seen him do this a handful of times, even against some of the best players in Age of Empires 4. And it's super effective. So his goal is to remove double deer stack from the map without even buying pro scouts. Meanwhile, Scatterbrained, is he mirroring intent? No, he is actually doing it. He's going merchant camp. So he's got merchant camp here. Ignore the Ronin for now. What you really want is you want the merchant camp, and there's another one down here. He hasn't seen it. He might get baited into a really far one off. No, okay. So there's just wolf dens remaining. There's only 2 merchant camps. So yeah, for those wondering, with Mega Random land, you will get points of interest. Not every single map of Mega Random format will give you these though. And I've been loving them. Honestly, like probably the best addition they've made in a very long time. 75 versus 90 on the racks. Yeah. Kind of funky that works out 90. 100 sounds more logical, but yes. It's a little bit of a weird discount sometimes. But Vizier points are there. Whoa. Is that a UI bug? Why does it show that he's got 4? Guys, like mathematically, it'd be impossible to have 4 at this stage. Love this though. We've already seen a few players doing this on Enlightened Horizon. This is super impactful early, guys, because you will get 150 gold for killing this thing. Well, not even just killing it, you just need to set it on fire. Make the wolves upset. One thing I don't like is the wolf pens don't spawn back. And it seems like maybe that was the intent was meant to be that they'd spawn back. I feel like wolf pens would be a lot cooler if they came back later. A minaret dresser now coming up. Gets 4 of them? What? 4 visit? That can't be right, because that was people begin feudal age and they build this and this and this and this, which they don't. Is there someone I'm missing on the UI, maybe? I will see. B. It's just going to be the Kurosto house, so nothing too crazy here, playing it safe. But he's... Oh my god! This man has spawned a menagerie! That is wild. That is ridiculous. Who cares about pro scouts? Guys, Dark Age Spearman is the way. Maybe the point of interest create the bug? We'll find out. If he starts spending the points, it'll make sense. It might just be a UI bug. Nah, surely they don't... No, because if they did give it, we would have seen issues earlier. Like, we would have seen it flagged for tournament play. Because it would make Ottomans broken on maps like Enlightened Horizon, for example. So military school is now going to get added in. And from here, you're just going to kind of casually scale. And I don't think you have an all-in aggro timing per se against B with this spawn. Normally, what you can actually do is super effective against Japanese is you can rush feudal and mass Sipahi. And then with the meta, you dive the enemy before they tech. I'm just not sure if the timing is going to align here because of the racks. Yeah, also, yeah, that's kind of crazy now that you think about it. Yeah. So, guys, the Spearman build is actually kind of a direct counter to the classic Ottoman beat Japanese matchup. The reason why Ottomans could beat Japanese is you would flood Sipahi, you would rush meta ranged armor, and then as they were teching up, you could dive their base with 8 to 10 Sipahi, and they'd have no units to defend. Because Japan doesn't like building units. XD, not before Castle Age. But with this build, because he already has Spearman, has a Rax already, he has the answer. Now, if this turns into a prolonged feudal, it can still be really good for the Ottomans. Because the Ottomans have a few perks their favor here. We mentioned the meta earlier. When you get a melee mosh pit against your opponent, that's double melee upgrade advantage. Completely eclipses what Japan has. So usually as Japanese, you don't tend to stay in Feudal Age. You look for a way out. A little bit surprised Scatterbrain didn't pull a villager for the Forgotten Runes. It would have been better gathering rate than a normal villager for stone. And remember, he needs it for the military schools. I think it's because Japan does have spearmen that he's not doing it. Because that would mean that, like, if the enemy spears came over here and they decapped this, your villager immediately gets ejected. So then they can get killed. And... okay, Scatterbrain arrives just in time to discover that the wolf den has already been yoinked. He has at least got the imam, so he won't be punished. Normally this feels really sucky, because of course you're just going to miss out on units via the damage these wolves do. Am I missing something? Wait, did these generate 10 gold and I just didn't notice? I think so. I swear, it's hard to tell. No, he's got 6 gold. I don't think they generate. So why was he killing? Zero points, maybe? No. Why would he kill the wolves? I feel like there's something blatantly obvious I'm missing here. Last time I checked, he's not Roos, and it's not 2023. So it's not that. I guess it's just something to do. A nuisance removed later on. I mean, you know, it'd be bad if he was playing a Civ that didn't have fuel healing. Then he'd be losing out. But obviously, doesn't miss out at all here. Now, B, he did go for a Yumi. I don't feel like he wants to commit to this age, though. Which sounds weird to say when you see someone's got double archery range, but he already got the outpost up. He's got a wall on the flank. And we already mentioned, like, your number one prerogative is to get out of this age. Get away from this problem. Oh, that's why. It always shows 4 points for 1, I think. As in, like, 1 point is 4. I don't know. It might. I think it's just a graphical issue. So what's the new goal? I guess Scatterbrain, yeah, you just go castle and pick up relics. His positioning makes a lot of sense. All the relics in Northside. It's kind of crazy, actually, how much better his timing is. I think B, this feels like an overreaction, the amount of buildings he's constructed here. Double stables, double archery range. Is he going... There's no way he's going Shaolin. Or Buddhist, rather. I mean, if so, why? Because if your timing is going to be later to the castle age because of this, there won't be anything for you to grab. Okay, so there we go. Flame gate on the way. And Scatterbrain, like, this is the correct call, just scaling Spearman right now. He never switched it over because the reality check is, like, your opponent is going to definitely go Mount Samurai. What would have probably been nice, actually, is if Scatterbrain had at least toggled one of these onto a meta. Would have helped him a lot at the beginning of the age up. But usually what you're expecting now is, well, archery range drops makes a lot of sense, just so you can have crossbows. Even more so when you're doing this with your economy. Wait, you mean you didn't shove 2 deer stacks into your base? What's wrong with you, man? Just do the B. It's interesting because I feel like you go back a year and a half ago and B's obsession with deer shoving, to the extreme he does it, would have probably been viewed as a negative because he just didn't have the execution to really have it pay off consistently. And people do deer shove all the time, but like the way they do them is that it just happens, whereas B, with these type of builds, is aiming for it. He's forcing its interaction point, but it's costing him. And, you know, a year and a half ago, before he refined it, I think these are the type of plays that could quite often lead to B losing. He'd look ahead at first, but then you realize, oh, this is just like deadweight unit. These days, he seems to be really on point with his investment and making sense of it. Never making it an expensive offer that doesn't pay off. So Yumi will be able to trade out against the spears. Uma Bannerman is going to waste their time. Scatterbrain is throwing away a lot of meat here. and not getting a great deal for it. If he kills the Shinto, it'd be worth it, but the Yumi, yeah, just in time. So relic to be snatched away. Meanwhile, Scatbrain only now picking up the second. The Mount Samurai is rotating here. The timing could actually be quite unfortuitous. It's a 50-50, and B, he actually goes west side there. If that had been an east rotation, he'd have the kill. And he's moving too fast now. So what he doesn't realize is he kind of got ahead of himself here. And that's important. Scatbrained, this will be the third relic in his favor. 2 more already on the way home. He is camping the area, so probability is he will still be found. Unless the wolves really mess it up. Okay, so Skybrain has got the correct units coming. He's going to crossbows. You'd think Janissary here, guys, but can you guess why Janissaries would be a bait? These right here. So that boy's going to go down. But yeah, it's the Yumi. Yumi will counter Janissary quite well. You tend to be in a position where you easily overkill Yumi, and they also get double damage against you. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. And even easier now for Yumi to win because they are 10% cheaper than they used to be. Yeah, one thing like Skybrain's got to be careful about is like technically at this rate, everything gets countered by Yumi. Has at least got 1 or 2 Lancers coming out, but that's no match for the Heavy Cav. I just don't know where these spears are going. Yeah, he's rallying for the relic. What? I get that Skybrain has limited vision, but you've got to be assuming your opponent at least has 1 or 2 Mount Samurai in the area. You might still get the relic afterwards, but the price could already be paid here. First Mango comes out, not much of a front line to protect it. And B, it will now be a Yorishiro drop in the TC. So plenty of extra food to come. He's already beautifully laid out the base to make room for the farms. Imagine if you lose to this wolf. Does he know? He suspects. B, yeah, because he just checked the relic. It's no longer there. So hold on a second. The goose is cooked. Okay, there's no way he did not get seen there. What? No, because B is diving. He didn't notice. Goes after the economy instead. Needs that chip damage as well, considering the relic game is heavily favoring Scatbrained right now. Dive onto the gold. I just feel like Scatbrained is stuck in a defensive pattern, and there's always 2 things at least to deal with, and something slips through. This looks pretty rough. Yeah, we're now to like an 8 villager lead. Military schools probably offsetting like 10 technically. So for the moment, things don't look too bad. But they're going to get much more grim. Mango isn't even engaging right now. Mount Samurai diving in. They're going to trade out up against the crossbows. Will get cleared. It just feels like B is everywhere. Playing this like a swarm of bees. Secret Size also getting locked in. So a little bit of extra gold trickle to counteract the relics. And what? If this was a macro game, I'd agree with the play. But B's all inning. Oh god, this could get him killed. By him, I mean Scatbrained. He doesn't actually have much threatening army. You think 11 Lancers would be good, but 11 Mount Samurai are just better. Another Mango comes out. He will target onto it. Yumi able to dodge out easily. More villagers getting clubbed down. I mean, this is the problem. Like, when it's just mass Lancers, you kind of just ignore them like this. Every once in a while, you might lose 1 Mount Samurai, but if it gets you 3 worker kills and a siege weapon, worth. Yeah, technically, the Yumi are like mostly worthless, but it's once again, it's a nuclear deterrent. If B has Yumi, Scatbrain can't possibly go Janissaries. It'd be signing his own death sentence. Cheeky boy. Vision on the backside. Doesn't quite see the second TC yet. Like, so far, Scatbrain, the reason he's not dead right now is realistically because that second TC isn't known. B hasn't confirmed it yet. It's going to take some time for it to pay off, though. And I think another problem for Scatbrain is where's his food? He has got the Madrissa. Berries aren't going to last very long, though. So he needs to secure some more food soon. Boar is definitely not going to be an option. Deer, berries, the north side are blocked. So that means farms. And while farms might not reveal your 2TC, farms will have the same intent and reaction. B will dive you. Between those dives, Yuumi in again. He's going to snipe the repair crew. And now the Mountain Samurai around the back. All right, this is over. I don't know how you come back from this. His game sense is 1 point. He's going to throw away the first wave, but I don't think this slows down. 23 eco lead. He's got more troops rolling in. I guess you could argue like Scatterbrain has got higher Lancer count. The problem is he has to go do something now. Triple Sacred Site locked in. It is technically very hard to get a Sacred Site victory in Japan compared to other civs in the game, bar like Mongols. Mongols in Japan are the two that struggle the most because they can't keep drop. That's a big deal. It's like, in theory, I know I said this is over, but I'll give Scatterbrain like a 2%er. Maybe 3. If he starts getting the crossbow numbers up, it looks good, but yeah, you are seeing the appropriate reaction. B now going into the Onimusha. He's just losing on night scaling, which is very rare for Japan, but he was diving incessantly. Now it's counter dive time. Villagers. Oh, you're playing dangerous games right now, B. The formation shuffle. He keeps him alive. He only loses 1. That's insane. 10 Lancers, and they only get 1 worker kill. Without Textiles being there. Now the hunt is on. Bannerman gives the overwhelming advantage to the Mountain Samurai. And he can't bring the crossbows. This is the other tricky part. This is the interesting thing about Yuumi that I think people have woken up to and gotten better on. Is they play very well with raiding cav because of their movement speed. If something goes awry, they have a decent chance of getting out in a way that normal archers simply don't. Wow, he's actually body blocking with the backline glass cannon just to guarantee extra kills. Just on fire in this one. Beautifully microing it down, and oh, how did he go from a knight advantage of 14 to 10 to 0 knights with 14 on the other side? Pure insanity. I mean, part of the problem is he doesn't have. Does he have it? Okay, Advanced Academy, but I think that was recent. He didn't have it pumping extra knights all the time. He's happy and content as can be. Farms haven't even been required, which is kind of crazy. It's really impressive the way he's skirted that issue. So B's just trying not to rush. He's respecting the fact that there's a few details that could kill him. If he dives and there's a Janissary pull with the point here, the Janissary company, those could actually come in clutch to wipe the Samurai. He's also respecting the potential for siege. And the reality check is he's just built such a big economy lead off of kills. There isn't really a huge urgency. He can somewhat take his time. Farms also get spotted out. Yeah, so Scatterbrain has been building underneath vision here. So now, this is like key info given over. B knows you're in the middle of a farm transition. And what is up, John Doe? Appreciate the raid, mate. We caught your games earlier against B. GG's and a good effort. Hope you had a good stream. This is brutal now. Sapai can somewhat hold their own for a bit, but against this many samurai. That's not just any samurai. That's a samurai with a pony. Doesn't sound as threatening when you call them ponies. Does feel like it's time for Scatterbrain to pony up the concession here, though. Second TC is known? No. I think he's still been glimpsing on the edge of revealing it, but never truly seeing it. This is going to reveal, though. The Onimusha are definitely going to see it. 2 TC revealed. No hidden secrets anymore. This is the full dive. Triple Mango to try and defend, but like he just doesn't have the Spearman counteract. There's no way of actually keeping that siege alive. Already Splinter's won. Supply count going down to none at this rate. Just too many ranged units. Even if you declear them, there's still too many Mountain Samurai. Kind of interesting to have the Mega Random land. The funny part is like B didn't technically interact with the points of interest at all in the other game. Scatterbrain's strategy relied on it. Maybe it's the RNG of missing things like the merchants camp to the south, but whatever it is, this just didn't come together. B just felt different. Okay, so let me be scatterbrained here. It's game 1 for B. Well played. I wonder if I can get... Oh, let's have a look. That might work. What's default? Default does not exist. Huh. Not sure about that. Okay, anyway. So... Oh, we shouldn't be on this... Anyway, we should be on... Boom. That's the one. And then, yo, this might work now. We might be able to do that. So I'm trying to change the look that we use. In fact, let me find... Oh, it's this one. So if I do this, and I go... Default doesn't exist. Live game doesn't exist. A lot of the CSSs don't exist for school, which is weird. So I use this one. Oh, that could work. Because then we'd have... Where is it? That works. Yeah, that's fine. Duh, sure. Okay. B is kind of strong. Yeah, dude, that guy is a fiend. He's a freaking monster. These Japanese spearman deer pushes are ridiculous. What's up, Ahsoka Tano? Thank you very much. Yeah, we saw most of it from the Wikipedia. Or Liquipedia, rather. So that was G1. Wait, was that not G1? Oh, did we get bugged out? We might have got bugged out. No. Okay, so it's game 2. Let me have a look here. Alright, we'll hop into the second one. And it's that scene. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that... Oh, God's sake. I have to do that, aren't I? These scores are tilting me. They're always flipped the wrong way. Okay, so G2. This is a pretty rough matchup, usually, for Delhi. Jean versus Delhi. Pro Scout's nerf, but I think it's still good enough for Jean. And that is a lot of point of interest. What? Position matters more than quantity, though. And obviously type. Forgotten Rune's not going to be that valuable. Lost Ronins don't really come into the account of it early on. It's actually like, this is probably one of the worst matchups to grab Lost Ronin in. Because Ronin are going to be heavily armored, like kind of basically samurai. They are samurai, but like in terms of their role, they're going to be equivocal to a Japanese samurai. That sucks against both Jean and against Delhi, because Delhi will have Ghazi, and then of course Jean will have Knights. So what really matters, the most valuable things, are over here. Oh my god, do you kiss a leprechaun with that mouth? Double point of interest, the merchant camps. Close by? Okay, sorry, no, I'm an idiot. The one's for Ronin. So we've got a merchant camp here. Where's the second one? Is there not another one? Okay, it's over here. Yeah. I'm an idiot. We did see it before. Okay, like overall, it looks like it's not too bad of a balance. This is a lot of Ronins, actually. I don't think it really matters. I think there's maybe 4 to 5 Ronin camps. Ronins only really matter if the game goes hyper late. The reason is that they take 2 minutes to spawn, and they only start spawning after 5 minutes. So, you know, let's say you have a 10-minute game, and you capture all these, you can have like 8 to 10 Ronin. It's not a lot. What is interesting, and where they can be kind of incredible, is in hyper late games. Because they spawn straight away, they do cost 100 gold per, but if you can afford it, you can essentially vomit a new army like that. And depending on where these are captured, you could be doing that in the enemy's farming economy, for example. We'll go for the 2 XP, by the way. Oh, and I just realized what's happening to the map. See, now you guys can't unsee it. Is the map overlapping? It is. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I see what's happening. Now it's too small. God damn it. And then we need to do the other side. Perfect? I think so. No, it's still... Like, what the hell? Okay, this is annoying me now. I know what the problem is. There we go. It was the order of things. It's not KPMM? No, this is a tournament organized by a CISTO. I thought we'd check in. It looked interesting. No way Jean beats Delhi? Huh? I'm sorry, what AoE4 have you been watching for the last 2 years? Jean's historically quite good in this matchup. Because Ghazi just turned into a feeding frenzy. You just basically punch so much XP at Jean, it's ridiculous. There is one way Delhi can win this matchup, and all it requires is that the B accidentally sneezes and clicks on melee Jean. So, you know, just a very simple misclick, all that we need. Yeah, oh wow. He's actually going racks as... Yeah, because he's pro scouting. This is actually quite crafty by B. Normally, you don't really want to have to racks here. You just build knights. Your opponent should have to racks. But because he went pro scouts, he gave the advantage over. Sick adaptation. I'm checking on the YouTubers as well. Who won in Biz versus Malian's game? Oh, from the replay, it was a Biz win for 194 Unicom. And there we go, melee Jean, because B likes to win. Seriously, guys, if you're up against a premium horseman civ, never build range Jean. Looks like he sneezed. I literally said you can't build range on. What? Are you listening? Reminder, melee Jean is win here. Range Jean is L. Wait, did I see the opposite? Alright, my bad. Sorry, I'm checking things in the background if I did. Did I actually say the opposite? Alright. It feels like it's been a long day. I didn't get much sleep last night. Don't at me. What I need to see like someone subscribe and chat, because then we go like full, oh my god, wow! I'm awake now. And that grandpa you have to keep nudging. But yeah, just to emphasize, it's melee Jean. Melee Jean is win, range Jean is lose. Yeah, if he sneezed and picked ranged, he loses the game. That's what I meant to say. Sorry, I'm literally like checking everything is correct now, the scene off that weird minimap overlap thing. That's why. We do have POIs coming in now. I think this is part of why B done this, is you don't really want to stand a knight still in this because you might get swarmed by Ghazi. The Spearman in theory can. In theory, like this guy is... Oh my god, this poor guy. Jonathan! Is he alive? Johnny? Johnny? Wake up, Johnny. Johnny! Anyway. It's wolf time. Scatterbrain is going fast castle. Interesting. What would I do without you to correct me? Probably have a better sense of self-entitlement. Twitch chat, keeping KP humble. Nah, I'm no longer humble. There's not enough comments saying I'm cringe. Okay, so Jean, how are we doing? Like, because ball-wise, this wasn't like an insane spawn. It's only the 2 spawner. I don't... Like, does Fast Castle work like this for Delhi? This feels crazily greedy, no? He's going to look to secure the berries, but scouts could come over, spearmen plus knights. No. Oh, the night timing as well. Yeah, but the problem is he needs to build this right now because reinforcements are on the way. Gets pulled away, and now the reinforcements come in. Might get at least one kill. Possible to get more. There you go, charging connects. Multiple villagers going down. The rest are going to try to stay safe, but Juliet, did you forget your quick pass? No one's there to let you into the tower. No boop. Only a boop over the head from the knight. So another one down. That's 3 worker kills. Jean isn't even here, by the way. He's getting 0 XP off of these pack wolves. Wait, do you get XP for burning the wolf den, though? That's going to be an interesting question to answer. We have got the FC complete for the deli. So now what? Probably Lancer straight away, but his food income, he has 100 food income. He's literally losing the game and Jean isn't even here. She's playing PvE. Like, main French army's over here playing an RTS and she's playing World of Warcraft. Like, what? And failing at it. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. Wolves Den's like 3 XP? I don't know if you get the XP because it was showing 0. So unless the UI is bugged and you're getting like 10, maybe? Anyway, monks are going to get found. Food's been blocked. I don't know. I think Scatterbrain just tried to run before he could walk here. He didn't have a food plan. He's got 3 sheep left. That's it. So you can forward like 1 or 2 lancers and nothing else. I mean, you could theoretically go archers here. He just doesn't have many scholars to rush veterancy. Do Mongols get the bounty for burning that? I think they did, and it was a bug and it got fixed, but I'd have to double check. Oh boy. Yeah, this is looking a bit grim, dominant, bullyish. I don't know. I think this is so like this type of format. I think B might be. I don't know if I say the scariest player in the world, but easily like top 3. Because the thing that makes B truly threatening is his ability to adapt to random crap. You ask anyone who faces B, they'll constantly give you examples of situations where he seemingly made a build up on the spot. Where he just done something that he couldn't have possibly planned to do originally, but he just done it, and it worked. I hear it all the time from players. It's mega random. You have to come up with something on the spot. Because every moment you move across the map, you don't know what you're going to see next. This is his perfect scenario. Cute little wall coming out. Just need a bit more time to get those Ronins. I mean, in theory, mass Ronins later on with all the relic gold. But yeah, I don't think we're getting there. He did get food, but it was this berry patch, and it's now truly denied. Jean's army is just too big. You have got a war elephant, so theoretically. And they are only feudal spearmen, folks. What can Dumbo do? A tale as epic as the Disney one, maybe? It would have to be. Well, he's at least trying to secure relics 1 by 1, but we're going to find out just how powerful an elephant is. Tune in next week when we find out who would. No, we're going to find out now. Boom! Wallo just walked away. He's like, oh, can I convert the shot? I think you need one. Oh boy, says B. That's a lot of XP. Give me all that XP. He actually still takes Sean with him. Yeah, but now Sean isn't here for this elephant. It doesn't matter. Oh my god. So elephant's pretty good when you can kite. Not so good like this. Yeah, this is over. 2-0 victory be through to the upper bracket finals. Okay, and I believe, is that now kicking off, maybe? I don't think Anatan series is done yet. I think it's close to done. Let me have a look. See where we're at. So, Mr. Anachad. Do I do map designs or selections? So I conceptualize maps, but I don't open the creator and do them. We have our resident map creator, Caillou, to do that. Shout out to him. It's just like, it's not something I can be asked to find the time to learn. Like, I already do so many different things. I have a history of game development, but like, the tools they have for the map creators in this, I just think are not very good, to be transparent about it. Okay, so G1 in Anatan series was a win for him. I guess we'll have a look and see what series 2 is like. Caillou? No, not Caillou. Caillou. Caillou as in Kavayu. You've probably seen him around here in chat in the past. Oof. Wait, did he get... I mean, like, House of Lancaster is an HRE, but against Ibids? Jesus, what? I guess we'll go to live. Oopsie. And let me flip that around as well. And no, it's K-Value. Okay. So Ibid versus House of Lancaster. Yo! Hold up. We've got... Okay, this is cool. I thought we were just going to skip by this and whatever and whatnot, but we legit have got a Lords of Lancaster build. Because Anatan is sick and tired of all that normie crap. Yeah, and also because, guys, we are watching a mega random tournament. So the point of interest on the map are an important point of interest. Oh, sorry, I had to do that. Basically, because of the threat of like merchant camps, etc., you need to basically have troops present. And the standard mana build doesn't do that. This is interesting. Yeah, sorry, skipped forward. I don't know. We'll see if this is good for you two, because we basically came in at 5 minutes. But for those wondering, this is a tournament being organized by some CIS people. It is called the Mega Random Overlord Cup number 5. So they've been doing this for a while, but this edition obviously very different with the merchant camps. GG's goes out for the Lord of Lancaster going down. Anatan now going up. Yeah, age 3 on the way. So I thought we were just going to skip through because I thought this game was almost done. On paper, Anatan should be heavily favored. I think Deniskia is maybe a little bit too much in love with camels from what I've been seeing of his gameplay. Usually we see him playing bastards a lot or Ibits. Do I think I'll do a tournament with that? It could be interesting. So the problem that you run into with mega random tournaments is they're fun, but if players want competitive, I don't think they like them. Because how do you strategize in a mega random tournament? You can't. You pick and you hope the map is good for what you picked. Does that make sense? It's like it's a little bit obtuse in that regards. In this regards, it's very difficult to deal with. This is difficult to deal with. Earl's Guard with these dagger throws are actually doing a lot of damage. Yeah, and this doesn't feel good for Deniskia because when the charge runs out, they get further away. You think you're safe, and then they throw a dagger and they charge again. Running away from Earl's Guard is really hard, guys, in the early game. It's not so bad when you have scale because the throwing daggers are kind of just a small detail in the grand scheme. But when you only have a handful of troops, it pretty much can just break you. It's a good thing you got to the Stealth Forest when you did. So we did get the Lord of Lancaster Rush White Tower. So in terms of what Anatan done with this game, he didn't pro scouts, he didn't add more than one Lord of Lancaster, he added a handful of military units and then just rushed the third age. Essentially beating Ibids to the punchline entirely. I'm going to go for the fast forward again. We'll 2x when they're not in combat, just because I imagine if he wins here, they'll be getting ready for the upper bracket finals, which will be against B. Alsgaard just aren't really answered right now. He'll try to get outposts. A solid idea here, especially considering that Anatan did not get under mesh. First blood drawn on villagers here. Yeoman looking for more, but veterancy is not there yet. Yeah, this is like such a babyish army, especially with the Abbey of Kings build. Yeah, because Abbey of Kings scales really well with Alsgaard specifically, guys. But what's happening is, I think, is he trying to prep for manas? No stone gathering. Because usually what you want to do here is when you go for a few Alsgaard, Lord of Landcasters are insanely valuable. The health booster really does kick in nicely. I mean, 5% doesn't sound like a lot, but raw HP-wise, 155 HP. It feels like you're basically taking an extra 8 hits to die. Oh, so it's pronounced Deniska. Ah, that makes more sense. We've just called him Deniskia for a very long time. Me and other people. So Deniska, he's going to be going up with the logistics wing. Pretty reasonable choice here. Anatan's army is very small, so the whole idea is it will grind you down but won't kill you straight away. So Logi could be really useful for the hold. The relics is more tricky. Anatan, it almost feels like he knew exactly what Deniskia was going to do because he's just rushing them. Second relic now being picked up. Is he trying to aggro wolves on? Because that doesn't quite work. He does still have the army hiding behind. I just don't know how you dive this. Oh, that is cheeky. You guys realize where all the food is for Anatan? In the corner where it should be safe. So if he just waits, he's going to come right to him. Oh my god. Deniskia, this is huge. He finds him. Good reaction by Anatan. Gets out of there before he loses anyone. Yeah, actually, the mill blueprint saved him there. That should have been at least one kill. Niska now in trouble in his own base, though. Without a hit like that, this is going to be a difficult age up. Troopers are diving to the backside. He has got those throwing daggers. Oh, it's giving me flashbacks to Modern Warfare 2. All we're missing now is an intervention. Now, in that game, it'd be a sniper rifle, but in this one, it's going to need to be someone who can help Niska. He's going to claw his way through that tree line on the other side, so stay safe for the economy, but how safe can this really be? He's kind of locked out with the spawn up here with the Stealth Forest hiding him. There is a backwards rotation coming in from Anatan. Reminder, Anno, outside of the relics, doesn't have an eco upside, but that's about to change. Mana's now being spammed. Yeah, and this is where like you just arrive back at the how do I beat the strategy moment. It's 5 workers down for you. The relic play hasn't really worked out. Your opponent has got the majority. And now he's adding in 2.5 villages for free per mana. Well, not for free. 300 resources, but with how good they are, it almost feels like it's free. It's a free win. Go to 2x speed just a bit while he looks around. I mean, this is the comical thing. Usually going farms wouldn't feel good, but because he added in the mana's a bit better. Whoa, we're doing it again. Anatan with a short-term memory loss, like the main character from Memento, seems to have forgotten that there is an army sitting here. Because who would stay here this long? Like, from Anatan's perspective, it makes no sense. He should have went home to try and help. Nope. Just been waiting here all along. Now Alsgaard not going to be sprung. Yeoman should be able to hold this easy peasy. Desert Raiders are going to dive by. He's looking for the villager kills, but not going to happen. His army now mopped up. He has got Camel Lancers coming behind, so Anatan's going to need to prep for that. Usually it's something you kind of expect. But I think he's just going to try to blob Yeoman. He did go 2 TC. This is so greedy. 2 TC, Relic Rush, Manas. Is there anything left that you could do that would be greedy? Maybe get some Eco-Techs while you're at it? There is kind of a timing here for Deniskia where he can go in. It's so tricky because of the white tower. The white tower makes this a very difficult dive. Especially with camel lancers that have less health than standard knights. He's also probably showing a lot of respect at the possibility of a handful of spearmen waiting here, but we can see actually Anatan is kind of naked and bare right now. Because of the greed. This is so greedy. He's just rushing up the manas. What's going to start being constructed? Sacred sites have now been locked in. Deniska needs more. It's a good start finding a worker kill or two. He does have eyeballs on the second TC. I think he glimpsed it there, so confirms its existence. And technically, Anatan's army is countered right now. Even if he goes spears, guys, the problem is your opponent already has archers. He finds some food again. Good micro as well. Just sticking on top of him. He did get the wall up over here, so there's no 360 rotation back and forth. It's just a dive past the main TC. Notice what Deniska's doing. He's avoiding the white tower. He knows that's a death sentence to go through it, so he goes around it. I mean, I gotta give him credit. He may be able to force the game free at this rate. There needs to be a dive point in mind. He's got to be aware there's manas alongside what's happening here, so the longer he sits by, the worse it kind of gets. I don't think you can run out the timer on the sacred sites. That'd be pretty brazen. Cheeky does actually get the kill. Alright, I'm going 2x speed when they're not in combat, just so we can get to live. I feel bad about that first 3 or 4 minutes. I really didn't think much was going to happen. I saw that, it's like, oh, right, they're already in the future. So I wanted to get there. And I think at this point I've become numb to the idea of going House of Lancaster, Abbey of Kings, because everyone just does the Lancaster Castle. Shout out to Anatan. He's the exception to the norm. He's the person most fluently and most regularly going for the Abbey of Kings build. Niska trying to go for the kill now. We have got the Manjanique spam. Tricky as well. Like Anatan's trying to go sync shot. Mass Yeoman, but that's not a great way of sniping siege. It takes a lot of shots. So many shots that if we were at a bar, you'd basically be declared dead. You'd be on the ground. Liver wouldn't be able to take it. Speaking of so many, that's a lot of camel lancers. Wow, look at that damage. Wow, look at that heal. Yeah, the sync shot really looks like it was worth it so far. Oh boy. It's tough. If he was able to scale more freely, or if it was just archers, the sync shot's fine at this count. Because it's a safe ability, recharges every 45. Against archers, you can kind of like whittle away at them. But credit to him, like this play by Deniska to go into the Dervish has worked out quite nicely against this play. Because this could have been an attritional warfare by Anatan. Just burn him down with sync shots so he can't trade, then overwhelm. Not the case at all though. Looks like the cap is now going to start coming through. Needs to kite that wolf, otherwise it's going to eat his face off though. Yo, do you guys hear the story about the person whose dog ate their face? Like, they went to kiss their dog, and it bit them on the nose. And ripped it off. And they're keeping the dog. Now, you might be asking the question, isn't there a risk, KP? What if it does it again? I'll be honest with you guys, who knows? Sorry, that was insensitive. That wasn't just a joke, by the way. Like, this is legit a real story. Why didn't you go Lancaster Lords? I think he just kind of forgot about them. And now he's got a big enough army that scale makes sense. He even makes the mangoes more tanky. I think that's the crazy thing that maybe people haven't thought about in the late game as much, is the fact that the Lords of Lancaster do buff siege. Even in early game, actually, for ram rushes, it's super effective. By the way, Abbey of Kings is going to be torched to death. He'll at least ordain another Lord before it goes down. Quadra Mango on the way. Yeah, I think I see where this one's going, Anatan. And camels do get impaled by spears, but you can stop the charge to make sure you don't get impaled. Just like any knight, really. Oh, nice intercept. Catches some of the reinforcements. That's a lot of camels, though. Good lord, he tries to jump on it. The man goes... Will pull away just in time. Turns around for the shot. Remember, he has got more health than Deniska's. The dervishes... I think they might be on the wrong control group. Volley comes in. Decent hit there. Gets rid of one of the mangoes. Wait. No? How are they still alive? Finally, they start falling. This is a tanky line, though. Can the Camel Lancers break through it? It feels like it. Force him retreat. Mango's now exposed. So it's actually going to be the siege winning in Deniska. I think the Springles really were the key detail here. He's got the brute force to keep this going, though. He's chonking away at it. Only 9 Camel Lancers left alive. It feels like it's not going to be enough to break Anatan here. He maintains the eco lead. The white tower damage is now adding up. An absolute massacre of both sides' army. But now you've really got to look at the food income to just understand where this is trending. It's ridiculous, the difference. The only thing left for Deniska is a sacred site win, but the problem is Anatan is already looking to address that. Yeah, and with this many crossbows, hard to imagine that Deniska will be able to defend it. Like, that was the sick play by Anatan. It looked like a grim fight until you realized the crossbow numbers were always going up, not down. And Camel Lancers, well, they have less health than standard knights. They take 1 less bolt to kill anyway. So essentially melted in the face of all that damage. The decap now coming in. What does that really leave Deniska with? He can try to raid. Anatan is a little bit wood-starved here. In fact, he's playing Stealth Forest just to try and get by. That is going to force Anna to come home. Why Deniska has low food? Because you're Iabids. What do you do now? He was missing a gap from this. Like, he gathered over here, runs out, then he has to gather somewhere else. So he had to run all the way across the map to get deer, but like after this, he has to add farms. And you don't really want to have to add farms as Ayu in this situation. Because your opponent's eco is already better. So if you have to like sidestep into an eco game, because his economy is online quicker, he's going to military blow you. This is the problem with mana spam. It's just way too easy to essentially make a farm transition. Way too safe. Mangoes, whoopsie. A little bit of a freebie there from Anno. Spinning just in time to save the day. So does keep one of the seats alive. These shots are coming in to counteract. Now remember, he lost the Lords of Lancaster, no longer has them. It's pretty much now a ranged defense from Anno, which is problematic against the Manganiques. This is a wild game. I am feeling a little bit bad about the first 3 or 4 minutes, but yeah. Stable's now coming up. Wait, is this Hobbler switch? Hobbler Spearman, maybe? A little bit dicey up against camels, but I can see it working. What I can't see working is these villager losses right now. Anatan, wakey wakey. Eggs and Bakey, a lot flopping dead, just trying to build stables. So we'll eventually clean up, but all of a sudden, villager lead now gone for Anatan. Okay, this is getting crazy. You love camels? What, you don't love yeomen more, Moo? After your experiences with those? Mudo, everyone. That man has more tournament earnings than any AoE4 player we've got. Technically, it's not an RTS, but we can count it. And here come the hobbies. Hobbler's on the way. Now, he does not have the heal forts deck. MOBA is RTS? Alright, like, I tried to reach for you, and now you may be reaching overly. Yo, Moo, why are you not a Jean main, considering Jean is basically MOBA? You got a hero unit and everything. I swear to God, if you say, gotta buy it, after I just said you have more tournament earnings than everyone else. There it is. No pay to win? Brother, are you kidding me? You don't think over the years we've had Dota 2 skins that were pay to win? Graphical advantages? All right, little raid coming in here. So Anatan is actually buying a lot of time with this. There's reactions that are basically padding him against the problems. Remember, like, Relic situation is still favorable for Anno if he re-garrisons. He still has the 2 TC. His opponent doesn't have a strong farm transition. I think he's like about 15 in, 20. Meanwhile, Anatan is more than that. Yeah, 23 farms plus the manas. So all he really needs right now is time. Time to alleviate pressure equal more military. Ha 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 ha. Don't you just love this Civ? Imagine going to AB420, you don't have the DLC. Yeah, well, like, what you thinking, brother? Like, what? I don't know. Like, when people are like, oh my god, pay to win DLC. It's like, if we're being truly real, new, it doesn't really even hold a candle to how much we spend on skins in Dota 2. Now, you can say it wasn't pay to win, but we sure as hell weren't cheap about that fancy Wraith King Crimson Witness skin. Well, keep drop. Oh no, wait, has he got volley? Oh no! It's time to rain from the heavens! Don't even try to run! How did he get away with that? I can't believe that. That was dicey. I think if that had been shot a little bit deeper, that would have been a wipe. Still, that's an incomplete castle. Anatan now has got the hobbies coming through. There's barely any camels left. But the Hobblars, I don't think the count is big enough here. Especially with the camel on ease mitigating so much damage. Diving in now, imagining shots coming through. Hobblars just trying to stop the castle from going up, but I don't think they're capable. This is a crazy game. I can't believe this is still going. Anatan, I feel like he's learning the hard way that Hobblars really don't work without mass. Like, this is not a unit you can build 10 to 15 of and win. They need so many at this point. It feels like it needs to be half your army. It often feels like such a weird unit for that reason. But this is much better. Yeah, Hobblars, okay, a thumbs up approved. They can kill villagers. Well done. We found their use, guys. Just like in Oblivion, the tiny dagger was designed for killing the civilians, not the guards. You know, if Deniskia can start scudding these farms, Anatan's food income is going to be set back quite a bit. There is a lot of forward farming here. The problem is if you go deep, this happens. Hobblars spawn out and they'll just kill you. Oh my god, wait, is he really... No, that's going to be a wipe of the archers. That's going to be a wipe of the siege. That was sick. That little pony just saved the day. He baited the entire army to get distracted, including Mangoes, which gave the dive in. He's like Majagger out of that one little Hobbler, so it does get a wipe of most of the siege. And that was the key point of threat. Like, Deniskia, the thing that was really giving that potential to end this game was the fact that he was crawling towards the farms with a blob of siege. That's now gone. So you have to, what, take a raiding approach again? Gonna try. Could shut down some of these farms at least temporarily. 2TC is now in, by the way, for Deniska, so he's not gonna be falling behind anymore. Concern is, like, technically, if Anatan starts blobbing loads of hobbies, he can raid you just as hard. You love camels? I mean, you say they're cool. A lot of players don't think they're cool because they're like Keck W weaker knights. If you see a camel lancer, do you know what you do, guys? You run towards it. Oh my god, did you just get daggered? Wait, where did that dagger go? I don't want to know. Alright, camel's dead. Moo's camel fantasy has come to an end. We do have keep drops, so Deniska is again going for the Sacred Site win condition. I mean, Anatan isn't really in position to go Imperial Age. If you get the castles up, his army isn't well designed to deal with them right now. Oh, but if you get seen building the castles, it's kind of a different matter. More villages being pulled, more ponies on the way, but he's diving past the castle to do this. Yeah, this is going up. Unless money shot. No, that is a 12 villager lead though. And he'll get the decap. He can now just run deeper. I don't know, man. I don't know if that was worth it for Niska. And yeah, Anatan has rebuilt the monastery. You can tell by the fact he's got 3 relics garrisoned. If you just run deeper now... I mean, Deniska's army just looks kind of pathetic. You wouldn't believe he had Anatan in a chokehold for the last several minutes. And any villager losses just feels unacceptable because of those manners. It just exacerbates the problem. The horseman poke onto the back farms. Headley's got textiles to minimize the damage, but even just the idle time these force is worth it. I do like that Deniska's going into ponies as well. It'll solve the yeoman issue, and also gives him raid potential. The problem is going to be spears. Like the spears are ultimately just not being answered right now by Deniska. Like he has got a decent amount of archers. But spears for defense here, right? The better thing to do would actually be to block Anatan's gold. He's playing a Civ that very heavily relies on gold from this point on. If you want to go Hobblars, you need gold. If you want to go back to the crossbows, gold. If you want tech, gold. All those elite techs, gold. If you want to wear all your yellow, gold. I think that's how yellow works. Are Ibex camels better than Abbasid or the same? They are worse. So, depends on the role. These are better at sniping villagers, etc., better raiders. But if you have a camel lancer versus a camel lancer, a camel raider rather versus a camel lancer, camel rider, my brain. Camel rider versus camel lancer, a camel rider will destroy a camel lancer. They do more damage and they attack quicker and they have more health. But for raiding, these are better than camel riders. Camel riders typically aren't built at the start of castle because at castle start you want things like lancers to raid because they can 2-hit villages. Spearman, how will they dive past? Ram, he is going to contest that. Does get inside before another sink shot to the face. But it's 2 more Rams. If you try to jump out to torch this, you're all dead. Oh, baby army of horsemen come around the back though. Maybe can save the day because those spearmen, they've been insanely deep actually. He's going to force him away. He has got sink shot. He could go for it right now. I think just maybe a little bit too distracted, so pulls away. The Rams are getting it cleared. This is getting ridiculous. Sink shot comes in. No reaction out of Deniska. I guess the reaction is equivocal to a 404 on a website. Villagers are going for the repair now, but this is expensive when you rush it up like this. Is there really no other way Deniska could win this game but Sacred Site? He could try to lean into a tech play, but the problem is he's stuck in a never-ending meat grinder right now. At least the desirability of going for Sacred Sites is your opponent has to play into your defenses, and that gives you kind of like a lean back. Even if you think your opponent's got better units or more, you still have tower defense game on your side. Is it the same match? Yeah, I'm just hoping people don't get upset about the start of the game being really fast-forwarded or whatever. It is what it is. This is a banger now. Yeah, these archers are not moving straight out at all. Is it just turning into a number game? I feel like this is usually what most Lancaster games eventually become. Very Zergy Civ, actually. Sink shot. XD. Lancers. Whoa, boys! Yeah, even getting touched is a death sentence because of the Billman. The -1 armor lets the yeoman finish you off. Trebs have arrived. I can't believe it took this long, but they're finally in the field. There's just not many archers left here. It's actually just kind of crazy how many spearmen he has so frequently. But then you have to remember, he's got 9 manas, giving him over 1,000 resources passively. So That's equivocal to an extra 25 villages? How do you compete with that? Yo, man. Oof. Luckily, the Camel Lancers did absorb a lot of the shots there. We have got an Earlsguard switch up. Earlsguard against Camel Lancers is kind of interesting. Technically, they can do okay because Camel Lancers are just not as tanky as standard heavy cav. It's also to muddy the fight so that when the archers try to clear spears, they're hitting suboptimal targets. Pretty popular play. If you guys are ever struggling to like break an archer comp, an archer cav comp with archer spear, add in a few men-at-arms. Because all of a sudden your opponent has to micro a lot harder than you to not lose. Can you do something? Oh no, it's going to go down. Oh, you have a decap. Hello. Small raid coming in, but that's not really going to distract Anatan too much here. The army... Wait, I don't think he's looking. No, I don't actually think Deniska realizes. Has Anatan threaded the needle here? This should be just enough troops to get the decap before they die. Meanwhile, the main clash comes in. That's still on 40. He's even recruiting the Ronin. Oh my god. I mean, all hands on deck, I guess. Lords of Lancaster have started to arrive, though, so your boys are getting much more chunky. Castle's about to go down. Sacred Site Wing Condition has already been eliminated, and Anatan now making some smooth moves. It's for the tree line, but guys, with the macro at this rate, he could look for a Berkshire drop. Yeah, I think this is meant to be the Berkshire into the gold. Berkshire, gold, 2 tree lines. Everything you really need now. That is... I thought Anatan said he played Dota. I'm not letting him play Mirana after that one. So Berkshire coming in even deeper. A blocker to a Sacred Site Wing Condition. Abbasid Camel Riders? Yeah, they're like one of the chunkiest units. Moo, you should try discovering Byzantine late game with mass cataphracts. Is this the convergence point? Have we reached the end of the game? I feel it's inevitable now. Deniska, he put up one hell of a fight. I gotta give it to him in this game. This was crazy. I really thought that this was gonna be a roll in like 10 or 15 minutes with the way game 1 played out, which is why we fast forward the early game, but he really did stress test Anatan here. In the end, the House of Lancaster and the Lords of Lancaster cannot be denied. Yeoman now on the farms. I guess Deniska might just play this out. I mean, it's not over for him. There is a lower bracket run, so he can make a recovery out there, theoretically. Yeah, this is looking done. Once those upgrades hit, I just don't know how you fight. Even if it's just Earlsguard you're up against. Like, the Camel Lancers statistically 1-to-1 are not going to feel great. We have at least got some counter raids. The Ronins are in the base. Oh, this is brilliant. Like, what up, dogs? 1.38 movement speed isn't bad on a men-at-arms. It's just not enough. It could have been, like, technically at this point in the game. So, at 40 minutes in the game, they spawn every 2 minutes, right? So you could have about... I think it ends up being 17 Ronin available per if you have multiple Ronins to spawn them all. But keep in mind, they cost 100 gold each. So you need a lot of gold to bump out that army. Well, you don't like gulping? Yeah, gulping's an interesting experience for like people who have not played the game before and have not seen Byzantines before. I'll give you that. Okay. Was I premature about Deniska's end? I mean, Anatan has slowed down, but it's because he's teching. To be expected. This is the thing that's going to kill him. If he doesn't make something important happen before the university techs come in, it's over. Because elite army tactics, you know, incendiaries, these things will just melt you. Speaking of melting, the Berkshire is now joining in. And that's exactly why Anatan just keeps running away. Oh, defensive landmarks feel so toxic. Also, keep in mind, another reason why Anatan's not doing spears, doing Earlsguard, it's not just the archers, guys. It's the buff damage. Remember, he's got the House Unified. And he's got double castle. Which, by the way, it's worth trying to spam keeps now because you can get up to +6 damage on your Earlsguard. And yes, that does scale with the percentiles of elite army tactics. Well, Deniska, he had an army, and then we found the Berkshire. And oh no, the Yeomen have turned into the Broman. Elite upgrade now in. That damage isn't through the roof yet. Before Incendiary, you can somewhat tank with Camel Lancers, but it just doesn't feel good. It takes way too long to reach. Do we get Lunar Glaives? No. No throwing dagger drills yet. That's the one that gives AoE damage. Do you notice Berkshire was full? I think in his mind it just didn't matter. He needed to do something and he needed to do something urgent. Because you can't just go back and tech as Ibids. Ibids is a tempo civ, but also, like, where is your tempo when you don't have culturing advancement? You can't rush Age 4. You just kind of feel stuck. Yo, what's up, Yellow Forest Spring? I guess you're stuck here now. Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate the support. Yeah, I'm telling you, Sing Shot is really not that, like, ridiculous now. The changes were good. They worked. Hey, my boy Moo. Appreciate the Prime, mate. Thank you, thank you. I mean, I'm trying to envision what Deniska's recovery is in his mind. Okay, he's going Age. In theory, with 3,000 food? Maybe? Growth is really greedy, though. He doesn't really have any other choice. I mean, he doesn't have Desert Raiders. Maybe, dare I say, Trade Ring Bazaar? Probably not, because gold's going to run out. I guess it has to be Growthwing. Yeah, all Anatan needs to do now is just cruise on into the base. The doors are open. Everyone's invited in. Okay, I will say this. Earlsguard looked really goofy in Elite form. The golden hat. I guess that when you wear yellow, it at least looks less goofy. But it does look really goofy. I like the Earlsguard unit. Conceptually, I just think maybe of all the men-at-arms in the game, to me it looks like the most clowny and Imperial. It's like this dude just found any random helmet. Couldn't even be uniformly matching. Oh my dear God. You ready? Because if the wolves don't get you, something else will. Oh God, this is going to do nothing. Boo. Boo, don't even bother. I love the bonk at the end. It's actually the Earlsguard that got the kill. Well, the good news is Deniska's going to immediately get 10 villages back. Good old Growthwing here to save the day. And all these remaining villages are going to be better. Which you kind of need. I think the 10% in late game against House Lancaster, like, in theory is a way you could compete. Because then you kind of, you don't eclipse manners, but you fight back a bit. Growthwing in Imperial Age gives you 10 villages and then buffs all villages gathering rates by 10%. So it gives you the Abbasids Golden Age, basically, for late game. Oh my God, he's just everywhere. And we do finally have elite army tactics. I kind of respect Deniska for being like, I've got 100 villages, how is this over? But there are limitations to impressing me, and I think we've reached them. This doesn't really seem feasible anymore. Yeah, he's just hemorrhaging economy everywhere. And even if these guys survive, food and wood, usually you want gold as the civ. Yo, what's up, the Anon Gifter? Thank you very much. Appreciate the 5 gifteds. What a legend. Thank you, thank you. What a legend. Yo, we got a sub-train going. Choo-choo, mother duckers. No brakes on the Anno train either. Triple Culverin now to clear the way permanently. What a cool game. I was saying with Mega Random, like the reason, I think, did I say at the start of this game? I think the problem with doing tournaments with this is obviously, it's probably nice to have on a small money tournament every once in a while. I don't think players would go for it on grand scale tournaments because of counter civs and not knowing what the map is going to be, if that makes sense. I kind of wish there was a way to see the spawn of a Mega Random map beforehand and then select your civ, if that makes sense. That would be cool. I'm trying to think if there's any, like, very clear way that Niska wins. Camel Lancers, if they get the extra armor, maybe? Because he's building Earl's Guard. The extra armor would mitigate a lot of concern. But I think before we get to there, Deniska's probably running out of gold. He's down to no active gold gathering. He has at least found the resources for Incendiary. But that does mean no Camel Lancers anymore. So you're just going to build archers against, what, Earl's Guard and... Oh god, hang on. I do wonder if Anno would benefit from a bit of full production here. Maybe just like a handful of Raxes in the center. Okay, I know. I bet he just typed, I'm trading. GG gets called. There we go. He's finally reached his limits. Crazy game here in the Mega Random tournament. But it means Anatand will crush Deniska's hopes and book himself a matchup up against his good old compadre B. Non-camel units you get from Bazaar? Wait, what are you talking about? All right, so that in mind, that means we're going to have B versus Anatand. I think for a lot of people, the anticipated outcome. 1 second, I need to double check someone because one of my influencers is bumping me about something. Errand time? Alright. Good to catch me. See you later, bud. Alright, so... I don't know if we'll do the whole tournament, because I think they've got a lower bracket and everything else alongside this, but we can at least catch the upper bracket, which I think is a BO3. Yeah, BO3 between B and Anatand. So bear with me a sec. Just double check. We're good to go. I'll update it in the title as well. Oh, sorry, wrong scene. We should be on this one. Yep, good to go. All right, let's hop in. All right, we can do predictions now. Oh my god. I hate hitting F11 on everything I shouldn't. And then like... Oh god. There we go. Do that. Start predictions. The train stopped? There's meant to be no brakes on the hype train. Come on. I know you're all holding out with Prime subs. Spend them. Do it. All right, let's get ready to rock and roll. Oh, wow. This is... I don't know if I say perfectly balanced, but quite well balanced. One and all, it's wacky for Arabia. No, I'm kidding. One and all, we have got an interesting one here. A mega random tournament featuring Anatand and B facing off in the upper bracket. Had to check in on this. A big shout out to the tournament organizers. So we're checking in on the Mega Random Overlord Cup 5, which is a tournament organized by Apophis, and it features players in the CIS region. So it had people like Scatterbrained in there, Deniska, and Toxa, Stopper, and then, of course, the lead names on a lot of people's minds, B and Anatand, who I think, to almost no one's surprise, are in the upper bracket finals. Yeah, these two right now are like the lead players out CIS, without a doubt. There's some up-and-comers that could potentially upset things maybe in a year. But right now, these are the names on everyone's lips. And Roos versus Ottomans is a fun one. Man, I love this. These Otto picks are some of the most entertaining experiences I've had all year. Even though we have new civs, he makes this feel like a new civ. And no, these are not KPMM games. So we've done some KPMM today. And I noticed this tournament was happening. And I figured we mix in some of these instead of just focusing on the round of 32. Because there was no English cast for this. So we thought we'd help out. So, spin beginning. Would you guys like to guess why B build spears? What possible reason could you want to build spears against the Roos? Be some deer shoves? He's not going for it straight away. Does he know? I don't... Yeah, he's trying to scout it. Okay, so right now B doesn't know where the merchant camps are. They're quite high value here. He's found one. There we go. So jackpot on the south side. Other point of interest we have here. Ronin camps don't really matter. Another merchant camp down here. This is a map with, I believe, 3 merchant camps. So a decent amount of value on the map if you can find it. And the other thing that would be really good for B here is once you stockpile a few spears, if you can find wolf dens. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is a 0 wolf den spawn. Yeah, no wolf dens. The reason those are important is they give 150 gold. Now, he does at least know about the deer. Okay, you know what would be disgusting, actually, from B? Is if he shoved all these deer into the corner and killed them. Please, please do it. What is that, by the way? You want to trade with me? No, no, I really don't, ever. You want to trade with me? No, please, stay away. Yeah, don't come here. The rates are bad. Okay, I'm going to stop. So... Problem here is, like, Anatan, I don't think you really want to spend much time decapping because you want to try to get your pro scouts timing. And also a spear will just stop you from decapping entirely. No trade for Anatan? Sinful for the Roos. I'm sure they'll miss it so deeply. If only there was another way that Roos could get gold that is absurdly good. If only there was, like... Oh, that's right, honey. You know how most civs like, I must trade? Then there's just Roos. You guys use population to get gold? What's wrong with you? Okay, so this surprises me a little. Why did B let him have the merchant camp? I guess he wants his deer shove timing. After he heard the tech up, he's kind of on the clock to get his deer off the map. Sheep haul, by the way, 8 to 11. So a little bit better here for Anno. B going Sultani trade network is really no surprise. Even when we see B play aggro, he loves the trade network. More than most, actually. Usually when most players go for trade network, it's because they're thinking of just fast castling or semi-fast castling. With B, we've seen he uses it for all-in timings. Pro Scouts builds, blacksmith techs all the way through for a pressure point. Imagine if B actually started trading. I wish, but it's not going to happen. For it to even be desirable, you'd need the trade network to be, like, here. So you'd be getting like 3/4 of the map. At half trade, it's honestly just better to stay inside. Archer reaction coming out from Anno. B at least wants to get the decap to just minimize the income for his opponent. Can't really hang around here for more, though. We do have Vizier points now kicking in. Your food income kind of sucks, so Anatolian Hills is probably a prerequisite here. Unless he wants to just move out into the deer, but with Pro Scouts likely coming, that doesn't feel good. Speaking of which, actually, so far, Anatan hasn't bothered. No Pro Scouts at all. Oh, okay. I forgot who I'm casting here. This is a B special. Most players in this position would go for the sheep, not B. Guys, this is an out micro play. This is very hard to do what you're about to witness B attempt. Do not try it at home. Okay, actually, do try at home. I want to see the replays. But this is high skill expression. You have to be so quick with the imam timing, because if you're not, the archer count gets too big and you just die. Because your archers will just counter to imams. So usually what B's probably looking to do here, open Sapahi, only go archers if you're really given a true reason to. Archers only into knights from Roost would mean that B could get away with Sapahi spear though. Which is kind of perfect. Just a brain dead push. I think you only get worried if your opponent goes full feudal, so like 20-30 archers, because then the fact that you've got a big melee blob doesn't matter. They'll just reach in and take out the heal. The reason why that maths is important for like 30 archers is either 30 or 20. Imams have 90 HP. Your archer does 5 damage. Ergo, to kill, you need 10 by default. But then there's ranged armor. There's meta ranged armor as well. So it takes substantially more hits to kill instantly. No Pro Scout game at all. You are correct. We are going to, fun enough, actually get a deer shove in from Anatan. Okay, I'm kind of chuckling to myself because usually B is the one that always does this. And he's on the Civ that would do this. But he's just continued to resist all temptation. Yeah, it's just going to be FC. I think this is in reaction to the fact that he saw archers being built, and he maybe glimpsed the knights. So realizing his opponent's going to be all in feudal, he just gets out of the age now. It's good timing for it as well. Mehmed in Pearl Armory on the way. Pre-8 minutes. Oh man, can you imagine people trying to study build orders here? How confusing it must be with the points of interest. It's like, wait, how did he get it in that time? I can't do that in my games. Yeah, you need points of interest. Just get poise. Does Anatan realize what's happening right now? I don't think so. Doesn't feel like it position-wise. Okay, he seems very adamant about protecting the Ronin. Which I can kind of see. If he was worried about Anatan all-inning, you don't want him taking Ronin next to your base. Like, every unit matters. Especially getting an extra heavily armored unit at this stage is pretty good. But yeah, we can see the true intent. Anatan, I think you realize what happened here. He's going to get ready for the high trade house. I think he has enough room here. Yeah, slot that bad boy. Okay, no, he was just shy. Anatan, no. Anatan, no. Okay, in fairness, I don't think this one was much better. This actually was worse than the other one. I can't believe he done that to himself. This would have been the mega jackpot, by the way. That would have been ridiculous. That's almost equivocal to slapping a high trade house in the corner on King of the Hill. He just didn't know. Yeah, he hadn't scouted the corner. 112, 134. Those are rookie numbers. Although, probably quite accurate. Okay, so Drama Boy's already out. Did he go for the movement speed? He did not. No, you can tell just by checking the meta. If the meta's not max movement speed, he doesn't have it. We'll likely see him just go straight into military campus. This is the stage of the game where military schools start to be worth scaling. But first of all, B is prioritizing map control for relic timing. He's even gone for the Ronins. Look at these psychos. They are fairly fast. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a weeb, but Ono Bigation, one of my favorite units. I think Ronin are becoming one of my favorites. They look so cool. It's the way they carry the swords. Also, I'm just a sucker for fast-moving units. Da-na-na-na, da-na-na, da-na-na-da. Oh, B. Wow, he's already here. This feels quite early. Walls aren't up yet. And the Knights can now get in. So Anno, yeah, he gets info. This is really important. Actually, B kind of revealed the plan. That is going to allow a crossbow transition. Why do Ronin have +4 attack? Because that is to amplify per age. So they are one of the units that gets auto-upgraded upon age up. So their damage in Feudal Age is 8 damage. Was it Dark Age? It might have been Dark Age. I think they get 2 damage per age. So they're 8 damage, then they go 10, and then they go 12. That's why. Same with the armor. So in Dark Age, they have 1 armor. And then Feudal, they have, I think, 2. And then Castle, they get 4. They aren't OP broken or anything. They're basically just standard men at arms type logic. They actually have less health than a standard men at arms, by the way. Nice ass circling in. Anatan has done a good job of minimizing casualties so far. We'll end up losing none. Are you kidding me? Alright, Cheeky actually gets away with it, yeah. So a little bit greedy from B. Went for the double kill. He's starting both. Meanwhile, elsewhere B, it is finally time to start adding in the military schools by the looks of it. So probably move out to Stone soon. Relic gathering has gone pretty well. There's still 1 remaining. B does know where it is. And it feels quite safe. Do we still have Ronin spots? No, this one hasn't been captured. That would have been pretty nice for B, just to have 3 extra boys flooding in with all this gold. We don't have any Ronin spots for Anatan. I think there was only 2 on this map. So 1 on the south, and then obviously 1 up here. So what's Anatan's win condition? You can try to cruise into castle late. I don't know if you really want to play deep into Imperial against Ottomans here. Streltsy versus Janissary. I think initially at the beginning of the age up, Ottomans favored. Long-term, Streltsy just beat Janis. But like, there's extra concerns there. There's the Sipahi, there's the Great Bombards. It's never as simple just saying this gun beats this gun. But at the start of the age, because Ottomans can start scaling Janissaries in Castle Age, they can technically get a big edge. And yeah, B, now turning this into a macro game. Did actually go back for the Anatolian Hills, so it shows you how dangerous the food situation is. But now 2TC can afford to take these type of risks. In Castle, the Samurai look pretty strong. The Ronin are decent. I don't think they're like overwhelmingly ridiculous. Because you got to remember, a standard men-at-arms has 155 HP. So Ronins are less tanky. That's the trade-off of getting slightly more movement speed. Well, slightly. It's quite a bit more movement speed. And also, like, this is a unit that's limited. You only get so many that can be generated at X point in the game. And they aren't really a consistent push. It's like a one-offer type. Because of how long the supply tickets take to replenish. Anatan now entering the raiding pool. And B, we do have a Janissary switch. Okay, so would it benefit him to now go Janissary Sipahi, maybe? Let's get out in the Springolds. A classic move for B. Also a really cost-efficient one, guys. It takes, I think, 1 minute 15 without the blacksmith. With it... Actually, no. It's like 1:30 without the blacksmith. With the blacksmith, it's about 1:10, I want to say. Very quick production rate compared to Mangoes. And actually better than Mangoes in a lot of situations these days. I'm trying to figure out whether Anatan actually wants to attack him. The walls are already going up, so he's definitely entrenching. Presumably you're expecting Janissaries now that you're spamming Knights. Archer count is decent. I think it's the siege factor that makes this an ambitious reach if Anatan does go for the attack. He could just go Sacred Sites, control the map, force his opponent out, and then come at it later. He's got decent gen. High Trade House 142, 1 Relic in the bank, and then, of course, the Hunted Cabins stockpiling as well. This is a good hit. Nicely done. He gets in before the wall goes up. No reaction out of B. Finally realizes what's happening, but all of a sudden, the eco lead that he just started to build is melting before his eyes. Force Archers from Otter any good? I think the problem with Akinji is, as it always has been, it just comes in too late to be useful early. And then later on, there are just better options. Because of their design, they're definitely a unit that feels like they'd be really good in Feudal or really good in Hyper Imperial. But that has two issues to it. In Feudal, you just don't have the economy. You also need to get 2 Vizier points before you can even start prepping them, so you don't have the scale. And then in Imperial Age, by the time you think Akinji were good, you've already used all your Imperial official points. Or Vizier points, rather. So like it has a double issue of the 2 points in the game where Akinji makes the most sense. You have blockers. Unit does not cost gold? Sure, it doesn't cost gold, but it costs, what is it, 80 food, 80 wood in Feudal Age? That's very, very hard to scale. And once again, because of the way it works, like you have to wait so long to even begin building them. Okay, so Anatan has a really good timing here by the looks of it. Military mass definitely in his favor. Needs to be a bit careful around the walls due to the mangoes. And the Springald. The B is hemorrhaging in an awkward way here. The good news is it's all on one side focus attack. Anatan isn't spreading wide. What does worry me for B is Anatan looks like the macro is starting to push him towards Imperial. Which B himself isn't ready for. I think B doesn't have a single farm up yet. Yeah, first one's now coming in. He's out of food. He could go for the deer and the berries on the flank, but it's not safe. Fastest Feudal Akinji is 10 minutes. Alright, we may need to talk a bit about your buildings. You can get them quicker than that. But the logic is you have to spam a lot of units to get them because you need to spam to unlock points. And that just... I think if Akinji were available straight away at the start of Feudal, it would pretty much be the go-to unit for Ottomans and it would probably look too good. But the prerequisite of double Vizier stops it entirely. Alright, ones if you think Anatan's going to win game 1, twos if you think B's going to take it. B's army just isn't really scaling quickly. Yeah, he's finally getting the final military schools added in, so this is where things are going to start to amplify, and if he does find the resources for Imperial, we did mention that his army is going to be ruined to go almost immediately. Problem is whether he's going to be in a position to leverage that. 3 Sacred Sites is going to force him out rather fast here. 3 TC now. Is this a Pax Ottomana game? A Pax Ottomana game? It could be. So guys, Pax Ottomana is the one that increases villager production by 50% for 4 minutes. So, what that means is, in terms of extra villager production, what is it? You end up getting 6 villagers instead of 3. So he'll get an extra 18 villagers on free TC. There's my maths right there. 3 times 3, 9. Wait, I'm an idiot. Is it more? I'm having a weird day. I feel weirdly tired. I don't know why. It's probably the 4 hours of sleep I got last night. Someone do the maths for me. Basically, for Pax Ottomana to ever really be worth the Vizier point, you need at least 3 TCs. Square up here on the Sacred Sites. Sapahi switches on the way from B, which is exactly what he'll need to crack this. Right now, numerical advantage clearly in the hands of the Rus, and a lot of it is the cavalry. I get a true testament to the Janissary's impact. Anatan definitely losing the siege war right now. Not sure where this warrior monk's off to. Is he going for the merchant camp? No, I think he thought there was a raid opportunity. And oof, there goes the Sacred Site win condition. Unfortunate as well, because I think Anatan was getting ready to start scaling into castles here. Might be worth just switching it into a TTC build now. Another Vizier point about to unlock. Could just as easily see Advanced Academy for the Janissary spam. Would make him a lot more cost efficient on gold. There goes. Mediocre wallops. Counterattack hit. He's going to try to stand his ground. Sapahi line looking pretty thin. The Mangoes aren't even attacking the archers. B, he's going to get swamped and swarmed. Okay, yeah, this wasn't it. B. I'm not sure what the urgency in his mind was. Sacred Site win condition was eliminated. He dives in while going free TC, and it costs him the entire battalion. Full army down now. Anatan. And this is the reach point. He can play gold blocker on the front side. There is still at least gathering in the back. Vizier points. He went Janissary Company. That shows the desperation. B, he needs a one-up quick. So adds in an extra, what, 12 Janissary? Yeah. So you got the extra score, right? Yeah. 12 Janissary. 10. Brain today, what's wrong with me? See if it's good enough to defend, though. The TC is actually doing a decent job of dispatching, but the problem in this game is the night count. It's still looking solid for Anatan. Janissaries at least get the best fight they could ever ask for here, as the archers weren't really on top of them. But this other time feels a bit deadly right now. B, he has got 10 Sapahi queued up. Getting them out is the bigger problem. More villages going down. And the Mangoes are slowly working through the town centers. B, not quite convinced this is over for good reason. You can see Anatan's army is thinning, and we can see actually by like God Vision, he has practically no bio units behind this. Meanwhile, you've got passive production, so it's definitely not over, but it is starting to look a little bit grim. Nice pull in the villages. We'll actually try to go for the snipe, but secondary wave of Mangoes and Knights will make B pay a price. That's his entire economy lead. Gone. This is actually crazy. 70-7 eco after that. And Istanbul Palace. So I've talked a bit about the Istanbul Palace. In theory, it should have become a really powerful landmark after the nerf to Siege. But in reality, the problem with the Istanbul Imperial Palace is Springles just took the place of Mangoes, and then Great Bombards are worth it in the hyper late game. The other problem you have with the Istanbul Imperial Palace, there's just not really much to spend on. There's not much left for B to do. He actually finally calls it. That was enough to drain him dry. So Anatan convinces him he's the stronger party in game number 1. Wacky game, though. I don't know if B could have maybe held out if he just went back sooner, tried to play for the Imperial. Something seemed to have him spooked, and Anatan now leading the set. Okay. So Anno with the 1 point up. Let's see where they're going to take us the next game. Oh, I need to pay out, don't I? 91% for B. Oof. Someone scammed themselves. Okay. G2. Knights Templar versus Mongols. Is this one of Knights Templar's bad matchups? I'm not convinced. We'll see. If this water is Giga Buster, but it's land mega random, so there can't be. Let's get to it. Who is the ultimate Dark Age Rush Civ? That's what we're going to find out. One and all, welcome back to the upper bracket finals of Mega Random Overlord Cup 5. That's right, a tournament where it's all about the Mega Random. And we've got a fun one. 3D Clans B up against Volta Esports Anatan, and it is a Mongol Knights Templar showdown. Now, you'd assume that Mongols just want to spam racks into spears, and you'd be right. But you'd be wrong if you just outright said Mongols win this one. Knights Templar is shocking people a little bit. With their gathering rate on wood, and the fact that they get food alongside it, this civ has proven surprisingly effective at their own Dark Age pressure. Something that, of course, is beneficial, considering going feudal usually just feels like you're losing out on economy. I love the way this begins. It's quite funny. So have you guys noticed something about points of interest? Some people were skeptical, like, not in my video game. And I wonder why. Because those are usually the same people that have been moaning for a long time that Dark Age is irrelevant. Does this not make Dark Age relevant if there are things like wolf dens and merchant camps on the map that offer economy? All of a sudden, you actually have extra reasons to build Dark Age units. That's pretty cool. I don't think that gets enough praise. Gotta say, I've been loving it though. We've been seeing some Enlightened Horizon in the most recent midweek muster, and the strategies coming out is already putting a smile on my face. And this is great. Anatan, he's going for the burn. We'll get it in time. So 150 gold for the Mongols. They do not get the raid bounty for those. They will, however, have problems with the wolves. Yeah, and it just completely ignores B. Like, yep, you want to help us maul these guys to death? Sure. Okay, so Spear Advantage is now with B. Is there another wolf den? Really important to check for that. There is. There's a back wolf den next to Anatan's base. That might be a bit tricky for B to get. Yeah. There's no other real objectives you'd think about here. You could just try to play around the momentum on the merchant camps, but a little bit tricky if you know your opponent's spear spamming as well. But just as awkward is going to be this dive, if B's really thinking of going for that wolf camp, if Anatan knows, he has defender's advantage, so he could just come in and yoink it at the end. Don't have an issue with Dark Age, but it might make the game harder to get into for beginners. How so? Should it not in some ways make it easier? Because although there's more options, the options don't just feel wrong. I feel like a noob trap before point of interest is that you play a civ and you build a racks in the Dark Age and there's nothing you can do. And also, what's kind of redundantly boring is the idea of, like, if someone just counters your play, you're miles behind. At least this offers a recovery arc, an alternative option. Similar to deer shove-ins. Like, I'd say now having points of interest as an option makes the game easier to play in Dark Age than you built spears, can you now shove deer? Because if we pulled a survey for the majority of low-ranking players, most of them are going to say, what is a pushing a deer? Makes build orders more complicated. I don't think it makes build orders more complicated. It makes more build orders, which you can argue creates complication, but then that creates variety. And variety is better. So much better. I'd rather have someone with 20 different options on how they can play the Civ than one. You could argue, like, choice paralysis, overwhelm, etc. But you know what you get to do at that point? You get to do this crazy thing in the game. It's called playing. By the way, tech up coming in from B. What happened to Anatan's eco? Did he move the TC that much? This feels like quite a lot of TC movement, because he should be 3 villages up. He's basically 1.5. Okay, so solid position now for B. He also had the merchant camp at all times. Hardened status advantage is going to be there for Anatan, but the numbers are against him here. And B, there's the hardened status, so that'll be an emphatic victory. We'll be able to force him away. He also still has the Ronin camp in the center, so is thinking about getting cheeky here. We also have a second Ronin camp, which I'm not even sure Anatan realizes exists. No. Okay, B. So, he did go for the French. We are going to get the bootlegged version of France here. Why do most people, players hate water maps? Because they don't want to learn another build order. I don't think that's why most players hate water maps. I think most players hate water maps because it's more things they have to pay attention to in the early game. But the way you have to do it is like so ridiculously punished if you don't. Like water combat is severely punishing if you don't pay attention. I don't think it would be bad if land combat was like that. But the difference is that when you play water, in a lot of cases, you have to worry about land and water. And I agree with that comment from Monkey. Stop focusing on build. I think I really am trying to draw this in the community. And I don't know, people can tell me if they just hate that I'm trying to draw this in the community. But I'm trying to do it for your own good, really. It does come from a place of I want you all to enjoy the game more. Stop focusing on Beastie's latest build order, or Voldemar's latest build order, or Drongo's build order, or whatever else. Maybe I'm saying this beneficially because I can't be asked to make build orders, but the point is that they can be helpful, but just as enjoyable of an experience is exploring and discovering the game. Like, see these builds these guys do and be inspired to try something. Have fun. I'm gonna go like old man with a long beard here and be like, I remember a time when gaming was about having fun, not about being the best. And by the way, I think that goes on the list of reasons people are like, KP, why don't you just play loads of games yourself? I like the macro strategy of like AoE4. But I almost just feel like I'm too impatient to sit there and remember the build order of like, yeah, I need to put 3 on gold, then 2 on food, then switch at 4 minutes 50. And... Okay, so we do have Ronins, by the way, which complicates Matt's Valentine's. Also, he's spamming archers against, theoretically, an archer Superior Civ here. Mongol's one upside is range, and Yam if you play close to Deerstone. Whereas Knights Templar is raw economy upside. They should have more archers as the game goes on. Joy, the Chevalier Cocher also unanswered. Is Anatan just stuck? He's fortunate enough to at least have the deer gathering without that harassment coming in, but the problem is that's being mirrored by B. B is pushing a lot of pressure towards Anatan's base. I was thinking that maybe we'd see a Keshik switch, but I think the issue for Anna is he already saw a Rax. So he's a little bit paranoid. Keshik Archer should be capable of beating Chevalier Confrere Archer, but it very much is an execution case. And I think it's kind of timing based. Usually the way that Keshik looks good is when you play around the starting double production timings. Which, of course, Anno couldn't do because he was spamming spears. We do also have the Pilgrims on the way. So this is escalating fast. So, by the way, like, talking about build orders in comparison to chess, I think is a trap. Games, so the way that esports changes and the way that video games change compared to traditional sports, football, chess, etc. The rules in those games very, 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 very rarely alter. The rules and conditions behind how video games function changes multiple times a year. This whole idea of like they need to learn new build orders, they already do if they really want to be that optimal. If you want to be that sweaty, you're going to commit to it either way. If the trade-off is you get more fun options, I think people take that. I think the problem is like quite often people focus on the fact there's loads of civs getting out of the game and oh my god, how am I ever going to compete with Beastie? Because it's going to be like 50 civs, I'm going to know 2 of them. Don't focus on that. Focus on enjoying the game. Similar to when I picked up Dota back in the days. You know, instead of just trying to know all the heroes, I played a hero, experienced a hero, experienced getting beaten by another hero, learn. Many new players don't look up build orders at all. Exactly. Guys, I swear, like, if I could find a way to convert more of the casual to the content creation, you guys would see it as well. The build order consumption is not that big of a percentage of the community, in my opinion. There are a lot of people who will just jump on the game and do what they want to do. And that's good. That's healthy. What is looking pretty healthy is the comp for B. This is a lot of archers. We do finally have Keshix coming in for Anna. Is there a point where this gets less worrisome for him? Not particularly. Food's going to eventually run out. He also doesn't have great gold access, if I'm not mistaken. Am I missing a gold? Yeah, he's got the one here. But then it's this. Yeah, these are all fort spawning. It's like there's raid risks around these, I think he has to worry about. Oh my god, that is so... That might be the single best hidden gold vein I've ever seen. One tree. In fairness to him, Anatan does still now have his edge. He's got the extra range. No Yam is a little bit tricky, but it does mean at the start of the fights, he gets to shoot first. And that's why Han won, as we all know. He's going to try to move away. The Khan isn't here, right? Right, I think he died. So, no maneuver speed arrow. Oh, no, this looks like an overextension. Khan finally back, but he might be back a little bit too late here. Many Keshix. The Chevalier absorbed a lot of shots, so Archer Mass now starting to slightly favor B. The Spearmen have still not been cleared, by the way. The Ronin genuinely have been kind of carrying the Archer shots here. Pretty much just running forward about 15 different twigs hanging out of their face. But there we go. The breakthrough comes in. The Chevalier are now dead. Problem is the Archer count is so big, the Keshix are essentially getting one hit. That's a little bit better. There we go. Finally, we can take a hit to the face. Just want you guys to process the fact that while winning this fight, B is going Castle Edge. Welcome to the Brotherhood. Most players on low elo want to stick to one Civ and one playstyle. Depends how much they play. If they play enough, like when they feel that they've perfected the style, they want to try new things, I think. I think it's a proven fact in general in gaming, people want new crap. Sorry to like burst the bubble, but it's very rare you have a game that doesn't update these days and keeps the player base. Like I'm trying to think, is there a single example of like a very popular game that has maintained its popularity without updates? We've been talking about like Heroes of Might and Magic a lot. Heroes of Might and Magic changes its competitive format a lot. And here we go. All right, Anatan's 2-0ing. Team Fortress 2? Team Fortress 2 technically had changes through the skins, which gave abilities, no? That changed over time. Is this a lesson in how to throw a game? Why are we doing Kingdom of Castile? What? Villagers are going to make it back to safety. Archers are going to dive to buy more time, but like, is he legitimately going Genitors? It could just be sacred sites. They're in a good position to camp in the center of the map. I hope it's about the sacred sites, because I've yet to see a single player convince me Genitors are good. Archer army. Is he going to get cleared? Yeah, he's trying to trade out, but that's going to be 2/3 of the army dead. What's the bonus to the age up? So the bonus of going for the Kingdom of Castile is that sacred sites are basically Kurotais. So you get damage buff and healing. You basically get the Mongol Kurotai on sacred sites. Sounds really cool if you're playing for sacred site win condition, but that's usually hard to do. Knights Templar aren't that good at rushing castles. You'd think it would be worth it because of the pilgrims, but it's 900 resources, a long time to build. So most of the time, we don't really see people going for castles until they're at like 55, 60 economy. I think update was the concern of this conversation. I mean, it kind of fits for it because like if you're changing things and adding POIs to the game, you're updating the game, right? So the whole point is like if a game is not getting updated and not evolved, does it retain a big player base long term? And I feel like these days, there's too many pristine examples where the answer is no. Like, contrary, what ends up happening is the gaming nature of players is seasonal. That, by the way, is another reason why RTSs has struggled to grow over the last several years. Players have moved to a seasonal style. And if you're looking to perfect build orders that can take months, that doesn't fit seasonal at all. Does that make sense? Okay, this fight right now, I'm not sure if this makes sense to be. He has got the Ronins again. They did just get auto upgraded. The problem you usually have here is like, these are the examples of situations where actually having a lot of crappy feudal archers is better than having vet archers of low count. Because the vet archers are going to just overkill you anyway. He's just going to be ignoring the melee line. But that's definitely costing him. And yeah, it cost him too much. I think the issue is gold here. And he knows it. So I can't believe this. Guys, we just witnessed Kingdom of Castile win. It literally had nothing to do with Kingdom of Castile. But they won. Oh, man. I don't think it does. Like, elaborate. It's like a basic response. Kingdom of Castile won? Bruh. Nani? The only way... I don't even know that's uploadable. The only way Kingdom of Castile is good. These new samurai are a pain in the asterisks. I feel like they actually mattered a lot. Those few samurai are like really muddying the fights. One of the biggest problem with RTS, you can't play a new faction without studying build order army comp. Disagree. If you want to play it optimally, sure. And some people feel pressured to. But the whole point I'm really trying to like drill into people here is you don't have to. You can just play and discover. You might not win. You might not win all the time. This idea of you have to study is BS. You choose to study because you want to sweat it. And that's fine. But like, let's call a spade a spade. You could just play the game and discover. But the thing is, people in general want to be perfect. And this is what I've highlighted about esports before. Like, for all the good esports has done, a big negative is people struggle to just enjoy games now. They have to win. They have to have the best build. They have to understand what the pro is doing and do what the pro does. And they might not understand it, but they want to think they do. Which is like the bigger fallacy of it all. Oh no, why have we got... Oh god, why have we basically got a Chinese mirror? It's fine. Points of interest are going to make this interesting, I promise. Have you ever want to see the Chinese that they had samurai working for them? That's going to happen this game. We are on mega random land. Points of interest galore. And oh my god, they are stacked. This is a ridiculously clumped group of POIs. B versus Anatan, by the way, and I actually can't believe this. Are you kidding me? Bruh. Spearmen immediately get to go for the Wolf Den. The Wolf Dens are really important in this matchup for Pro Scout's timing. Another interesting thing about the spawn, guys. He got double forgotten... Okay, this is broken spawn. This is like a GG spawn for B, I think. The only thing he's missing is a good meditation garden. I don't see one, but what I do see are these. Guys, Forgotten Ruins, you can put a villager in them to generate stone and then excavate a relic. Really good for Shushi that want to go semi-fast castle and rush relics. And remember, there's already 5 relics on the map. So just think about what it does to the macroeconomics of the game. Wait. 3 Forgotten Ruins? Alright, GG. Meanwhile, Anatan got none. He can have Ronin. Did he get... He got double merchant camp, so not too bad. He only got 1 wolf camp, which is pretty rough. And also, China chose to age up. Yeah, because he done the no Imperial official build, so he couldn't afford to go for the Spearman. That's an unfortunate advantage that Shushi have, I guess. We do need to pay out, so game 2 was a B win. G3, let me put up the decider. That's why you're loving the Oblivion remaster. Is the jank in the game, of course. I'm just loving the game. Yeah, so for those like tuning on YouTube, we were talking about like people's desire to just be the best, do the best, follow what the best are doing. My take is, maybe it's like anti to my content. just play the game and enjoy the game. Like, you see that guy right there, Mudo? See that guy right there? That's a TI flexer. Like, he's been... How many TIs have you been at, Mu? He almost won one as well. Absolute Giga Chad has more earnings than any Age of Empires 4 player. And Mu, are you just like... Are you trying to be the best at the game? Or are you just enjoying the game? Don't you dare say you're being the best. I've seen your build orders. It's okay to just enjoy the game. I mean, hell, Cyril's this way. I remember I was like, sorry, you gonna come back and compete? Because he messaged me, him and Shigelo messaged me about me casting their games. Like, we're fine for you to do that. We'd love that you do that. They didn't want to compete, though. They just wanted to have a game they had fun with. That's fine. Trying to enjoy it, but somehow you climb fast. But that's the thing, right? The enjoyment has to come, and then maybe you climb fast. But it's not like... If you were just thinking, oh man, I'm going to be really good at this game. If we're being totally real, you choose... Probably still StarCraft, because they've got the Esports World Cup to try, like, money-wise, right? Or like, I don't know, another big scene with big buku bucks. Zero playing Age these days? I think he's been playing some 2v2s again. He comes and goes. Yeah. Like, we'll get to the cast now and focus on the game because this is the decider. But, like, my message to people watching the stream, watching YouTube, just enjoy what you play. The rest comes afterwards. If you can't even enjoy what you play, then you're going to burn yourself out. The whole experience is going to be worthless. You'll practice these build orders for 2 months and realize that you haven't bothered to enjoy the game, and then you won't want to continue. It's not worth it. That's why I try not to be one of those people. It's like, I start a game, it's like, what is the optimal RPG build order for this single-player RPG? Ugh. I just want to make mistakes. Like my parents did 31 years ago. Oh, wait, that's dark. Not going to finish that statement. Do we have Forgotten Runes playing it? No. Not at all. So B is going to realize he has to blob army. It's tricky because in theory the Forgotten Runes are good, but they're generating stone. So like, do you want to build TCs? If the answer is no, then don't touch these, really. But it does mean that he's going to, what, fast castle into normal relic grab, and then you bring villagers out afterwards? Practice build of 30 minutes, not 2 months. You'd be surprised what people will do. My fun and your fun are not the same thing. Agreed. But like, to your whole idea of like, this originally started with the idea that adding points of interest to the normal games is bad because people have to learn new things. Okay, then by your own admission, what you just said, there are plenty of people potentially who would love it. Not everyone has to be anchored in they want nothing to change. Jazz hands. Okay, Chuganu versus Archers would be good for Chug if you had numbers. But guys, someone we haven't really emphasized yet, this is an Anatan Archer build. And I rarely see this guy lose with this build. This build actually feels borderline toxic. He blobs archers so quickly. Blacksmith techs will come naturally because of the discounts and the return on investment. You basically buy a blacksmith tech inside the Imperial Academy aura, and you get a third of what you spent back. And this is rough. Villagers now getting sniped. 2 so far. Awkward position to find yourself in, especially against China that you know is just going to have full imp officials when you can't. And these guys feel like limp officials by comparison. Because every time you build one, you're sacrificing a villager. Hence the 4 eco lead. I know, it's legitimately just brute forcing archers. Horsemen are meant to be the counter here. It's not really feeling like it right now, though. Eventually, Anno's going to get swept away here. His archers just can't come in quick enough, but I don't know. It's an eco lead that I think matters here. The trade-off, though, was this actually Pro Scouts? No, so that's why Anatan hit this timing. He has 0 Pro Scout play behind this. So if B just outlasts him here, theoretically he wins. When they're going to nerf the Order of the Dragon crossbow attack speed? Yeah, so that's like a bug. I don't know when they're going to fix it, but it's an unintended change. Okay, so after the A-click extravaganza, I'm not sure how Anatan feels about his position in this game, but things look a bit weird. He did get worker kills that matter. Something definitely happened here, though, because economically, he should be ahead. Yeah, the count doesn't make sense. It's a 2 villager difference. 2 worker... Actually, yeah, no, this is good. Oh, chat, I realized what they've done. Wait, have they? Something's not right here. Is he in the Forgotten Ruins and that... Okay, dude, this is so baiting. Guys, B has 30 villagers, but I think when you put villagers in the Forgotten Ruins, they technically don't exist anymore until there's a decap? Wait, is that right? I'm so confused. I'm just double checking this. So B, he has 35 eco, 31 villagers, 4 imperial officials. The Forgotten Ruins is selected separately. Let me do a double check here. Okay, no, it is just a weird UI behavior. This one does still track. So villagers inside the Forgotten Ruins do affect your population still. But like, wait, how is Anatan not ahead by 4? It's China versus Shushi and Imperial Academy. Like, bare minimum, there should be a 3 villager lead for Anno. Like, actually, more than that, because he killed 2 workers. So, I think he missed production in quite a bit. Could cost him dearly. He should be a mile ahead, B, but hello, this dive in. No wheelbarrow either due to pro scouts. A heavy dose of pain. Increases by another 7 worker kills. And now Anatan can be economically ahead. And militarily likely to be behind here. Technologically, most definitely. And also that tech upgrade. Just auto-upgrade the Ronins. Wait, is he doing this? Yeah, he's forcing this intentionally. So a rush on the gold here with the Ronin spam. He can just break him. Archers finally arrive. They're only doing 1 damage, though. And if full attention is here, then what the hell is going to block the monks rushing relics? Okay, this is epic. This might be the best use of the Ronins I've seen so far. It's creating so much space for B. He'll eventually lose them, but that's not the point, guys. The point is what they've done. In a game where he was getting dove, where B was in really shaky waters, this is giving him the breathing space he needs. The question now is whether he can follow up with some damage. He did just capture another lost Ronin camp. Okay, I actually really feel for Anatan. Like, this spawn, it was bad enough your opponent has got extra relics down the line. The fact that you got triple Ronin camp next to you is just ridiculous. It's not a good thing, guys, because you have to think of these Ronin camps like proxy Raxes. So if they're next to your base, they're actually a weapon to be used against you. This is sick. I understand has had to resort to farms. Remember, he never went pro scouts. B himself can't be looking good for food for much longer. And it did at least eject from the Forgotten Ruins before it could turn into a capture. Lancers are now arriving, though. Spearmen are turning up. So I think Anno should be able to protect himself from the dive, but the problem he has now is all that worker damage kind of counts for naught if all the relics start getting hoovered. Big fan of the capturables? Agreed. Once they generate better. So the generation in this is like a mega lull because of the fact that we're playing a LAN mega random tournament. Oh, I just realized no one mentioned, like, what happened with the UI? I'm so sorry. There we go. That's much better. That was a cursed UI for 13 minutes on the replay, and now I feel really bad. Oops. Too many scenes. God damn it. I hope that doesn't ruin the upload. Because this has been a really interesting game. But yeah, just to emphasize, the maps that do have point of interest right now are well balanced. It's just this one is mega random, so it's not going to be well balanced at all. Stone one's a bit jank. Yeah, it's a bit weird. The villager is not invulnerable. If you decapture it, they get ejected, and then you can just kill them. What is happening? Ronins are on dog patrol. Oh my god. Alright, so we'll get to the goal in the end. Little payday for B. Oh dear, oh dear. I think he's just kind of in A-click mode right now. Man, these Ronin have done everything though. I think this game was over if he didn't have that Ronin pull. It's about the unit positioning. It's about the fact they insta-produce. Changed everything. Anatan, he's still stuck in age 2 going Chug. Need more relic grab? B, this has to be what? 3 relics? Yeah, so there's 2 left on the ground. There's 2 missing, 1 garrisoned. He's rushing them all home. 5 monks right now is Monk S. B's gradually finding his way towards a cost for timing. The problem is, like, what's left when you get there at this rate? That's what I'm not sure of. Because he keeps getting forced to reinvest. Like, that's the whole point of these samurai. What makes them kind of toxic here. At this point in the game, you've got gold. You've still got enough gold. So you just keep vomiting these guys out and running them into the enemy base. Because all of a sudden, Anasan has to add in more units. More units. More units. The more he does this, the further away he is from castle. More B takes the opportunity to sneak out on the flank, so goodies being gathered. Has got his own monks. The Chug have not been upgraded. That's about to be fixed. Veterancy is there. Oh boy. Monks. Oh my god. What spearman? Okay, so we'll just try to trade out with the Chug. Best thing you can do here. Those monks are madmen. What a cool game. It is 3 relics home now. 2 more to be grabbed, and then with the excavation, you can get 2 more on top of that. So basically, just to really emphasize that this could be a 7 relic game for B. That doesn't sound busted to you. You've probably not watched enough Age of Empires 4 over the years. Yeah, I love monks. Monks are still to this day one of my favorite units. It's just, there's a lot of things I don't like about Shushi, i.e., Shuganu, Nesta Bees. I'm not fans of those things. And yeah, yellow capped the stone because when he was diving, his army stood here. So remember, points of interest capture quicker and decap quicker when you have more units in range. For B, he's never stopped units here because he keeps diving. Why would he keep units at home when there's units to kill on the other side? Sound logic. Let's get a work kill. Also does scout the tech. Now, it is a 10 eco lead for Anatan. He did go Song Dynasty, so Barbican's been amplifying him a little bit. But don't write off B's economy just yet, guys. He's got full map control. He didn't quite get the merchant camps. Yeah, final relic's coming home, so it's going to be a 5 relic pull. There's the capture we were waiting for. So B is now taking control of the points of interest. Remember, there are triple Forgotten Ruins here. So you could turn this into a 2TC timing, and then after you've done all the stone gen, 3 more relics are going to erupt here in front of B's base. So I said 7 relics, I meant 8. I forgot about the 3rd Forgotten Ruins. Oh, this marketplace? We don't talk about this marketplace. It doesn't exist. Full in as well from B. Not allowed to touch his food. You know, I don't think Anatan is dead necessarily, but it does feel like urgency is required here. Because if you slow roll this, and let's say we play this out to like full, like macro level, full economy, your opponent is going to have better economy due to the relics with pagodas. So it's definitely something to be mindful of. Upsides is obviously Chinese in the late game have some better unit options. They've got the hand cannoneers. Shushi have 0 hand cannoneers. Great Wall Gatehouse usually protects farms a lot better than anything Shushi can get as well. Oh, wacky game. Well, B is no longer outmasked. So many Chug as well. And Forgotten Runes, I think it is time to deploy the boys. No? We're just going to have them captured for no reason? Come on. Hop inside. Imagine talking about trade. Oh, move. We'll teach you. Chinese sushi tax means who cares about trade, XD? Why would you set up a lucrative trade industry to globalize the world when you could just tax your peasants forever and never until you think they run out of money and then you find that little bag they've been stockpiling underneath their bed so they can send their kids to college? But your kids don't need college because they're just going to join the lumberjack line in the very dangerous forest anyway. Timber, Papa. Timber. Sushi tax good? Oh, yes. And so is Chinese tax. They're very good when you scale them. Sushi tax is actually better than Chinese tax in the late game because you can build up to 8 taxmen and then you can also get movement speed on them. Speed of speed. This is quite the swift rate to just blast through an army. Anatan outnumbered almost double the Chug for B. Yeah, and spear defense is going to be a fail. The problem here is it's also bolt magazines, so your opponent gets first strike. This is one of the areas where, in a range battle, Sushi demolished China. Chug. Kind of crazy that Anatan got baited so deeply into it. Now, the massacre on the tree line. All of a sudden, that eco lead that Anno worked so hard to build up in this game is gone. We do have the villagers inside the Forgotten Ruins. This is potentially an 8 relic game for B. I just don't think there's anything left. Yeah, there it is. GG gets called. B. What an insane turnaround here. The Lost Ronins carrying him through to a win instead of that loss. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Well played to Mr. B. That was really cool. New samurai units come in clutch. Or become pro player savior, maybe? Something like that. Oh, man. So, that does mean that Mr. B is through to grand finales. In terms of the bracket, there is going to be a lower side as well. I don't know if we're really going to cover more of it. We've had some fun with it, but I wasn't intending to do this whole tournament, and it's still got a few rounds left. But let's have a look at that bracket. Oh, damn, you guys went long with that conversation in the end. But yeah, to answer Moo's question, Sushi tax in the late game is really good because when you get the Mount Lu Academy, which is the age-free landmark, there's a tech in there that makes your Imperial officials 50% faster and another tech that lets you have 2 additional Imperial officials. Later on in Sushi's library, there's also a tech to get another 2 Imperial officials. So you can have 8 taxmen running around your base. Realistically, you don't need the 2 from Sushi library. There's better techs. But just getting 6 taxmen with 50% more movement speed means you ramp the cold gen up ridiculously high. Is Grand Finals today? I believe so. So it does say April 25th. But bro, they've got, dude, I think they stacked a lot of games for a one-day tournament, to be honest with you. They got BO Freeze in quarterfinals lower bracket. So they've got BO Freeze here still going on. Then they've got, well, it says that's 2 games, but presumably that's a BO Free on the lower bracket semis. Then there's another BO Free. And then there's Grand Finals BO Free. Sheesh. This kind of info is what I talk about you need to learn before playing a Civ. I think you can discover it. I think it's okay to discover it. Like I said, the pressure is in people's brains that they watch like the absolute highest level players and then they they basically, when they play themselves, they realize they're not as efficient as that. And then it kind of pile drivers this pressure that like you're not playing the game optimally, I think, is the challenge. I think you can learn these things. What's the prize pool? I think the prize pool is not, I think it's $400. 240 bucks. So it's not too bad, not too crazy. What a Civ mechanics, I play English. What do you mean? You've got all those mechanics on your farms. I'm sure, I think you'll find the correct response is, what are game mechanics? I play French. Alright. But I think, do we maybe end? Oh, there was a meeting I was meant to be in 25 minutes ago. So I should probably end. Units other than Royal Knights? Not according to pros. Just gotta Royal Institute it up, baby. Chugga, chugga, chugga. Okay, you going live, Moo? More learn game? Is there a Moo Dota stream coming? Eventually. Ugh. So you're not getting the raid then? Oh, let me see who's live. Because I'm going. We've been live for 6.5 hours. And I'm casting tomorrow, so I want to chill a little. You can raid offline channels. Not sure what the point of that is. Just stream, lol. Vinyl stream. Just play a game. Bien. Not complicated. Just have a look at who's online. Magnavoz. Sure, let's go for some Magnavoz. Then Moo can proposition him to play games with him later. And then they'll make frenzies. And then the world will be all good. Alright, guys. So I'm going to raid through to Magnavoz. YouTube and stream now. Guys, we'll be back on Monday when we'll have more of this stuff happening. Epic round of 16s and quarterfinals to come. So be sure to tune in then. Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays. This is the place to be. So make sure you mark it in your calendar. Make sure you've got notifications on. Make sure you're following on all the things down there.